Regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order. And I will ask our clerk, Trustee Cottle, to do the roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Calvert. I am here. Trustee Simon Holland.
Here.
Trustee Kennedy.
Here.
Trustee Minetto.
Here.
President Raymond.
Here.
Vice President Taylor.
I'm here.
Student Representative Gomez.
Here.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask our guest this afternoon, Mr. Mike Kazmierski, to lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kazmierski. Item number 1.04 is action to adopt the agenda. We, in an effort to get through some items that are more business related before 4 p.m., we'll be moving agenda items 6.1, 6.01, and 6.02 possibly up prior to agenda item 4.01 or after 4.01. So there will be a little bit of adjustment to the agenda in that regard, depending on the availability of time, just so that we can get through those items before 4 p.m. But otherwise, I'd be looking for a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. And we are now on our consent agenda items. Just as a reminder for our community, the consent agenda items are items that the board has reviewed in advance of the meeting. If there were questions on any of these items from trustees, those questions are entered into the public record for the agenda items. And so we have a consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.15, and I would be looking for a motion to move to approve those items unless anyone would like to see one of those items pulled for discussion. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to just make one comment, but I'd be happy to move for approval when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead with your...
I just wanted to acknowledge on our capital investments, again, how great it is that we're moving forward 2.06 in particular, moving forward on the construction manager at risk for O'Brien Middle School. Very much appreciate that. And just wanted to acknowledge the efforts of EDON in helping us to get WC1 passed and enabling us to make those investments, and wanted to encourage that our contractors who receive those contracts be supporters of EDON, because we have been the recipients of EDON's great help in WC1. So I just wanted to make that comment. It's certainly not part of the motion.
That's a very great comment to make. Thank you for that. So whenever you're ready, then I think we can...
Then I would move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.15.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, so next up we have public comment, 3.01. Due to the format of our meeting today and the fact that we have some agenda items that we will not be hearing until no earlier than 4 p.m., we will have a different structure to our public comment. We will open it now take public comment now, but we will leave it open and have the opportunity shortly after we hit that 4 o'clock mark, when there's a pause, to entertain any new public comment from individuals that arrive after that 4 o'clock mark. You can only make that public comment once during this open period. And I know that we also have received and will continue to receive email public comments. Our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, is collecting those public comments. She is forwarding the emailed public comments to the trustees so that we have an opportunity to read them before and during the meeting. And if you submitted an email public comment, that counts as your one public comment. So if you submitted the email and are here in person, you can make a public comment on a different item, but not the same item that you submitted the email on. Okay. So we will now open general public comment, and I will pass it over to our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder.
Mike Kazmierski.
Morning, trustees. I'm Mike Kazmierski. There you go. Here we go. Better? Okay, good. I'm Mike Kazmierski, CEO of EDON. We're the organization that brings great companies to the region like Tesla and Google so that Washoe County School District students can stay in the area after they graduate and have a quality job. I first want to thank you, Superintendent McNeil, your staff, and the board for your leadership in these challenging times. You're really doing a great job, and you may not hear that enough, so I wanted to make sure you heard that. I'm here today to recognize Trustee Katie Simon Holland for all the things she has done in support of EDON and our economic development efforts. Katie has represented Washoe County School District as an EDON board member for several years. You're not only losing a dynamo Washoe County School District trustee, but we're losing a real leader off the EDON board. Katie has a long record of accomplishments, as you know, including time spent as a teacher, counselor, small business owner, Washoe County manager. But one of her true passions is serving kids and families in the Washoe County School District. But what makes her unique is her understanding of the entire ecosystem and how education enables economic development. After all, the employees and leaders of our community in the years ahead are the students in Washoe County School District now. It is for these reasons that on behalf of EDON and the EDON board, I would like to present Katie with an EDON coin. You can come up there. I just want to finish by saying, as great as the Washoe County School District is, Katie's been the first representative, not only of the district, but in any capacity at the school board, of being recognized by EDON for their involvement and accomplishments. And I can promise you she won't be the last. So again, thank you for all you do. You are making our community great, all of you, and I just want to let you know that we appreciate your efforts. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kazmierski.
Gail Davis.
My name is Gail Davis, and I work for Nutrition Service Center. I was a cafeteria manager at Elizabeth Lenz Elementary School for 7 years. I quit my job on October 26th. Mentally and physically, I could not do my job. Reopening the schools, the kids were eating lunch in the classroom. About 3 weeks in, the principal had the kids eating in the cafeteria. I was being exposed to 300-plus kids a day with no mask on, 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. I was responsible for washing 12 tables every 20 minutes with 0 minutes to wash them. That's impossible. The counselor started having the kids wash the tables. The kids are given squirter bottles with sanitizer in them. Now, the sanitizer bottle says, keep out of the reach of children, and it must dry after use. Those tables are not being washed properly. They have the kids seating face to face, less than 2 feet apart, no mask, eating lunch. Then the next set of kids come in, no mask, eating lunch, breathing the same air as the 100 to 300 kids before them. We know COVID is airborne. My stomach would hurt going to work. After work, I would go home and cry for 2 to 3 hours. I quit. The kids can't quit. They do as they're told. I don't know of any other school eating lunch in the cafeteria. We as adults are supposed to keep these kids safe. I love my job, and it's not fair to me, and it's not fair to the kids.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I believe Superintendent McNeil wanted to just say something. Ms. Davis?
Hi, Ms. Davis. Thank you so much for your public comment. I'm going to have our Deputy Superintendent, Debbie Beiersdorf, follow up with you immediately.
What?
She's going to have our deputy superintendent talk with you. Okay, she's just coming right now. Thanks.
Bob Fulkerson.
Good afternoon, Bob Fulkerson with Plan. I'd like to briefly comment on school renaming, the district's COVID reopening policy, and the ban on Black Lives Matter and rainbow flags in the district. School districts across the country are renaming schools after Black and people of color leaders during these times of heightened awareness about racial injustice. Washoe County can follow suit by considering naming the CTE Academy at the repurposed Hug High School campus after beloved community activist and educator Dolores Feemster. Regarding your COVID reopening policy, why is the COVID risk meter even on your website? It might look good for public relations, but it doesn't appear to influence any of your decisions about reopening. The decision to reopen was made months ago, and all the discussion since then has largely been an apology for that foregone conclusion. On November 2nd, as you noted at your last meeting, Washoe County was at the orange threat level. On the day you met, the meter rose to red at a 9.5 threat level. This morning, it was at 11.5, and now it's at an unprecedented 12 threat level. Washoe County's COVID positivity rate is now 6 times higher than in the District of Columbia, where that school district just decided to delay reopening. Will any of this influence the district's reopening plans? I doubt it. You're waiting for an outbreak or increased cases in schools, and by then it'll be too late. Hospitals will have reached capacity. We need to shut down now. Regarding the superintendent's ban on Black Lives Matter and rainbow flags, to pass a resolution against racism in one meeting and then turn around and reaffirm your misguided policy about muzzling support for BLM and LGBTQ+, is at best politically expedient inconsistency. At worst, it's rank hypocrisy. Just as it seems you're hiding behind this COVID threat meter to shield you from making hard decisions about closing schools, it seems you're hiding behind this resolution to shield you from criticism about your ban on Black Lives Matter and rainbow flags. I'll have more to say about this later in the meeting during that agenda item. In the time to remain, I'd just like to remind folks that Apple, Switch, Google, Tesla, other billion-dollar corporations are not paying a dime in property sales taxes here. They're a reason why our schools are overcrowded and underfunded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fulkerson.
Eric Nestinger.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to stand before you today. My name is Eric Nestingen. And I, again, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to participate in this meeting. I would like to comment on an agenda item from your May 12th session, specifically the recent renaming of CTE High School as it relates to agenda item 5.09 from the aforementioned date. I stand before you to request that you disqualify and recall the school naming decision that was undertaken on the aforementioned date. I am making this request for the following reasons. It is my view that this decision did not allow for fair public participation. More specifically, I feel that a YouTube board meeting regarding a decision that involves senior and marginalized members of our community during the first phase of the pandemic reopening is not in good spirit with respect to enabling public participation. The stakeholders involved in such a decision indeed represent two of the most vulnerable populations as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic afflicting our community, namely those in the elderly community, many of whom were the direct beneficiaries of the work of Dolores Feemster, and those of marginalized communities. As I'm sure this astute board is aware, the elderly and minority community members suffer disproportionately from the afflictions of COVID-19. Thus, it is my opinion that the decision reached as it relates to agenda item 5.09 on May 12, 2020, was not conducted in good faith and did not enable a sufficient opportunity for members of the community to weigh in on the decision. I humbly ask that you disqualify and recall the school naming decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nestingen.
Bill Beringer.
Thank you very much for taking a few minutes to hear me out here. My name is Bill Behringer. I have two students. This is my second round of students through Reno High and Swope. My daughter is entering the Reno High as a ninth grader. My son is a Swope in seventh grade. And what I'm bringing up is not anything that's really earth-shattering, except that this pandemic has had a marked effect on every part of our lives. My wife and I are both high risk as far as the pandemic goes with COVID-19. Because of that, we decided to keep them home. Based on their school, how they're doing in class and ingenuity and Swope as far as, and I'm not going into the difficulties of what the programs are. I know you guys did the best you could with the short term as far as getting the online classes moving. My concern is not letting this pandemic affect, particularly my daughter, grades throughout this 4 years. As you know, when she goes into college, they're going to look at GPA. They are not going to accept this freshman. She's made President's Council throughout her classes. She's always been a 3.7, 3.8 student. She's barely now getting C's. So I'm hoping that the school realizes that the grades are much lower for the folks that are doing the online. I think that hopefully the superintendent knows this and that they'll grade based on a curve so that this pandemic does not haunt them for many years to come. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Behringer.
Jeff Church.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Jeff Church. I am the trustee-elect for Washoe County School District, District A. That's right where we're standing right now, so I thought I'd better show up. Number one, I heard Mr. Kamirski's comments about Ms. Holland. Very, very true. I think the statement about Dynamo is almost understated, and she's always been responsive to me. Every time I email, she emails right back, whether we agree or disagree. But I wish all the departing board members the best. I also want to congratulate the school district on the improvement in ACT scores, other scores, as well as passing the WC1 audit with flying colors and passing the CAFIR, the annual audit, with flying colors. I have been a critic in the past, but I give compliments when compliments are due, and we've shown improvement in so many areas. And as the trustee that'll take over in January, I pledge to be a team member as much as possible. I look forward to working with the new board and negotiating, mediating, doing whatever it takes to improve the quality of education even more. And many people have said, thank you for standing up for the needs of the students, and I will, but I also want to remind people that I will stand up for the needs of the taxpayers, whether they have students or not. So those are essentially my two goals of fiscal responsibility and continuing to improve the quality of education. I have been in communication with Mr. Mathers and others on a proposed new tax by the city and county on our annual vehicle registration. Initially, that may not seem like it affects the school district, but it does, because that's one source of tax revenue that we're going to lose if that passes. It's just something we need to look into. A new annual tax, in this case for the homeless, is not appropriate at this time, and I think it's being rammed through a little too fast by the city and the county. Other than that, I continue to, again, congratulate the school district. I look forward to serving, and again, best wishes to those members that are outgoing. I see that you have a very full agenda. I notice there's a number of financial issues involving building. I don't know, I haven't had time to look, but I assume those have been run through the Capital Projects Committee and the Oversight Committee for approval before it comes here as appropriate. So all that said, I look forward to serving. I wish best wishes to those that are departing, and I'm still available to the community at any time. I'm getting lots of calls, but keep them coming in. Calls, texts, emails, I'm here to listen and to learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Church.
Natha Anderson.
Good afternoon, President Raymond and School Board Trustees. It's lovely to see all of you. Today, I just would like to bring up the stress that teachers are currently experiencing. I realize you have a very in-depth agenda, so I'm not going to go over everything. Our teachers, however, as you know from the survey, are experiencing an incredible amount of stress. And I know that there are discussions about what to do about this, but it does not help matters when we have a school such as Hug High School, where today there were 20 to 25, I'm hearing different numbers, where we didn't have subs, where we had, if I can find the numbers correctly, we did have 3 district people coming to help, which was good, and we also had every teacher covering on their prep. But what was also difficult is there was at least 115 students that were excluded, and yet the school continued to meet. The same thing happened at Bernice Martin Matthews, where it's going through a second phase, it appears. And again, teachers are just not sure what's happening. We have students being excluded. We have some schools that are closing down, but it's not consistent. We realize as educators that this is a site-based decision based upon what is happening with the area superintendent and the principal. However, our teachers are already under stress, and now with these increase of cases, it's getting worse. We cannot continually give up our prep periods. We cannot continually be asked to cover more and more and more, because that creates even more stress for us. I realize that today you will be discussing this later, so I ask for you to consider the staffing levels at very specific school sites as we continue to discuss how exactly we will be handling this as a district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Those are all the cards I have at the moment. The board also received emails from Shannon Allen, Becky Jesse, Kim Ladine, Briley Wing, and Lily Barron.
Thank you, JJ. So again, we will leave public comment open at this time, but we will not call for public comment again until just after 4 o'clock. If you've already made public comment under this agenda item, that was your one opportunity, and so there will be not be a second chance. But if you are watching from home, please continue to send in any public comments via email. That email address is publiccomments@washoschools.net. All right. If there are no objections from the board, I would like to move on to agenda item 6.01. If the individuals for that item are here, I see. So 6.01 is adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-012, a resolution recognizing National Apprenticeship Week and the importance of career and technical education. I have on here our presenters being Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, and Josh Hartzog, Director of Signature Academies and CTE.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. McNeil. We were hoping that this would be moved to 4 o'clock. We had arranged for our business and industry partners to be present, and Mr. Hartzog is showing up at that time. Is that going to be acceptable?
That's fine with me. I'm sorry I didn't get that information in advance of today's meeting, so but I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you, President Raymond. I'll
All
see
right.
you at 4 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then we will go back up to agenda item 4.01, which is discussion and possible action to accept the comprehensive annual financial report, the CAFR, for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2020. This is for possible action, and we are joined by, I see Rob Luna, our controller, walking up to the podium, and it looks like we have some representatives from Crow LLP here as well.
Good afternoon,
You can
I touch it?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure we. Good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent Dr. McNeil, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Rob Luna, Controller for the district, here today to present the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, also known as the CAFR, with me for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020, are from Crow LLP. Directly to my left, Jeff Jensen, Engagement Partner. And second to left, Charles Rabley, Senior Manager. Also with me from the district are Chief Financial Officer Mark Mathers, and in the audience, Assistant Controller Robbie Carson. And we'll do our best to answer any questions you may have along the way. Mr. Jensen and Mr. Rabley are going to follow an outline that summarizes major topics. They'll start with auditor's responsibilities, the planned scope of the audit, and the audit timeline. Then they'll move into general financial information and highlights, and then finish up with the conclusions. Before turning over the presentation to them, I'd like to point out we have new auditors this year in Crow LLP. Last spring, we went through an RFP, a request for proposal process, and Crow LLP was selected as the successful bidder. So we've gotten to know each other over Teams these last 9 months. We were just commenting earlier that this is actually the first time we've seen each other since February, since the RFP process. So with that, I will ask Mr. Rabley and Mr. Jensen to tell us briefly about Crow, who they are, and then let them proceed with their presentations. Thank you. And I think I need to wipe. I'm not sure how we do this.
turned it off on me. I thought it was on. Good afternoon. It's our privilege and pleasure to be here to present the CAFR for the year ended June 30th, 2020. It's our first board meeting of the season, really, for Charles and I to get out and start presenting reports. And we were, as Rob said, even for Charles and I, this is the first time we've been in person with each other since February. So it's a little different. Last time I put on a suit, too. So not sure I missed that, though. Anyways, I think we have very positive results to bring to the board's attention today, and we've already shared this report with the audit committee last week, as well as with the superintendent prior to that. So this is kind of the last stop on presenting this report for the year ended June 30th, 2020. A little bit about us and Crow. Crow is the 9th largest firm in the country. I've been doing K-12 auditing since I was an intern with the firm over 20 years ago, and Charles has a similar 15 years of experience, and this is what we do all year round, is work with K-12 clients throughout the country. And so we're really excited to have been selected to work with Washoe, and this has been our first fully remote audit that we had to do. Obviously, we're doing a lot now, but no one contemplated when you all selected us back in February that was how it was going to go. But nonetheless, we finished this report on time, and tremendous amount of work went in with the district staff to be able to accomplish that. So we have some very quick slides here to go through for you, and then happy to answer any questions that you might have. So next slide, there you go. And sorry, this is the only one that has kind of a delayed reaction here, so go ahead and hit click there a couple times there. That's good. And then okay, so starting with our responsibilities as your auditors, our job is to form and express an opinion on the financial statements that management prepares. And so we do our work on a test basis. We look at a number of transactions throughout the year in order to render our opinion that your financial statements are free of material misstatement. A lot of what goes into that is understanding the risks related to your financial position and essentially where there could be misstatements in those financial statements, and then design our tests and procedures to make sure that we can mitigate any of those risks that we feel could be out there in order to be able to, again, render an opinion that your financial statements are free of those material misstatements, which we have done. We have to look at internal controls as part of our audit approach, and so, again, we did all that via Teams and Zoom, which was very kind of new to do, but certainly we're able to accomplish everything that we would normally do in person. Some of our audit procedures are obviously tailored to think about the fact that controls are being done remotely now versus in person. And then again, design our procedures and tests in order to be able to render a conclusion. The first bulk of our work was done in the May-June timeframe. That's where we do a lot of the file documentation, and then the actual testing of the numbers is more in the August-September, and then be able to present this large report over 300 pages here, by the end of October, which we accomplished. Next slide, please. There was thankfully, one thing has gone right in 2020 here, which is that they delayed any new accounting standards. The GASB kind of gave us a break. And so GASB 84, which would have affected fiduciary activities, was supposed to be implemented this year, and you were given a deferral until fiscal 21 to do that. And so, like most governmental agencies, the district elected to adopt GASB 95, which delayed everything by 1 year. And so in fiscal 21, you'll have to implement 84 on fiduciaries, and then fiscal 22 on leases. Next slide. So this slide here is our corrected and uncorrected misstatements or audit adjustments, and I'm happy to report to the board that there were no audit adjustments. So the numbers that were presented to us to audit are the same numbers that are coming back to you in this bound document without any modifications. So that's great news to report. The other thing we do track as we go through are the smaller differences, which are called uncorrected misstatements, just to make sure that they don't aggregate into a material number. And we did have an uncorrected misstatement, which was actually presented to us by management, so it wasn't something that we found through our audit procedures. It was something that management actually found through their process. And essentially, it's a timing difference between what could have been in the beginning balance versus activity in the current year. So at June 30th, 2020, essentially everything has been resolved. But again, we have to track both activity that happens in the current year as well as things that could have affected the prior year. And so we had an uncorrected misstatement there related to your capital asset activity. But again, at June 30th, 2020, everything has been resolved from that perspective. Next slide. Some of the other things that we're required to put in writing to you as your auditors is whether we had any difficulties or disagreements with management, and I'm happy to report that despite it being a fully remote audit, that everything went very smoothly. And so, again, being able to complete the audit on time. We weren't aware of any other consultations with other accountants, so if your financial team disagreed with something that we said and they went and pitted our competitors against us saying, well, they would agree to that, we would want to bring that to your attention. And we were not aware of any of those matters. And there was nothing else adverse or significant that really stands out that we need to call your attention to as board members. Next slide. So just in a high-level summary, there's two main audit opinions that are part of this CAFR, despite it being over 300 pages. The real important parts that we're here to tell you is that there was an unmodified opinion regarding your financial statements. That's the type of opinion you want on your audit report. So that's essentially a clean opinion. And then second is federal compliance. Because of the amount of federal dollars that you expend as a district, we're required to have a federal audit done as well. We audited the special ed and national school lunch programs this year as part of them being on rotation for this year, and you received an unmodified opinion there, so there were no compliance findings regarding those programs. So again, good news. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Charles so he has a chance to say something here to you and just cover a couple of the financial highlights for the year regarding the district's position.
Thanks, Jeff. So this slide is really just a way to summarize some of the information you see in many, many pages of the CAFR. So some relevant financial information for you to keep in mind here with respect to the district. So you've got total assets of the district, and this is at the government-wide level, including it's about $1.7 billion at the end of June 2020. Net of all of your liabilities and other obligations, you've got a net negative $382 million net position. And so the biggest factors into that negative net position are both your net pension liability, your proportionate share of the PERS liability, as well as your net OPEB liability, those benefits that are going to be provided to your employees after they retire. So as you can see here, the net pension liability is approximately $716.2 million, with the OPEB liability at $196.7 million. So the combined total of those is resulting in a negative net position to your district as a whole. So that's the biggest factor. We'll point out here the net change in net position for the year ended June 30, 2020 is $12.4 million decrease from the year prior. And so we did also include the general fund summary financial information. So the fund balance at the end of June is $52.3 million positive, with your change in fund balance over the prior year an increase of $10.6 million as well. And so we also wanted to point out some significant other items of consideration in the financials this year. There's debt issuances of $334.8 million of general obligation bonds, as well as a $2.3 million direct placement, which is issuance of debt for the purchase of district assets, and then refinance of some of your existing bond obligations, which was done in order to save the taxpayers money on interest costs. So there was a significant savings by doing that refinancing in the current year. So that total was $6.9 million. So happy to take any questions if you do have any.
Yes, thank you very much, gentlemen. And I see Trustee Simon Holland does have a question at this time.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, gentlemen, for what probably was a very interesting adventure for you all, and as well as for our staff to do this all remotely, and we appreciate that. I was hoping that you could explain for the public record, those of us who have been through this before understand the pension liability, but a lot of members of the public who hear this and hear that we have a net position of negative $382 million become alarmed by that. So it would be great if you all could explain the net pension liability and why it's not really what it looks like.
Well, I will do my best without going too far down the accountant rabbit hole there. But essentially, it is a big number in your financial statements, right? And essentially, where this number comes from is an obligation or a future obligation to pay retirees a pension that's been promised to them in exchange for years of service with the district as part of your participation in PERS. you are allocated a portion of this liability proportionally based off of your size and participation within the pool. So it's kind of like being a part of a big country club that has benefits, and you own a certain share of that. And as it rises and falls, the financial health of that country club, you are responsible for a proportional piece of that. And prior to GASB 68, you didn't have to recognize that liability on your financial statements, and it was called pay-as-you-go. So basically, whatever the expense was for the current year to pay out retiree payments, that was all you recognized. And with GASB 68, it changed or amended how that was done to actually recognize in a government's financial position what that potential future promise is if we stopped time today and paid everybody out. This is what it could be. And that includes both already retired employees and those that are active but are qualified for those benefits as well. Much like many PERS and PERS around the country, Nevada PERS has a net liability position where you have a future amount that hasn't been fully funded yet, and that's very common. It distorts, if you will, your financial position in a bit because it is an obligation potentially in the future that's set on an actuarial basis. So someone much smarter than us is projecting what that number might be based off of mortality, based off of other statistics that is out there of what that potential obligation could be. And so for right now, that number is in the 700 millions. If the PERS has a great financial year, that liability could go down based off investment return. If it's a poor investment year, that number could go up significantly. So you really are kind of riding the wave with everybody else as far as where that position could be. How is that?
That's a great explanation. And I think, again, one thing that you said is particularly important for people to recognize, and that is if time stopped today and we had to pay every one of our retirees who are already in our retirement system, as well as our 8,000 employees who qualify for retirement, if we had to pay them all at one time, which is highly unlikely, but if we had to, that's what the number would be. And that has been a change in accounting protocols that didn't used to exist, but it certainly made things look different for public agencies when it was implemented. So thank you, that was a great explanation.
It's definitely not just a school district thing. It's
right.
Any government.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We have just one more slide, which was just to bring home the fact that it was a really good audit and that we have no audit adjustments, we have clean opinions. Despite kind of the adversity of having to do everything remotely, your team did a fantastic job of responding to us and being available. I'm not sure they would choose to do a first-year audit remotely ever again, but we've made it through, and I think we're all still standing and like each other, so that's good. And I just want to thank not only the financial team for doing a great job, but we talked to a lot of folks throughout the district when doing compliance, and so everyone was highly responsive to us, and we certainly appreciate the efforts.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for making the trip out here to be with us in person and meet our staff in person. I will look to see if there are any other questions. We do have one trustee that is with us remotely, and I am able to chat with her. And at this time, I don't see that she has any questions. Does anyone here at the table, anyone else with questions? Any comments? All right, Superintendent McNeil.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. We truly appreciate all of your help and support. And, I cut my teeth understanding how important the CAFR is under Rob Luna when I was Director of Grants. So I absolutely understand the intricacies that go into testing and auditing and pulling certain types of compliance-related issues. And I think it goes without saying when we have special education in our National School Lunch Program as two of our largest federal programs without any compliance issues or audit findings. So again, just thank you so much for your work, and a huge shout out to our business and finance team and to Rob Luna kind of shepherding this through. So thank you so much.
All right, Trustee Cottle.
I was going to go ahead and make the motion if you're ready for it.
Yes, go ahead.
I move the Board of Trustees accepts the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020.
Motion by Trustee Cottle and a second by Vice President Taylor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously, and thank you again, gentlemen, for being with us this afternoon, and safe travels home wherever you're headed.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are now moving on to agenda item 4.02, which is public hearing, discussion, and approval of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-013, a resolution authorizing medium-term obligations in an amount of up to $7,750,000 for the purpose of acquiring, improving, and equipping school facilities, including, without limitation, student textbooks, school buses, and other support vehicles for the district, and directing the Chief Financial Officer to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada. And this is for possible action. We are joined by our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Mathers.
Thank you, President Raymond, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McNeil. I am happy to present this item to you. After my comments, you will need to open a public hearing, take comments, and then close a public hearing, and then approve the resolution in front of you if you so desire. So with that, I'll provide a brief explanation. For many years, the school district has used medium-term notes, which is debt, with a term less than 10 years to finance its vehicles. That's primarily its buses, but also occasionally other vehicles like our school police cars. And so we've done that, again, for many, many years. We've used 4-year terms, actually, so we don't, it's like financing your car, only instead of a 5-year auto loan, we have a 4-year auto loan. This year is a little different in that we are also using medium-term notes, or plan to use medium-term notes, to finance science textbooks and instructional materials for all of our elementary grades, so K through 5. And we are utilizing medium-term notes in that way for the first time so that we can buy all of those textbooks in 1 year rather than stretch out the adoption of those science textbooks for grades K through 5 over 2 years, which was in the original tentative budget you saw back in March. So those would be 2-year notes and paid by the general fund. And so in front of you is a resolution to actually begin the process. This is an authorizing resolution that authorizes the Chief Financial Officer to present documents to the Department of Taxation for their approval. So we go to the Department of Taxation because, again, these are medium-term notes with a term less than 10 years, and state law requires us to go to taxation for that authorization and approval rather than the Debt Management Commission, which is usually how we do it with our other long-term debt. So if you approve this resolution, that will start the process again to issue $7.75 million of medium-term notes. Of that, $6.2 million is for those K through 5 science textbooks and instructional materials, and the remainder of $1.5 million is for our fleet purchases. I would note to you in the budget we presented to you and that you adopted in May, we actually had $3.4 million of vehicles pegged to be financed, and after kind of looking at where the government services tax revenues have kind of gone over the last several months, we decided to downsize that issuance of fleet. So again, $1.5 million would go towards fleet. That would be one series, and then we would do a second series of $6.2 million or so for those science textbooks. And so with that, I'm concluding my presentation. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Okay, do I open the public hearing before questions, or does that
No, I think you
matter?
can go ahead and have questions
Okay.
now.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to give a big woo-hoo for science textbooks, because it's been, let's see, Mrs. Beiersdorf, how long has it been since we've had science textbooks? Since 2002? 20 years since we've been able to fund the updating of our science textbooks. And I know that the staff, it's been a very difficult several years for us financially, and there are a lot of other priorities that are certainly on our list. And I just want to thank the staff for finding a way for us to move forward to make this happen, because there have been many reasons, very good reasons for us to put other things ahead of this, but a lot happens in science in 20 years, and our students are not as competitive on exams if they don't have those textbooks, and it's certainly harder on our teachers trying to teach to material that isn't in their textbooks, that is on the state tests. So thank you, staff, for finding a way to do this. It's just wonderful, and I know our fleet operators are also very excited. So just very grateful, and I certainly don't want to interrupt the hearing of the public hearing, but just wanted to say woot woot.
I second the woo-hoo. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would second that with the science textbooks, so thank you very much. Mark, my only question is, in 2.04, we approved the creation of Fund 39. How is this related to Fund 39, or is it not related at all, and how that's all going to work?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Cottle. Mark Mathers, CFO. In this case, they're not related. We just happen to have the two items on today's agenda, but we'll pay for the textbooks out of the general fund, and then we'll pay for the fleet purchases, the debt service for the fleet purchases out of our government services tax. So we're not utilizing any property tax out of that debt rate to make these debt service payments.
Great, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions from the board, then I will open the public hearing. Trustee Kennedy, I don't see anything from you, so I will go ahead and now open the public hearing on Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-013, and look to our recording secretary to see if we have any public comment on this item.
We do not.
Then I just close it. Yep. So seeing there is no public comment, I will go ahead and close the public hearing on Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-013. And then if there's no further questions or comments from the board, we can move forward with the motion. Trustee Cottle. Oh, yep. Trustee Cottle.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
It's a big one. Okay. I move the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-013, the 2020B/2021 Medium-Term Bond Authorization Resolution, authorizing the issuance of medium-term obligations in an amount of up to $7.75 million to finance all or a portion of the cost of acquiring, improving, and equipping school facilities, including, within limitation, student textbooks, school buses, and other support vehicles for the district, and directs the Chief Financial Officer to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada.
All right, I have a motion from Trustee Cottle, a second from Trustee Minetto. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. Great work. All right, so moving on to agenda item 4.03, the Washoe County School District Strategic Plan Bridge Year Reporting of metrics related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise metrics as needed. Goal 4, provide and continuously improve operational systems that are effective, efficient, transparent, and accountable by using meaningful structures and processes specifically related to the district budget and structural deficit. This is for possible action, and we have our Chief Financial Officer with us again, Mr. Mark Mathers, and I know Superintendent McNeil will be chiming in this presentation as well. So I will turn it over to you, Mr. Mathers.
Okay, thank you, President Raymond, trustees. Very happy to be able to present to you on our strategic plan metrics for this bridge year. We did change the metrics, as you saw last month, I believe it was. So now we have 3 metrics under 4.1.1. And unfortunately, Mike Schroeder, our budget director, couldn't be here today. He is taking my place on a meeting of school district CFOs being conducted by the Department of Education at the state. Our first metric concerns having a balanced budget, and this is his legacy. This was his swan song. As all of you know, he's retiring January 8th of next year, but he left on a great upward note that will be hard to top. But as you remember, the board had set back in, I think it was 2017, a target to have a balanced budget in 3 years. We beat that target by 1 year, and so our fiscal year 20 budget was a balanced budget for the first time in more than 15 years. Again, kudos to Mike and his team for accomplishing that. And then we've repeated that success. Our fiscal year 21 was a balanced budget under, as you know, very incredibly challenging times. When isn't a financially challenging time here at the district? I don't know. But certainly under very trying circumstances, Mike and his budget team presented a balanced budget, final budget to you, and you approved that. So we've had now balanced budgets 2 consecutive years after more than 15 years of not having balanced budgets. And so, I'm very proud and happy to report that, and I guess take the credit for that since Mike isn't here, but I'll pass along the credit to him in the office when I see him next. Our second new target looks at our general fund balance, and so we considered a number of different possible metrics, but we think this was important as well because back again in 2017, the board had set, or maybe it was actually 2018, the board had set a target of having 8 to 10% of available fund balance, so it doesn't count inventory, but available fund balance as a percent of actual expenditures. And so we were at 8.7% at the end of fiscal year 19, so certainly that is within the 8 to 10% range. And then we actually ended up fiscal year 20 slightly higher at 10.7% of actual expenditures, not budgeted expenditures, but actual expenditures. And so we'll come back to you with a more in-depth presentation of kind of general fund results, but you saw we ended up with a surplus. This was the second year we had a surplus in the general fund. Second straight year we had a surplus. So we balanced the budget 2 straight years. We've had an actual surplus for 2 straight years. And so we did actually end up a little higher than that target range, but of course, as you know, we're relying on that fund balance to help manage through the fiscal impact of lower enrollment this fiscal year. So it was very timely. We ended up fiscal year 20 in that way and have some cash in the savings account, if you will, to cover through those difficulties. And then our last metric at the top, we expanded kind of our metrics to go beyond budget. And we have a metric for having basically a clean audit opinion or an unmodified audit opinion with no material weaknesses noted and no major findings. And so as you just heard from Crow LLP, we had a clean unmodified opinion. Last fiscal year, there was one note. It was concerning a $5,700 unaccounted for difference in our grant funds. We wouldn't consider that terribly material, but the auditors at the time did. We've corrected that, as your CAFR notes at the very back. But again, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020, we had a clean, unmodified opinion, as was our target. So in terms of areas of success, I feel like you all live this just as much as we do, right? That these are incredibly challenging times, but again, we managed to prepare and you adopt a structurally balanced budget. Again, as I've noted, we had an actual surplus in the general fund each of the last 2 fiscal years. So I think at least until this year, we've righted the ship. 5 years ago, we had a deficit of 10 million, and now we had a surplus of 10 million. So it's quite the turnaround. As a result of that, as you can see under the areas of success, and as you know, Moody's upgraded our debt rating from a single A to a double A, as did Fitch, actually. We don't typically have Fitch rate our debt, but they went ahead and upgraded us as well. So now all three major rating agencies have us at a AA status, which is great. As we issue more debt, that really helps us. Investors don't require quite as high yield for AA rated debt as they would for single A rated debt. So we save interest on all the long-term issuances we sell in the future. And we're happy to report that capital revenues, our WC1 sales tax revenues, and our property taxes, again, you've heard before, but they've kind of hung in there. Even in the midst of this recession that we're in, we continue to be able to finance new school construction and everything in our capital improvement plan. So those are some areas of success in this metric. You're well aware of the challenges and barriers we face, and that is happening right now in this fiscal year, and we think it'll continue into next biennium. We think the state will continue to be challenged in terms of its revenues, and its revenues, as you know, include gaming tax revenues, which is really kind of underperformed tremendously from their budget. So we expect to see a world of reduced revenues in fiscal year 22, and that will be a challenge for us to prepare our fiscal year 22 budget. That budget season will start in January. Some of you miss it. I know you really will miss it. Maybe not so much. But those fiscal challenges are combined and compounded by the challenges we have to operate schools. And you made I think, a very brave decision to open all elementary schools to in-person learning with distance learning possible, and went to hybrid. And not many school districts are doing that, but it is incredibly expensive to do that. There's all kinds of PPE costs that go along with that, and extra staff that go along with that. So that's our challenge in the current fiscal year, and next fiscal year most likely as well. So we will work hard to address those issues going forward. And that concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. That is an impressive list of successes for this goal. So, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to congratulate everybody who's had a part of producing these results. And I know that as we celebrate things like having our bond rating increased, which saves the school district money and allows us to put more money into the improvements that have been so necessary and were the basis of WC1, we also want to recognize the great sacrifices that have been made by our staff and our students to be able to produce these results. And I just want to thank everyone, because it has meant sacrifices to be able to put those resources back into things that benefit students. We don't do the balanced budget just because it's the right thing to do. We do it because it's the best thing in the long term for the district, and it's the best thing for our students. But it's painful. It's been very painful, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank our entire staff for all of the sacrifices and all of the effort. Things like increasing class sizes that had to be done to be able to make ends meet were not easy decisions, and they were very difficult, but just want to acknowledge the very, very challenging road that has taken us on, and just share thanks for all of that work.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. And I second everything that Trustee Simon Holland said. And what I really appreciate about the work that's been done for my 2 years on the board by you, Mark, and Mike, and your team, is that when you face challenges and difficulties in our budget, you come to us with a bunch of solutions, and you take the time to step way outside the box sometimes and find solutions. And I really appreciate that, because everyone's got problems, but what separates the people that get things done from people that don't are those that take the time to develop solutions. And I appreciate the work that you all put in to come to us with solutions to challenges, and that helps us make the whole better. And I appreciate that, and you're gonna have to probably really dig into your bag of tricks over the next year and a half, but I have no doubt that you will do that. So I really appreciate that, and this is all very impressive considering challenges that we face. So thank you to you, Mike, and your team.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Kudos, really agree very strongly with the words of my colleagues, the job that your team, you and Mike and the team over there have done since you've joined us. It's been great to be able to work on that, but I think we'd be remiss if I didn't just acknowledge Trustee Simon Holland. It was really under your presidency, and you just worked really hard to make sure all the rest of us on the board understood how important that work is to balance our budget structurally, even though there were painful steps to get there. So as generous as you are in your support of the work that's been done, and certainly we all had to agree on and to make the difficult decisions, but it was really under your leadership that happened. And so I want to thank you. I know you're leaving the board. Don't start putting a button over there and start saying it's all of us and kumbaya and stuff. But it was really under your leadership that we got there. And so I think it's, especially as you prepare to leave the board, that's a big part of what you did while you were here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor, and I would definitely second that. All right. Yeah, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Again, everybody worked on this, and I am humbled by your praise, but I do want to just let folks know, just echoing what Trustee Cottle has said about some of the things that it has meant for our staff to do. I will recall, as will, I believe Vice President Taylor was in the meeting with the governor when we were called upon to explain how we were going to meet the governor's proposed budget requirements, and we had been told that prior to our arrival at the governor's conference table with the governor, objects had been thrown at other school district personnel when they came in the room and started whining about how they didn't have enough money. And I have to tell you, this man, Mark Mathers, looked the governor in the eye and said, "Well, sir, here are some solutions that we would like to offer." And boy, the turnaround was incredible. It was very powerful. And I just want to thank you, Mark, because it's true. As Trustee Cottle said, every time we've faced a huge challenge, you all have come up with some creative suggestions. And I know at least one of those suggestions became law in the 2019 legislative session. So I hope the public knows how lucky we are to have people who can stand up speaking truth to power and giving great suggestions for solutions rather than just complaining about what are some very difficult circumstances. So thank you.
All right. And I also just received from Trustee Kennedy, who is with us virtually, that she wanted to pass along her thanks to you, Mark, for your concise and precise explanations. All right. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay. So then I would be looking for a motion. I guess we don't have to make one since we're not providing any further direction. Okay. Then we don't need a motion. Thank you, Mr. Mathers. Okay, we are going to jump down now to agenda item 6.02. This is presentation and discussion to update the Board of Trustees on the Office of School Leadership reorganization, including an update of the activities surrounding the reorganization of special education supports and an update regarding the West Ed project for implementation of a systemic support plan to address the needs of Washoe County School District's children with disabilities. This is for presentation and discussion only. Our area superintendent, Ms. Jennifer Van Tress, is joining us, and I know she has some guests joining her and us from West Ed, so I will let her do some introductions.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent Dr. McNeil, and members of the board. I am Jennifer Van Tress, Area Superintendent for Area 5 and Special Education. With me today, I have my esteemed colleagues, Angela Flora, who is our Special Education Programming Director, Jessica Medulla, who is our Special Education Operations Director, and Tina Springmeyer, who is our Child and Family Service Director. So this is the new crew for our department. We are here to go ahead and give you an update on the work for special education and the reorganization and the work with WestEd. Unfortunately, WestEd was not able to join us the time, so but we will move forward. Next slide. I don't know who has the control. Thank you. So just as a reminder that we started this work back in January, and we had 3 phases to go through. The first phase was to review and collect all of our information and data as to where we were during last school year or in past practices. Phase 2 was to create a plan to move forward, and that was May to July of this year. And we are now in the middle of phase 3, which is our implementation improvement plan, and then bringing early childhood services under the Office of School Leadership, which is why we are blessed to have Tina working with us now. She has been an amazing asset. So little did she know what she was getting herself into. Next slide. During phase 2, we based upon the information we received during phase 1 and the feedback that we received from the people, our community members, our staff members, our leadership team, we broke our the areas of focus into 4 buckets. And if you remember correctly, that was the special education programming, policy and procedures, capacity of our district leadership, and then capacity of our school leadership. Under each one of those were defined targets that we're working towards. So as a result of those 4 buckets, next slide please, we have the document that's called Serving Students with Disabilities for the Washoe County School District. This is the work that we're doing with WestEd. So WestEd has created this document, and next slide please. This is, oh, okay. And it has content, because it's a document. Thanks. And under each one of those is an implementation and an accountability. So, for example, for the special education programming, it's hard to see here, but we do have specific bullets out for each area. So, for example, the programming has established the robust data collection process and informed the system with timely accurate academic and behavior data. So just to give you an idea of the work that we've done so far since the document has come to fruition in July, we've purchased Wilson reading kits for specially designed instruction in reading for all grade levels so that teachers will receive training in the Wilson reading kits, which is designed for students with dyslexia and other learning disabilities. And they're able to use the kits to provide specific interventions. Our special education facilitators are trained in PTR, which is Prevent, Teach, and Reinforce, to assist schools in behavior data collection and working to help address behavior management based upon the data they're collecting. So it's not a random system. We're working with the MTSS staff and providing the PTR, the Prevent, Teach, and Reinforce support as well. So we've set up a great collaboration with our MTSS department. We're continuing to provide training on what specially designed instruction looks like and is for in-person, hybrid, and distance learning, collaborating with the other departments for our messaging, including family partnerships, CNI, MTSS. We have our partnership with High Sierra Industries for professional learning and inclusive practices. And we're also providing professional learning in the 6 models of co-teaching with the focus on delivery of specially designed instruction in the inclusive classroom. We also have monthly special education coaching on adult learning and having hard conversations for our facilitators and our administrators so that they're prepared to work with our school staff. Our facilitators are embedded in our schools, which means they are in the buildings every day. And so they have been called upon to sub in classrooms or work to help teacher coverage as well. So they're out there in the buildings and working with our staff to make sure we're able to do what we need to do. We're very excited about our early childhood coming under our department. And this includes all of our grant early childhood programs, our special education programs, and our child find programs. So now we have an alignment from early childhood to 12th grade, and then continued collaboration for students 18 to 22. This also includes the work with the UNR Path to Independence program, and I am pleased to say that we've actually had a couple of meetings with TMCC and working to set up programs with TMCC. We've had monthly special education meetings. These are monthly meetings that we've embedded collaboration with our MTSS department, our EL department, mental health, and our curriculum and instruction. And these meetings have incorporated guest speakers to build the capacity of our special education staff and build a collaboration between all of those departments. So when we're working on something, we're working together with all the other departments in our district. We've been busy. We've also had quarterly meetings with WEA to discuss the membership concerns. So we're meeting with them to make sure that we hear their voice and we're able to address what they need, and we're coming to a consensus together. Also, we've increased the professional development activities. We have on-demand Excelify training for our staff. Our crisis prevention intervention is now offered virtually, and crisis prevention intervention is a technique, a tool that for special educators to use to help de-escalate students when they have significant behaviors, some physical behaviors. So our teams are working with them to make sure they have the skills necessary to address any potential issues. We have our basic IEP development class that are being offered virtually so that staff can still attend the trainings. We've also customized our professional learning for our sites with monthly professional learning based with a focus on 2 priority needs based upon the school needs. So it's individualized for the specific schools and what exactly they need. And then we're also continuing to offer our support for our ARL candidates who are our alternate route to licensure. So based on all of that, next slide. It aligns with a strategic framework from the Office of School Leadership in that we're working to make sure that when we say all children, we mean all children and the whole child. So by building these collaborative approaches for our students, we're working to make sure that we're addressing any and all concerns. Next slide. Thank you. So the important component for the work for this implementation plan is how are we going to measure? We've gone back several times back and forth about how we can measure this the implementation. We don't really have accurate student data right now, given where we are, but we still want to make sure that what we're doing is being effective. So we are talking about the focus on the organization implementation and the leadership perspective. So working with our staff and our families and our leadership teams on their perception on the changes that we've made. So WestEd is working with us to develop a specific survey to get that information. In the future, of course, we'd like to base our performance and our progress on actual student data. So our next steps, we're currently working with the Accountability Department and Family Partnerships to create roundtable focus groups for our families so we can get the family feedback. These should be held in December and January, and then will happen 3 times a year. We're also doing the same model for a principals group and a teachers group so that we get the feedback from all groups. Next slide. So, and then there's if you'll go ahead. Okay. So this is going to be a long process. This is not something that we're going to be able to fix in a year, fix in 6 months, but this is something that we will continue to work on for the next several years to improve our supports for our students with disabilities and continue to make sure all students are successful in Washoe County School District. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Tress. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you all for the work. I think it's been a tremendous transformation in special ed over the past year and a half, so I definitely appreciate that. You started this work in January, and a lot has changed since January. So what have you learned about this process that maybe you didn't know would come about before March? I'd be curious to get your thoughts. It could be positive or negative, but I remember when you sat in the boardroom, gave us this first initial look in January, and we did not know what was coming our way. So I'm just curious on your thoughts on that.
One, that through all of this, that the teachers and the families and the, not teachers, all staff members have an immense dedication to make sure all students are successful. That was clear through the entire process. So I was very excited to see that we still had a lot of people wanted success. They wanted to see improvement. They wanted to see that this was going to work. They were very happy about the prospect of moving forward. So I think that it gave all of us a sense of we got this, and we just need to give them the parameters around how to move forward. So that January to March was a lot of work, but I'm excited to see where we're going and the progress that we've made, even just in this short amount of time under the circumstances we're in.
Great. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks, Jen and team, for all this really, really important work. We've had a couple of efforts at restructuring and kind of remolding, and really, I think, good attempts from the district to get our arms around the students that are involved in special education. And it looks like there's some really great things beginning to happen in some of the shifts. My question is actually sort of in line with Trustee Cottle's. I really want to commend you, this is the kind of statement that runs into a question, for the intentional feedback. In your meeting with WEA and the quarter, the surveys, the bench surveys you're going to be having, principal survey, teacher survey. I mean, I think that is, to me, that seems like a piece that maybe we've been missing in the past, because I know there's always frustration when things change. And, this is hard, and these are different, this is doing this differently, so it's always difficult. But I think when people feel like they can be involved in finding some solutions, it means that you're creating something together. And so my practice, kind of in line with Trustee Cobble's, is is there anything in beginning to have those conversations, either with WEA or the teachers or principals? And I don't know if we still have the Special Ed Advisory Committee. Do we still have that advisory team?
That is what is going to be morphed into this accountability and the family partnerships. So working with our family, we haven't in the past been working directly with our family school partnerships department. And because they have such a great connection already with our community, rather than having a separate, we felt it was important to get the voices through the avenues that we already have. So we're going to morph it into this type of model.
Okay. Well, thank you. Because I do think that's a way for parents also that have children. But my question is there one or two things that you learned now that this is for you, Jen, that since you've been in this thing and that you're a couple of years now deep into this, that because of what you're getting from the feedback in the buildings, that perhaps maybe have been a little bit different? Because to me, that's a piece that stands out. Is the intentionality behind getting those voices involved.
What have I learned about? Okay. Well, I've learned a lot. Every day has been an aha moment. Sometimes the jaw on the floor. What have I learned?
Just something of value that you maybe wouldn't have gotten had you not been open to receive that feedback.
Oh, gosh. I don't think I would have realized the frustrations or the lack of need support for teachers to truly understand what specially designed instruction can look like. And some of our teachers are working so hard, and they're going above and beyond what we need to do for specially designed instruction. And so teaching teachers that it's okay to pull back. It's okay to work closer with your gen ed teachers. It's okay to ask your administration for help. Our teachers are, they're doing so much, and it really is, I'm like, oh my gosh, why are they, this is too much. You need to cut back. And so teaching them that it's okay. They feel like, a lot of special ed teachers feel it's an ownership, and it is an ownership. I'm not going to say it's not, but it's a collaborative ownership. And so getting them to recognize that as we, as a department, as we're saying Office of School Leadership, all means all, that all means all, not just for the special education teacher, but it means all in a school building and a department, everything from that perspective. So taking that viewpoint, I guess that was huge for me to realize. I understand why they struggle so much. They still do on implementing, but to let them know that it's okay to take a step back. It's okay to not write in 1,000 minutes into an IEP, that's not really providing that specially designed instruction, that there are other ways and avenues to support. So I think that was a big lesson for me to learn, was how much we need to give our teachers the pat on the back to say, you've done a lot, it's time to cut back. And it's okay to cut back, and give them that permission, if that.
I bet you that was huge for them.
Yeah.
I mean, just because being in something that we've changed around so much to try to find the right formula or whatever, if you will, for them to hear, hey, you're doing a great job, it's okay. You don't have to be all things to all people. We have a team.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I bet you that was big for them. So great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
Sure.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Simon Holland, and then Trustee Kennedy has a question over the phone. So first, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, President Raymond, and I do want to echo how important the work has been that you all have done, and I especially appreciated the values that you have in your strategic framework, and I'm sure you came up with those all together. I had the opportunity to sit in on a staffing and just was so impressed with the support being provided to the educational staff at the site to help them solve problems and rise to the challenge. So I want to thank you for all that work. I also wanted to ask about, I know one of the big choke points previously was our software system that supports the IEP process, and I just wanted to know where we are with that.
With Excelify, yes. We are reviewing our Excelify. We've had several meetings with Ms. Beiersdorf and Ms. Sullivan regarding the RFP process, whether or not to do that. We're kind of in a quandary for right now, just because the lift to go from Excelify into another program is going to be huge, because the lift has to include Medicaid billing. It has to include syncing with our OnBase, which is our student records program. And so when we look at all the different components, it's not something that can be done quickly. And in the middle of all this, to tell a teacher, hey, we're going to change one more thing on you, might not be, it's about timing. And so we've done a lot of reflection, and we continue to work with that. And we're going to work on the timing, because it is costly, but it needs to be the right system, and it needs to be fit our needs. So we are working to get feedback. We haven't set up the meetings yet, but our plan is to set up meetings with our teachers when hopefully January. and say, okay, what are our issues, what are our concerns, and get the tools for the feedback that we can give to Excelify and say, we need this fixed, or this is working really well.
Thank you, and I think you're very wise to take that approach because, you know, as Vice President Taylor mentioned, you know, getting something off the burden of teachers is really important, and it has to be done in the right way. We can't do it in a way that adds to their burden and adds to their stress level. So, so thanks for that update.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Trustee Kennedy.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, Jen. Thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have a comment and a question. So, as a former special education teacher myself, as well as being an administrator in LEA, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the plans for consistency across the schools in terms of specialized instruction. I mean, I'll just note your referral to the Wilson kits really warms my heart. So I appreciate that because I think it's only fair to schools, to students, to families, to teachers. My question, though, outside of this is, how are we doing with staffing in special education and staying in compliance? My concern about the whole start of the year, with knowing how much was postponed from the end of last year. I know how much I had to leave on the table for the administrator following me, and wondering how are we doing as a district in getting caught up and being fully staffed in order to provide these services?
Thank you for that, Trustee Kennedy. So as far as staffing, I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head, but I do believe that we're doing pretty well on our teacher staffing and our paraprofessional staffing. Obviously, I know we have several openings for resource teachers and for self-contained programs, but I think overall we're doing well, and the schools have those classes covered. Yes, we left a lot on our plate last year, including IEPs, eligibilities. We worked with Dr. McNeil and with our budget department, and we were able to compensate our special education teachers to get caught up on IEPs that were missed during the spring and fall. And we were able to get over, how many? 2,000? We were able to get over 2,000 IEPs completed from August to October 1st. So we are in compliance with all of our IEPs at this time because of all of the hard work that our staff did district-wide. So it was quite the endeavor, and kudos to our schools. They worked their tails off.
You can't see me, but my jaw's on the floor, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone involved in that. I know that's a huge, heavy lift.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yes, that is incredible. Great work to everyone who was involved in that, and great update. I really share so many of the sentiments that were expressed, but just also am really impressed that you were able to get anything done. I mean, I think with all that's going on right now and knowing how much is on everyone's plate, to be able to just make the progress that you have in this amount of time is really incredible. So congratulations, and exciting to see that we're continuing to kind of chip away at this and move towards that, better kind of integration at all of our school sites. So let's see, any other questions? Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. Jen and the team, with Angela coming on board very late into the season, but I want to thank Dr. Medulla and Ms. Springmeyer. This is what it means to get on the right seat on the right bus, and you all are driving the magic school bus for close to 13,000 students across this school district, and everything that you do every single day, building the trust with our teachers, building the trust with our principals. And our principals have done a phenomenal job on working with special education. And one of the very first things that we talked about is that trusting relationship, and that we exist to support our schools. And you all have demonstrated that every single day. And it's a compliment to your team, it's a compliment to OSL, it's a compliment to the entire academic team when we talk about the work that you all have done. And the implementation, if you remember, this was a key component of the pathway to positive progress. And it screamed out as far as something that we needed to get done. But I appreciate the fact that we are able to say, this is not going to be something that we're going to be able to flip the switch and have it fixed. This is part of an implementation plan. And the parts that have been missing in the past are the checkpoints and the milestones along the way. And so I also want to thank WCSD for helping Jen and her team see what those milestones are and to always come back to making sure that we are meeting those milestones. And the October 1st count, that's a big deal because that's direct funding, not only for the state, but that's direct funding for our school district. And so I echo Child Find team and our schools on getting the number of those IEPs finished and making sure that our parents and our students were involved in that process for all the right reasons. So thank you so much for everything that you do.
All right, thank you all very much for being here and sharing this exciting presentation with us. I see a few of our guests here for 6.01. I just wonder, are we still waiting for? I think we're still waiting maybe for Mr. Herzog or. Okay, so then we will go ahead and take a recess. It is 3:37. I'd like to try to be back in our seats at 3:50. And hopefully at that time, Mr. Herzog will be here and we can entertain agenda item 6.01 before 4 p.m. slightly if possible. So we can. Okay, we'll take a recess and then come back at 3:50. Thank you. All right, I will now call the meeting back to order. All right, the next agenda item that we will be hearing is agenda item 6.01, which is adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-0112, a resolution recognizing National Apprenticeship Week and the importance of career and technical education. This is for possible action, and we have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, at the podium to get us kicked off.
Thank you, President Raymond. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Superintendent McNeil. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And it is my deep honor to introduce our next item on Apprenticeship Week, National Apprenticeship Week. As somebody who has benefited from going through an apprenticeship prior to entering the education career, I am deeply moved by the relationship we have with business and industry and the opportunities that it provides our students. So with that, I'd like to introduce our Director of Signature Academies and CTE, Mr. Herzog, who's going to talk a little bit more about our relationship with business and industry and apprenticeships.
Thank you. Members of the board, Superintendent McNeil, guests from the general public and district leadership, thank you all for having us here. For the record again, my name is Josh Herzog, representing the WCSD Department of Signature Academies and Career Technical Education. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to some of our esteemed members of the community who are representing the apprenticeship community here tonight. Tonight we have Rob Benner, Secretary Treasurer with Northern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, and we also have Randy Canali, Training Coordinator with the Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Counselors Coordinators Association. As you consider this resolution in recognition of National Apprenticeship Week and the importance of career technical education, I'd like to offer a few words about the outlook of our department and the work that we've been doing with the apprenticeship community that is represented here this afternoon before you. As we all know by now, National Apprenticeship Week is a nationwide celebration that brings together business leaders, career seekers, labor, educational institutions, and other critical partners to demonstrate their support for apprenticeships. This week-long celebration that we are in the midst of highlights the benefits of apprenticeship in preparing a highly skilled workforce to meet the needs of employers across diverse industries. For our part in the Department of Signature Academies and Career Technical Education, this ongoing work of highlighting those benefits of skilled apprenticeships and making those connections for students so that they're better aware of these opportunities, that work looks very simply like fostering relationships and mentorships between our students and our local business and trade organizations. As I'm fond of saying at this point, and as many of us have heard before, we can only be what we can see. We can only choose a path if we first know of a path. And that's exactly the work that we as a district and our industry community are trying to do as represented in this public declaration of support before us all today. The work of showing our students the educational and career promise of apprenticeships so that they have one more excellent option to choose from once they graduate from high school. Specifically, I'm pleased to report that in the last several weeks, our construction technology students at Sparks High School, as well as here at Galena, as well as metalworking students at Worcester High School, as well as here at Galena, have received presentations and been able to engage in virtual discussions with apprenticeship trainers representing the fields of plumbing, pipe fitting, and HVAC. That presentation and discussion was actually with Randy here with us tonight, who is actually our very first industry speaker for the year, as well as the field of construction craft labor. And then lastly, in the ironworking trades with apprenticeship trainer as well, Darren Sturgeon, several weeks back. Our students have also received presentations and had the opportunity to interact with local businesses, including Q&D Construction, as well as GroundUpConstruct.com, who also have likewise highlighted the importance of apprenticeships for success in the skilled trades. This ability to have our students engage in these virtual discussions with our local apprenticeship organizations is something we see as critical to reinforcing these relationships our students can begin to build with local skilled trades industries and businesses, while providing the benefit of an amazing abundance of information and resources that we can then share with all of our schools. For those members of our board, especially in our general public, if you're interested in getting a view into these talks and the time and resources our local industry and apprenticeship organizations are devoting to our schools, I would highly encourage you to go to washoschools.net/career talks. Again, that's washoschools.net/career talks, so you have a better idea of this work that's taking place. And with that, that's just a snapshot of where we're at, and there's more work to be done, obviously, but for my part, I'd leave it to say we're thankful as a department for the continued support and engagement of all of our local apprenticeship organizations, and we look forward to continuing our various partnering efforts to the benefits of our students as they prepare to find success in the world of work and career. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Benner.
Thank you, Josh. Superintendent McNeil, council, or I should say trustees, everyone in the, thank you very much for having us here today. Just want to say it's an honor to accept this proclamation that's coming up. You know, the building and construction trades apprenticeship programs, we're tired of being the worst kept or the best kept secret around. These programs all offer an earn while you learn ability for people to go out and learn a trade and have a portable skill that they can take anywhere, and they make a career out of these opportunities. We hear a lot of times that everyone must go on to college to be successful and things like that. And to be honest, we kind of agree with that as well. The only thing is we're a little bit different of a college. All of our programs are associated and get college credit. We have memorandums of understandings with the community colleges in the neighborhood or in the community. And so the apprentices are going to college. They're just doing a little bit different. The nice thing about our programs are that, again, it's earn while you learn. Instead of paying for that program, these programs are paid for by the programs
you get the education, you have the ability to turn out from the programs, become a journey level worker. You have a transportable skill that's not good only for here, but can be taken anywhere. And, you know, they're able to make money while they're doing it. In the meantime, they're getting benefits. They start retirement funds. They usually have insurance that covers not just them, but their entire families. Wages, usually starting wages are anywhere from $16 to $22 an hour starting, plus the benefit package on top of it. And most of these benefit packages range anywhere from $9 to $15 an hour in addition. So you can do the math for yourself to figure out how much you'd have to make out in industry or somewhere else to equal the packages that are available. It's been our pleasure to be a part of the Washoe County School District. We have done some work down here already with Principal Salter. We were able to come down. He was about to lose his medals program here. We had met on a Principal for a Day event that had taken place, so I do want to say that that's a great event. That does help. But I was able to go through, met him there. We talked about things. He remembered that. And when he'd lost his instructor down here, he actually gave us a call, and through all of our apprenticeship programs, we were able to come down, keep that program alive, and right now they have a fantastic instructor that they found to be able to take it over. Kelby, I'm sorry, I don't know his last name, but pardon me? Lindeberg. He's taken it and run with it, but it's just an example of how we feel as industry we can contribute. We want to continue contributing to the success of the school district. We just want to make sure that people are aware and that the school district and counselors and teachers know that there are other options than traditional college that they can help kids get into to be successful and things like that. And we just want to help the knowledge be out there that we can't always fit that square peg in a round hole. Not everyone wants to go to traditional college, but that doesn't mean you're going to be a failure. You have the opportunity to be very successful, and we're just honored to be part of it and to help spread the word here at the school district. And thank you very much for your time. And Rob Benner will come and talk as well.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil and members of the board. My name's Rob Benner, Secretary Treasurer of the Northern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council. On behalf of my 13 affiliates and 6,000 members, we really value the relationship we have built with the Washoe County School District, even though it might look a little different in these times. We have, as mentioned earlier, we have gone virtual. We are doing, virtual Zooms with the students to talk about the trades. Before that, we enjoyed being able to have Construction Career Day every year down at the Convention Center, where we took 1,200 middle school and high school students through hands-on demonstrations of some of our apprenticeship programs, along with in classroom, sending some of our instructors into classrooms to talk to the kids one-on-one. Unfortunately, things have changed. We really hope to get back to that next year. Something we really miss is working with the kids, but at least we have virtual. Construction during this pandemic, has been named essential. Our workers kept working through this whole time. Construction is a great pathway for a lot of these kids. If they go through our apprenticeship programs, they go through our programs and end up with no debt and six-figure jobs. These are not, and just just to be clear, these are not alternatives to college. This is college. All our programs are college accredited, and they get college credits when they go through these programs. So thank you very much. We did actually have a bunch of shirts, had a bunch of shirts printed up. If you have any counselors, teachers, any kids that are in shop classes that are interested in getting into trades, go ahead and you can contact me, and we can get you some shirts to pass out. On the back of this, we put building the workforce that's building Nevada, and that's what we do. We build workforce. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you all very much, and thank you especially to Rob and your whole team for all the work that you're doing around apprenticeships. I had the opportunity to be visiting Galena shortly after that connection was made, and getting that help into that classroom for Principal Salter, I know made a huge difference for those students, and just being able to have, someone step up so quickly. So thank you for that assistance there. But this is just such a great opportunity to highlight this incredible partnership between the school districts and the trades, and just hope we can continue to see the relationship grow and the connections strengthen. So is there any other questions or comments for our presenters? JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. Well, this is an action item, so I will look to Trustee Cottle on this one, since he was the one who requested this agenda item.
All right, thank you. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-012, a resolution recognizing National Apprenticeship Week and the importance of career and technical education.
A motion by Trustee Cottle and a second by Vice President Taylor. Any further discussion? Make sure our Trustee Kennedy's good. Okay. All those in favor? Sorry. Did you?
I was just asking if we had read the resolution. I couldn't remember. But we can still vote on it and then read it.
Okay. So we'll just ask for that one more time. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. That was a aye, not a aye. The motion was unanimous. I need to pause a little more. Trustee Cottle, would you like to read the resolution?
Whereas the Washoe County School District is committed to providing opportunities, or actually I'll start over. This is the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 2012, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Washoe County School District recognizing National Apprenticeship Week and the importance of career and technical education. Whereas the Washoe County School District is committed to providing opportunities for all students and recognizes the importance of career and technical education in preparing students for college and career options. And whereas apprenticeships serve an important role in allowing students to obtain work experience, classroom instruction, and transferable credits. And whereas the advancement and well-being of the United States of America depends upon the continued development of skilled workers in their chosen fields. And whereas there are more job openings than job seekers in the United States, and the expansion of apprenticeships will help bridge the skills gap to fill these jobs. And whereas National Apprenticeship Week is celebrating its 6th anniversary of raising awareness of the vital role apprenticeships provide in creating a qualified and highly skilled workforce in diverse industries in Washoe County and across the nation. And whereas the Washoe County School District recognizes that robust apprenticeship programs provide tangible value to both job creators and apprentices, with the potential to increase productivity, improve diversity and inclusion, and reduce recruitment and training costs while providing a pathway to prosperous careers for job seekers. Now, therefore, the Board of Trustees do hereby recognize November 8th, 2020 through November 14th, 2020 as National Apprenticeship Week in the Washoe County School District, adopted this 10th day of November 2020.
thank you all again for being here and joining us in person for this opportunity to celebrate the great work. Sorry. Superintendent McNeil.
Well, thank you so much, Rob and Randy, and I just want to do a huge shout out to Randy. You are true, Ian speaks so fondly of you as far as your character, and I know what an honorable man you are, so thank you for everything that you do for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate that, Superintendent.
All right. Well, we will now move on. Thank you again for being with us. We opened the meeting by starting our public comment 3.01 and wanted to give the opportunity to hold off on closing that item until after 4 p.m. in case there was anyone that was not able to be here at 2. So I'm going to go back to 3.01, which is general public comment. This is public comment not related to a specific agenda item, but general information for the board. And if you presented public comment at 2 o'clock, that was your one opportunity. And if you're here to make public comment on a specific agenda item, we will call for public comment at that time. I will now ask our recording secretary if there is any public comment that we have received either via email or if there's anyone here in person.
So I'll be reading 3 names at a time because we have people in overflow. Deanna Fine, Lilith Barron, Erica Minenberry.
Okay, and JJ, these are general public comment, not related to the...
Correct.
Okay. Do we have any of those individuals ready or here?
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Deanna Fine. Thank you to everyone who responded to my September 25th letter regarding the renaming of the repurposed Hug High to Dolores Feimster High. Overall, your emails concluded that Debbie Smith will be the name of the CTE Academy and you will honor Dolores Feimster in another way. While I understand that the decision was a difficult one, from the way I see it, the choice has been one that was simply to maintain the status quo of Washoe County School District. In your recent resolution 20-011 to address a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education, you state, whereas the Board of Trustees believes that the diversity of our community of students, staff, parents, guardians, and community at large is integral to the success of the district's vision, mission, and goals. Although the representation of diversity in the district is not seen in staff, administration, or in school names, in light of this action plan, I again ask you to reconsider putting the school naming to Dolores Feimster CTE as an agenda item and give the public a better chance to have a voice in the decision. In this way, you would be proving your willingness to back up Resolution 20-011 with real meaningful change in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fine.
Lilith Barron, Erica Minenberry, Kiana Bunting.
Hello, and thank you for having me. I would like to point out that the 2 things that I'm commenting on today are directly connected to the school district's very obvious and ugly attachment to white supremacy, and neither thing should be being quibbled over after 400 years of continuous disrespect on the Black community. Washoe County School District is at a crossroads right now where they can choose to continue to cling to white supremacy or lead their students toward a forward and inclusive and humane better tomorrow for all of us. The people have been imploring you to respect the Feimster legacy for months consistently, and we deserve a fair chance at participation in this decision. I'm in full support of recalling the school naming decision from May 12th, agenda item 5.09, for the CTE Academy, as we as a community would like you to reconsider this terrible decision to not honor a Black woman in our community. When a body refuses to acknowledge the contributions of Black women in society in a climate such as this, the message is clear. There is no gray area. I'm a Black mother, a teacher, and woman, and this tells me that no matter the contribution a Black woman makes to our community, it will be drowned out and second to white money and mediocrity. Communities are shaped by decisions like these, and students, like these students, are inspired by the stories of people like Dolores Feimster, and they become those inspirations. So often Black women have to hold up the moral fabric of our surroundings, even if they aren't acknowledged. It is our nature to create and build and nurture even when it isn't returned. And it would be so nice to have one small victory in such an unprecedented time of loss. One other thing I would like to speak on is the idea of not allowing children to express their support for Black Lives Matter or LGBTQIA+ community. You had a student that went to Sparks High School, and in January of 2020, he was killed by police officers, and that student was named Micaiah Lee. And that student is killed in just the same manner as people like George Floyd, and these children are traumatized. We had 9/11. These kids have school shootings. These kids have George Floyd. These kids have Micaiah Lee. This is in our backyard. We must address this properly and fight against white supremacy and police brutality. And it is ridiculous that these children should have to be here on a school that, the night after they've finished an entire day of school, which is also traumatic because they could die of COVID from coming to school, to have to voice their opinions on such a matter that adults should be able to right the wrongs of. We, as adults, should be able to show the students that we can lead them in an inclusive society where people are not marginalized and we do not condone the killing of or erasure of Black people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica Minenberry, Kiana Bunting, Elizabeth Cadigan.
I just want to say, I know we were clapping earlier for the resolution. We clapped for celebrating Trustee Simon Holland, but this is a business meeting, and for public comment, we don't have clapping after public comment, please.
I won't need clapping, so that's just fine. My name is Erica Minneberry. I am here in support of naming Old Hug after Dolores Feimster. Much like the two people before me, I echo the same sentiments, but I would also like to add that this school board is mostly consisted of white women. And in this day and age, it is our responsibility as white women to de-center ourselves from what is happening in society. Black girls in Northern Nevada need to know that there is successful Black women to look up to. And that is more important than having a school named after another random Black or random white woman. With that said, pretending like this decision is final and concrete is basically a lie that you're telling us. You guys have the power to change this decision that you've already made. You could do it. It's not that hard. Just decide to do it. The community is speaking to you. You need to let us know that you're hearing us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minneberry.
Kiana Bunting, Elizabeth Cadigan, Beth Martin.
Hello. My original plan today was to speak on the issue about in-person learning with our upcoming flu season and how on top of our chronic absenteeism, we have students out weeks due to whether it's exclusion of their classrooms or if they're sick because of a mere cold, and students not getting adequate IEP minutes due not to having resources in their classrooms. I'm going to bring up something very different today, and I'm going to echo the sentiments of the people that have come before me, that we need to figure out this situation with teachers and students being open about Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ communities. As one of the 11% of minority teachers in this district, I find it very appalling that I even have to be up here to defend and ask of you to do these things. You can see it, my students can see it, my admin sees it. I am Black, and that is what I stand for, and that is ridiculous that I'm not allowed to openly admit when a student asks me how I feel about Black Lives Matter, and I have to go, I really can't talk about that. That's disrespectful to me, and that's disrespectful to them. Me being Black is not a political statement. Me supporting other minority and marginalized groups is not a political statement. We need to change the rhetoric in our schools, and we need to get our students educated on what it means to be inclusive to all. And it's hard to do that when me as a teacher and others as teachers are not allowed to express that opinion. The WA right now is currently trying to start an initiative to increase our minority populations in teachers. But why would teachers want to teach in a district where they're telling them to be silenced on their opinions and not being able to support students in their diversities and the things that they go through? It often comes to mind that we need to be able to stand up and we need to stand up to for our teachers of all races that are trying to shine a light on inequalities in our world. I deserve better, our students deserve better, and it's better that we need to understand what our world is and not turn a blind eye on what's going on in the world. When a student looks at me, they see someone like them, and I'm someone that they can come to and ask to for support. If I decide to have an LGBTQ flag in my classroom, that tells my students in there that I'm a safe place to come to and that I'm not someone that's going to judge them for who they are and what they are. As a middle school or elementary school kid who is already going through so much in their life, to know that the one person they can go to is not allowed to speak on something that they are worried about. Sorry, I'm gonna calm down. So I just wanted to say that I recently had a student that attempted suicide, and it came out that it was because of identity issues, and had I been able to openly admit that I was able to support him, that might have changed the outcome of what he had done to himself this summer. So I leave you with a quote from Angela Davis: "In a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist, we must be anti-racist, and we need to teach that in our schools." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bunting.
Elizabeth Cadigan, Beth Martin.
Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. McNeil. Today I come before you to speak about the topic of self-health. Last week, the RGJ wrote an article on the current stress levels of teachers and how this level has risen significantly this school year. The RGJ quoted Brandy Olson, the Washoe County School District Coordinator of Psychological Services, as stating that teachers' level of stress is directly correlated to student achievement, and that teachers who are stressed or have poor coping skills have students that do not perform well in the classroom. The article also stated that each school site conducted social emotional learning for staff in the training day that was held last Tuesday. While I recall the district requiring employees to participate in professional development course that talked about the importance of self-help over the summer, I personally was not offered any professional development that was geared towards the social emotional learning or self-health of staff last Tuesday. It seems as though the topic of self-help has been a popular one lately. I've lost track of the number of times I've seen suggestions to find a balance between work and personal life, or make time to rest and take care of myself so that I can in turn take care of others. While I realize that all these suggestions are made with the best intention, I also recognize that these suggestions provide very little support if they are not backed with the resources needed to put them into action. The RGJ article quoted Scott Benton, chair of the Washoe County School District Safety Committee, as stating, "If we don't take care of our staff, How do we take care of our children? I am eager to know what actions will the Board of Trustees be implementing to take care of our staff. The results of the staff survey were discussed in previous meetings, but I have yet to see the plan that our district will take moving forward. Your staff is overworked. Your staff is exhausted. Your staff is haggard, and honey, it ain't the Merle kind. If you don't take care of our staff, how do you expect us to take care of our children? As I explained in the last meeting, I'm new to this process of speaking at board meetings and having my voice heard. I realize that you cannot respond during these times, but I would like you to know that I will be reaching out to both the trustee that represents my area that I live in, Ellen Minetto, as well as the trustee that represents the area in which I teach, Melina Raymond, to ask this question directly so that they may correspond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cadigan.
Beth Martin.
Good afternoon, Beth Martin for the record. I recognize that I'm speaking about item 6.03, but I will not be able to stay to reach that. I'm here today to speak about political activity in our public schools. I would like to share with you my opinion on the matter regarding Black Lives Matter and supporting our LGBTQI communities. To begin, I do not believe that either are forms of political activity. It's just simply a policy, and policies can be changed. Today I speak for my gay brother-in-law who was a product of Washoe County School District 20 years ago who never felt heard. I speak for my Black students who feel like people don't understand their history, and I speak for my colleagues who even today feel like they aren't accepted for who they are. At the beginning of the school year, my class had watched an NBC Nightly News Kids edition, and the topic of BLM was mentioned. I knew it would be beneficial to the class if we talked about the situation after the segment finished. When I asked the class who had heard about the BLM movement over the past few months, only one child raised their hand. And you know, that child was my only Black child in the class. She was able to explain to the rest of the class what the movement was about, and I was very proud of her. I was able to support her in her explanation, but at the same time, I was so sad that she was the only one that knew anything about the movement and was probably the only one that could explain her history to the rest of the class. This is exactly why we need to bring more awareness to the issue and allow these kinds of conversations to be had in our schools and in more depth without wondering if it's the right thing to do. Not only do we need more conversations to happen, but also we need books that share the history of more than the white man's story. And we need our educators to feel safe with expressing who they are and what they have gone through. I was raised by my loving parents to understand that everyone's voice and story matters and that everyone is part of our community, no matter the color of their skin or the people they choose to love. It's just acceptance. Can you imagine going to school every day knowing that people that aren't like you don't understand your history or accept you because of that history, or not being able to share a colorful flag that represents your identity and the acceptance of everyone around you, no matter who you are? I don't know what the future holds for my own children, but I dream that it is one that accepts others and one that shares all sides of the stories when we're learning about our past and even our present. It really is what's best for kids. It's important to me as a parent, an employee, and an active community member that employees and students feel safe and heard in our schools, and I find it extremely beneficial for an employee to be able to identify with their students and have courageous conversations regarding the changes in our world today. We must be able to freely tell our stories and listen to the stories of others because, as Maya Angelou said, there is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Those are all the cards I have. The board also received emails from Yusuf Wyatt and David Feemster Jr.
Oh, do we have one more?
For 301?
No, not specifically.
We're on 301.
Just general comments.
Which name?
Johnston, we got him around about that long.
I'll fill one out for you.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Steve Johnston, and I'm here just as a general comment that is an unfortunate counterpoint apparently to 6.02, not intended. I'm a parent of a student who's a 10th grader at the Marvin Piccolo School, and I just wanted to talk about the effect that distance learning is having on students with disabilities that are getting sidelined by the district, unfortunately, with being sent home and not having their IEPs implemented whatsoever. So when you have students with significant disabilities, multiple disabilities such as blindness with cognitive impairments, there's nothing that they can do to access their curriculum remotely through any kind of phone or Zoom or Teams meeting. And if their IEP requirements state that they need full physical assistance and direct tactile cues from the school staff, then that's what they are required to receive. When you send them home with a bag of toys and no instructions to the staff on how they're going to implement the IEP, then a significant failure to implement the IEP has happened. That's a violation of law, unfortunately. And when you remove all of the direct and related services, you, in effect, and quite literally, put a change of placement in place on a predetermined basis with no prior written notice. Those are 3 other violations of state and federal law. This is happening to pretty much that entire school site as well as school sites all over the district. And so at the time that the district made a decision to implement distance learning as a blanket policy for all students, no provision was made for significantly disabled students. We shared our concerns. Our IEP was one of the 2,000 that got done before October. It was just done in September. Yay, the district got the money, but we're not getting the services. So we shared our concerns prior to the IEP. Our concerns are written in the IEP, and we followed up at the meeting and afterwards. And what we were told was the district is strictly prohibiting school staff from implementing IEPs if it doesn't fit their blanket distance learning policy. That's an IDEA violation. And so they said that they were specifically prohibited from the provision of direct services during distance learning under any circumstances, and if we wanted any recourse, we'd have to contact the district. I've emailed, no reply. My calls haven't been returned. Superintendent Van Tress wanted parent feedback and family involvement. We'd love it. I'd love the opportunity to have my son receive his IEP services. So just thank you for hearing me, and hopefully something changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. I believe Superintendent McNeil has a follow-up for you.
Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Johnston. I'm going to have Area Superintendent Jen Van Tress follow up with you.
Okay, she hasn't yet.
She's right over here. She'll follow up with you.
I know, it was my mistake. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we now will close agenda item 3.01 and go back or go down to agenda item 5.01, which is presentation and discussion of the 2020 election results and the upcoming 2021 Nevada legislative session, including preliminary information on the Washoe County School District legislative platform and the Nevada Association of School Superintendents legislative platform. This is for information and discussion only, and we have our Director of Government Affairs, Lindy Anderson, here to present on this item.
Thank you, President Raymond, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McNeil. I'm Lindsay Anderson, Director of Government Affairs for the Washoe County School District. I have just a handful of slides here to talk about some election results and the upcoming legislative session. Obviously, things are changing very quickly. You received a second presentation over the weekend as some things changed in our state legislative races, so hopefully you're looking at the most recent presentation that was provided to you, and I'll give you some examples of how close things are, so I reserve the right that these may change as additional votes are counted during the process. And I left the federal landscape very generic, given that even on Friday when I submitted a presentation, we still didn't have the final results of the presidential election. Now we do, of course, and so we'll be moving forward with the transition at the federal level. Vice President or President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris announced their transition team specifically related to the Department of Education today. A 20-member team that will review current Department of Education policies and start that transition over to a new administration. You'll see the Nevada delegation of federal elected officials remained unchanged at this point. So we will continue to work with our representative, Congressman Amodei, on education issues affecting the Washoe County School District, and then Senator Cortez Masto and Senator Rosen. Next slide. At the state legislative level, here's some information for you again. I'll just give you an example. In the Assembly District 37, there's only 548 votes that are separating those two candidates right now. So this is just sort of a point in time. But currently, we'll be looking at 14 new members of the Nevada Assembly, 11 true freshmen, 26 Democrats and 16 Republicans. So the Nevada Assembly lost the supermajority that they enjoyed in the last legislative session, but still certainly a majority Democrats in the Nevada Assembly. The Washoe delegation includes 2 new members. I use the quotation marks around new, given that past Assemblywoman Jill Dickman served in the 2015 legislature, so we've worked with her before. And I'm not sure you can consider Natha Anderson new to the Washoe County School District, but we look forward to working with her in her service as a state legislator coming forward. In the state Senate, the current majority leader is sitting on a lead of 847 votes, Nicole Cannizzaro. So someone made the comment that I called that race. Not many other people have. I can't say I've called it. I'm just telling you the current state of affairs for the Senate majority leader. And several changes over the weekend in the state Senate. They'll be getting 3 new members, 1 from the Assembly and 2 freshmen. They'll have the same partisan split as they did the last legislative session, 13 Democrats and 8 Republicans. The Washoe delegation in terms of the senators remains unchanged. Sorry, go back just for a second, please. I bring up the new members of the legislature because in many cases, it's almost a third of the legislature is turning over every legislative session. That's a lot of new faces that are walking into that job for the very first time. So it'll be important for us as the Washoe County School District to continue building relationships with those people that are new. In a COVID world, we don't know exactly how that will work, what access we will have to the legislative building and the ability to meet some of these people face to face, which we know is very important in making sure that they have a full understanding of our district and what our needs are as a district. So we'll be working really hard with them coming up to make sure they're fully briefed. Okay. At the State Board of Education level, I was surprised really to see the amount of change happening at the State Board of Education level. There are 4 elected members of the State Board of Education, 1 for each congressional district, and we'll be having 3 of those 4 be new members. There were 2 open seats, and then the current vice president of that board lost in his race. The other appointed members of the State Board of Education have terms that are expiring in 2021, so we're not sure if they'll get to continue. And the current representative representing the School Boards Association will also be new. So a lot of new faces again at the State Board of Education level. We could have a whole nother presentation about the nexus between the State Board of Education and local districts and the state legislature and how all those layers of governance work together. But again, a lot of new faces at the state level around education. Next slide. Fewer changes at the local level. Again, we have a city council race in the city of Reno with 96 votes currently between the 2 candidates, so I don't want to presume anything in that race, although I guess I did in this instance, and 1 new county commissioner. And I didn't do an overview of school boards because I assume you're pretty well vested in what the election results were for our school board. Next slide. In terms of a legislative preview, it's obviously really hard to predict crystal ball of what we're going to be facing, but just the kind of shapes on the left are an overall picture. Obviously, the Economic Forum met today, and so we know the budget is going to be a primary focus for the state legislature. what that looks like in terms of will there be new revenue, how will we handle the pandemic and any potential future federal stimulus. And interestingly, this session is time for redistricting. And so it's hard to underestimate the amount of time and energy that takes during a legislative session. And so that will be a primary focus for this legislature and the impact that will have on us going forward. From an education perspective, we've talked many times, and I know you're going to hear more before the end of this year, around the new funding formula being proposed for education in Nevada and what a monumental change that could be for Washoe County School District and all districts. Certainly the emphasis around health and safety of our students and how we move forward as educators in a post-pandemic or current and post-pandemic situation. So those are big topics. There are about 500 bill draft requests currently filed, which is a lot. That only includes one sentence about what's being proposed by each legislator. But we know there will end up ultimately being, close to 1,000 or 1,500 pieces of legislation. So a lot of moving parts. Next slide. The Washoe County School District adopts a legislative platform. In the past, we have done that in our January meetings. We'll typically bring a preliminary platform for your review at the first meeting in January, and then if there are changes that need to be made, we can have that final adoption at the end of January. It's a broad, overarching document that tries to address those key points we expect in a legislative session. It's impossible to take a position on every single bill in a platform, but it gives the district leadership and Dr. McNeil and myself guidance in terms of what kinds of legislation we will support or oppose. During the legislative session, there's a standing legislative update item in which the team will report back on what's happening to you. Timing is often a barrier because things happen so quickly and certainly don't align with our posting requirements and deadlines, but we try to work with you. Next slide. I've linked here to the 2019 Washoe County School District Legislative Platform if you wanted to look at that and get an example. The Nevada Association of School Superintendents, of which Dr. McNeil is a member, adopts their own legislative platform, and I was hoping to attach it. It's not quite ready for final distribution, but this is a screenshot of what that legislative platform currently looks like on behalf of the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and that is a document we try to align with as much as possible. We know the voice of 17 superintendents is a very powerful voice during the legislative process, and the more we can be aligned and speak as one voice about the needs of education in Nevada, the better off we're going to be. But there are other examples of Invest that you can link to also for examples, and that is basically the next steps in terms of the legislative process and when you'll see me back here with more documentation for your review come January. So I'll leave it at that. I'm President Raymond and Dr. McNeil, happy to answer any questions if they come up.
All right. Thank you so much, Lindsay, for the updates. And I know you had some late nights last week waiting for election results and watching things closely. So I appreciate you following along with all that for us. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Lindsay, for your presentation. So given the unique nature of this next session with COVID and then the economy and redistricting, do you have any sense on when educational issues are going to come up? Is it going to get pushed back to the end, just kind of in the middle, random? Any sense?
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. I would say not very much gets ultimately decided until May as a general rule. I don't expect this session to be different unless there's information that can be done early. I think a lot of the funding formula conversations will take place earlier. I think we'll have a better sense from the governor's State of the State address in January of how far he's going to push that implementation of the funding formula, if that's going to be adopted into his budget that he recommends, or if pieces of it. And I think that will drive a lot of the conversation around education this session. But ultimately, I don't expect things to get finished early in education or any other thing, in my experience.
Perfect. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Lindsay, for the great work that you do on our behalf. I was wondering if we have any more sense of other districts supporting our bill draft request around student learning objectives and removing that requirement for teachers.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. In fact, I just, while we were sitting here, got the first draft of the actual language from the Legislative Council Bureau, so that has not been shared at this point. I think conceptually, and Dr. McNeil, correct me if I'm wrong, I think conceptually we had the support of all 17 superintendents before we came to you the last time for final adoption. But of course, they reserve the right to, modify based on what the actual language looks like. But I believe conceptually we had the support of all 17 superintendents. And I don't want to speak for other organizations outside of that, but I have not run into someone who said it's going to be their hill to die on the opposite side.
I have a question. If you could just remind me, I know our trustees are sworn in at that first meeting in January, and many of these local elected officials take over in January, but some are more immediate. Can you remind me which offices? I think it's Reno City Council.
My understanding is the city councils would take office, as soon as the election results are certified if there's a change. The county commission, I believe, is January.
Okay.
And legislators are sworn in on the first day of the legislative session.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions, comments at this time? Trustee Kennedy let me know she's all good, so I think that ends this agenda item for us. Okay, so now we are moving on to agenda item 6.03. This is presentation, discussion, and possible action for the Board of Trustees to suspend Board Policy 9070 and provide direction to the superintendent related to the possible revision of Board Policy 1310, political activity in schools. Before I pass it off to our presenters on this, I did want to just clarify for the public, we typically would review policies at our board policy meetings. It was important to us that this discussion take place in a regular meeting, which is why the wording is there that we're suspending Board Policy 9070 for this item. So I know it's a little confusing. It just means that it allows us to talk about this item today. And just a reminder, we understand that there are a lot of motions, and very rightly so, around this issue. We know that you will be civil and listen and appreciate the conversation we're going to have about the policy and what political activity is and how it's defined for our district. And so I appreciate that in advance. So I will now look to our Chief General Counsel, Mr. Neil Rombardo, and back to Lindsay Anderson, our Director of Government Affairs, to take us into this item.
Just quickly, if I may. So if the board does decide to make recommendations to the superintendent to come back during that motion, you will have to ask that Board Policy 9070 be waived, because you can only make recommendations by that policy at your Board Policy Committee. So in order to meet those potential objectives, that's why we drafted it that way. So if a motion does come forward, then you do have to make, as part of the motion, the waiving of 9070.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, President Raymond, Board of Trustees, Dr. McNeil, again, Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs Director for the Washoe County School District. I've been asked to give a history of Board Policy 1310. I'm certainly going to rely heavily on our Office of General Counsel and Superintendent McNeil. I'm not a lawyer. I can't address questions around the Constitution or case law, but I'm certainly happy to give you an understanding of how this board policy interacts with my office. As you can see in the current adopted board policy, it appears to have originated in 1997. That was certainly long before I was around, so I can't speak to the original intent. But my understanding is this policy is directed to our staff, not our students. It's intended to be a human resources tool to give our educators guidance on how to engage in the civic and political process in a way that's appropriate for a public education compulsory system. In 2013, the policy added language from NRS 281A.520 to acknowledge the ethical prohibition of the district incurring expenses related to a candidate or a ballot question. Going through additional changes on September 30th of 2014, a relatively major update to the policy was provided to the Board Policy Committee. At that time, many board policies underwent sort of an overhaul to standardize the process, the policies across the district that included significantly more content, including a broad purpose statement, which clearly indicates support for the political and civic process in an appropriate way. In November of 2014, the new version of this policy was approved unanimously by the board. This policy was also modified in this year, March of this year, by making conforming changes and removing duplicative language that now exists in other policies, like the distribution of materials, facilities use, and freedom of speech and expression, which are other policies adopted by the board. Certainly, since my involvement in this policy, it's my understanding the intent is to give our staff guidelines in a way that benefits students academically and provides an appropriate way for our education system to operate in a political environment. So I'm not going to go through the board policy for you, but certainly it outlines allowable activities for political activity, permissible activities, and then the legal requirements and associated documents along with this policy. So I'll leave that and then try to answer any questions as I can.
Okay, I know that we have a number of questions from our trustees. Chief General Counsel, did you want to say anything before we take those questions? Okay. Superintendent McNeil, did you want to say anything?
Thank you very much, President Raymond, and thank you very much, Lindsay, for giving the historical perspective of Board Policy 1310. There's been a lot of public comment over the last several board meetings, as well as some unfortunate miscommunication within media as far as the intent and purpose of the board policy. First and foremost, this is not a new policy. This is a standard policy that has been in play with our school district, as Lindsay articulated, for several years. During an election period, we released the policy as a reminder to our schools as far as political activities in schools. During an election cycle, as the public and the trustees can imagine, especially for this particular election, we have received lots of questions and lots of concerns around political activities in schools. Even to the point where on election day, we had several constituents contact us for concerns around signage and political activity within the boundaries of a polling site. And so Lindsay mentioned that this is more of a human resources and it's a management policy as far as making sure that our employees have those guidelines. As far as discussing political activities in schools. A lot of the miscommunication, unfortunately, has been around our students' academic freedoms and what our students are able to articulate and share with their teachers in a classroom. And in this board policy, in no way, shape, or form puts restrictions around our students. And students actually have a great amount of academic freedom and a great amount of political speech freedom, so long as that political speech is not harmful or detrimental to what is happening within the classroom. And so I just want to put on the record that, again, we are a public education institution. We are compulsory. We've had a lot of input as far as around higher education. Higher education is not compulsory. Public education, K-12, pre-K-12, is compulsory. What that means is that our students have to attend. It is a law that students have to attend public education, and to make sure that they have an environment where they feel welcomed and that they feel supported within that. So to put that on the record as far as what's important around this board policy.
Let me add also, I've had the privilege of being your chief general counsel for 5 years. I've had the privilege of being the chief general counsel for 5 years, and I can tell you that for 5 years we've enforced this issue when it does arise as a management issue, either brought to us by principals or other administrators, the exact same way as we are doing it now. We have never changed anything. With regard to student rights exceed what staff members have. That's a U.S. Supreme Court case called Tinker, which allows, Tinker's the name of the student, which allows students the right to have political activity as long as it's not disruptive. The courts have whittled that away over time to things like hate speech and profanity, pro-drug, and violence type speech are not permitted. However, political activity for students is always permitted, and this policy does not affect and has never affected students. I think it's important to point out and should not go ignored that we are a government institution, and as such, the First Amendment applies to us. It doesn't apply to private institutions or anyone of that nature. And so when the First Amendment applies to us, we don't get to pick speech we like. We don't get to pick speech we agree with. If we pick one, we have to allow it all. And so we do this in our office as a way of avoiding speech that maybe we don't like. Personally, I don't care for the Confederate flag. There are those who argue that that is appropriate. So this is a way to avoid that situation.
Thank you, Chief General Counsel. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for adding this to the agenda. This was actually the request of Trustee Simon Holland and myself for there to be a public conversation for all of the reasons that were stated. And I think it's really important, and this really has been an expectation of the community to have this conversation around this issue. So thank you for allowing this on the agenda. I think it's important for myself. Some of these questions I've asked, but I think it's also important for the public that may be watching or may be here to have some of the same information so they'll have an idea of the things that we're dealing with. And let me just speak to myself that I have to deal with and consider when I consider this issue. So some of this might just be to you, General Counsel, if you may. Is there a legal definition of political speech that you may share? Did I say that right, political speech?
Is there, no, well, yes and no. The Janus case makes it clear that gender orientation is political speech. There's a case out of the Federal District of New Jersey, which is the JC case, which was a case involving students, makes it clear that Black Lives Matter is political speech. There's an opinion written by the Inspector General that says it's issue-based political speech, but it's not political activity. Political speech for us appears to be, from our policy, political activity such as campaigning, supporting, or showing support of. That's how I read the policy. So I guess I feel like the question's broad, so my answer is yes and no, typical lawyer answer. Yes, here's where the courts have come down on these things. Can it be changed? Sure. The Hatch Act defines political activity as partisan politics, and the Reno City defines political activity as partisan politics. It's my understanding. I haven't looked at their ordinance or their employee issue, so I don't know the answer to that. So maybe I shouldn't opine upon what the City of Reno does. But those are the federal cases that I'm aware of.
So based upon, if I may follow up, Madam President, because I have several questions. So based upon that and what's happened federally, that's where in our district then your office has, because it's your job in your office to give us the legal opinion of it, that Black Lives Matter is considered political speech, because there's a case around that. And then also there a political action. Would you share on, I think that just came up, right?
Yeah, it did just come up. In October of this year, the Black Lives Matter did file the appropriate paperwork with the Elections Committee to become a political action committee. That was October of 2020. October 7th, 2020, they filed the paperwork to become a super PAC, which stands for Political Action Committee, which I think probably further paints it into the realm of political activity, in my opinion. And I think the law would support that, especially when the cases that existed were before the 2020 filing, and yet they already opined that those were, that it was a political action or political activity.
Okay, and then just is there, I guess similarly, I would say is there something that would consider like the rainbow flag or some show of support around LGBTQ plus issues? Is that, is there anything, because that isn't really an organization, right?
Right.
Like Black Lives
Right.
Matter is, so how?
Yeah. So the Janus case, the Supreme Court opined in that case that discussions and actions in support of sexual orientation, and it referenced the rainbow flag, were still political activity. So albeit not an organization, I do see the point that it's slightly different, but, and I should mention also that you mentioned it was federal courts. The First Amendment would only go to federal court. State courts arguably have the right to opine upon it, but their opinions wouldn't mean as much as the federal court. But back to the Janus case, I feel that the U.S. Supreme Court and our office, we've all read it. We have 3 attorneys. We are all, I mean, I'm not going to be as broad as to say I'm an expert in the First Amendment, but I do teach classes on the First Amendment, so I have a pretty good grasp of it. I think the court has said that it is political activity. Similar, the Confederate flag does not have a group, and yet it is considered political activity, so that would be a similar circumstance. I've opined in personal writings and in teachings that it's probably hate speech, but there's no court case that actually says that, ironically enough. I think it is, but anyway, I digress. The point is I still think Janus applies, and the flag would be political activity.
The flag is, the rainbow flag is specifically mentioned in Janus?
Because, yeah, it's referenced. It's referenced. I don't want to, but it's used in parades and in front of the Supreme Court. In fact, anytime you see an event in front of the Supreme Court that has to do with sexual orientation, LGBTQ plus issues, the flag is the symbol that's used. And so that's where that comes from.
So based upon that, what can happen in the classroom then? We know students' rights are very different, right?
Yeah.
But if you're a teacher in the classroom, right, I mean, what can occur? What is, based upon what's outside of the court decisions?
Sure.
Right, what can occur?
That's a great question, and one I was hoping would be asked of me. I think we can teach about all of this. I think it's curriculum. It's a historical moment, and to ignore it is a mistake. The point of the policy is it's an HR issue. It's what teachers can and can't do. We may all sit here and support BLM or rainbow flags, but we all don't support pro-life or pro-choice. And if you allow one, you have to allow them all. And that's the issue. But what you can do is you can teach about it. And students can wear Black Lives Matter, and they can wear Blue Lives Matter. I personally oppose the Confederate flag, so I would be opposed to students wearing that. And I can make a different argument because it's hate speech. But the point being is students can do that, and teachers can teach about it built into the curriculum. And it's my understanding the superintendent is working on a curriculum. The law requires us to have a curriculum. The law doesn't allow us to just go off and teach on topics we want to teach on because we feel like it. It's not a university. We have to meet certain standards by the NDE. But yeah, it's a curriculum. Teach about it. Go for it. As soon as we get the curriculum done, let's do it.
Or if a teacher can tie them to, if they're talking about history or they're talking about current events, they don't have to have, this is the official school, you know what I mean? If it comes up in something that
absolutely
a teacher would be permitted if they're talking about current events right now, for an example.
I think so. If you're a contemporary issues teacher, you know, gosh, it was quite a while ago, but when I was in high school, we had contemporary issues, my favorite class ever. And we read the Newsweek, and whatever the Newsweek said, that's what we studied for the week. And if the Newsweek talked about Black Lives Matter, do they even have Newsweek anymore? That's probably all online. But anyway, if it talked about Black Lives Matter, that's what we discussed, and that would be more than appropriate. That's the curriculum. So that's where the discussion should be occurring. But again, what we have to be careful of is we don't want teachers they should not be advocating their personal political points of view, because again, whether we agree or not, there are those who disagree, okay? And so that's the issue that's what this policy exists for. It's a management issue. A management of staff, not students.
May I have one more follow-up? We had a public comment earlier when one of our teachers, I believe, said that if a student asked their opinion about something, that she felt like she was prohibited from, is that permissible? If a student asks, I don't know the context, say
Yeah.
the class is talking about it, right? It's because
Sure.
it's contemporary issues, or it's talking about political stuff going on right now, or something like that, and is a teacher prohibited from, you know?
I think that's a tough situation, and that's a good question. We've had, just recently, we had a teacher, I won't go into too many details, but the person expressed their point of view on the election and chose to say things about a certain politician that were not appropriate. No, that's, I think, a violation of the policy. However, if it was asked in a way that was appropriate pursuant to the curriculum, then it's probably okay. You know, this isn't the Office of General Counsel and the labor relations people and the principals and the superintendents go around looking for these things. These are all complaint-driven, and we have received complaints from families that say, I don't want this in my class, maybe because they're Christian and they don't believe in that, or maybe because they're other faith, whatever it may be. And that's the point, is we're not here to pick sides. We're here to provide which we do, an awesome education. And so I can't answer that question fairly because I don't know the context. My answer would be most likely yes. They could give their opinion.
I know context matters. That's fair. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kind of rapid fire, but I had some some questions. So
I've done depots before.
Thank you, Madam President.
Good questions, Vice President Taylor. Thank you. Anyone? Did you have something to add to that, Superintendent?
I'll just
McNeil?
add really quickly. Dr. Taylor, it's around a balanced approach with curriculum and to provide varying perspectives. And we also want to make sure that we acknowledge the fact, because one of our public commenters were providing a safe place for our students. And we want to make sure that our students have that safe place. And so whether that is, and I know the Office of General Counsel, as well as Curriculum and Instruction, as well as the Office of Civil Rights and Equity and Diversity, they are working together on providing a method and a training aspect for our teachers to have that safe space for our students. And so there is a program that is being developed so that a student, if I feel that I need to be able to express my identity in a safe place, that our teachers are well-trained and well-versed in that product.
Trustee Simon Holland. Thank you, but Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you, Madam President. And I may not be here for the ultimate conclusion of this issue, so I just wanted to share some thoughts. It's my fervent desire that our district finds a way in policy and practice to support our employees in being able to convey their support for constitutional rights such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that all people are created equal. To advocate for the value and dignity of the lives of people who may be different or experience a minority status is not only not political activity to me, it's our educational imperative as part of developing civic and social responsibility in our future members of society. And I'm happy to hear that there is curriculum work being done to give teachers the direction and the support to be able to do that. Some of the concerns I have are, how we more clearly define political activity and prohibited speech so that everybody understands it the way we're talking about it today. I think it's important for that to be understood. And at the corollary to that, how we communicate what's allowed and what isn't. I had a conversation with General Counsel before the meeting started. I'm struggling with understanding what's allowed and what isn't, and I know many of our staff members are as well. And just, how can we encourage civic discourse and dialogue about difficult and contentious issues? Again, I'm happy to hear that there is curriculum work going on about that. I think it's as important as it has ever been, certainly in my lifetime, that we all learn how to have dialogue about contentious issues and about things we disagree on. And I just want to understand, do we make a distinction between advocating for the value of the lives of LGBTQ+ and Black, Indigenous, and people of color, but not the capitalized Black Lives Matter movement? Is there a distinction there? I want to have us all find a way to have the ability to support those things that's clear and understood so it doesn't become another flashpoint for contentious issues. So just wanted to share those thoughts, and thank you, Madam President, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. I know Trustee Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to say I support everything that Trustee Simon Holland just said. I agree. I think we have to find ways to be able to have these conversations, and hopefully that we can do this through curriculum in the schools. But I have a question about how does this affect, say, student-driven clubs or activities like Gay Straight Alliance or a BLM club? How do we deal with those?
It doesn't. Again, this is policy only deals with staff members and their representation of supporting, advocating, and a political activity. So students are still allowed to have clubs. And in fact, I believe many schools do. I see the superintendent nodding her head in affirmance, so it's my understanding schools do. So this has no effect on schools. Excuse me, no effect on those.
Trustee Kennedy.
And those clubs.
We actually do have
Yes,
a board policy around that as well.
I'm sorry?
Trustee Kennedy, we actually do have a board policy around that. Student-led clubs, they must have an advisor within the school, but we actually have a board policy around that.
Thank you. Yeah, I was aware of that, but I think because of the requirement of having an advisor, and advisors are often teachers, I just wanted to be clear about where we would stand with teachers and supporting those clubs. Thank you.
Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Calvert.
Thank you, Madam President. I had some thoughts, but more thoughts have come to my mind. I know that this is a struggle, and to think in our heads, like, how is Black Lives Matter political speech? And I know that many people have expressed concern on how it's political speech, and I work with young black men every single day, and their lives matter. They matter to me, and I fight for them every single day. Where it becomes hard is when a court of law, a federal court, says Black Lives Matter is political speech. And as soon as they do that, it changes the game, because we're bound to that. And that's a hard thing, because if we ignore that and take a stand, we expose the district to legal liability in federal court, which is very expensive and will cost the taxpayers a lot of money. And we probably won't be successful, because we would have to allow all political speech. So I absolutely understand the struggle with this. I absolutely understand it, and I hope there are ways that we can, other ways to show our absolute unquestioned support. But this is the position that the school district is in. If the courts didn't rule on this, we would probably have an easier time. But it's hard, and I appreciate the district, explaining it. And I think that, we've had some communication lapses over the last few months on this issue. And I appreciate Chief General Counsel explaining it. This is the difficult position that we're in because we're all bound to the justice system. And there will be somebody that disagrees and says my speech wasn't allowed, therefore I'll see you in federal court. And that's going to be an issue. So I do think there's work to be done in the future as we show our students and staff that they matter. They matter each and every day. And so I personally do not take this issue lightly. But given the information that we have, Board Policy 1310 does serve that purpose. And I know that's hard. That's hard, and I understand. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Trustee Calvert.
Thank you, Melina. I think I'm addressing this probably to Neil, but you had mentioned that if a parent didn't want their student participating in a particular activity or whatever. But we know as children grow older, when you're small, you can kind of have a little control over what they say, what they do. But as they get older, they develop their own minds of things that they want to do. So how does that fit into any of this?
Yeah, so when I brought that up, I was talking about how it normally comes about in enforcement, if you will, for lack of a better term, for labor relations. But I think, again, it would be through curriculum. As a mind grows, we don't teach a first grader the same thing we teach a senior, for example. And so the details in the first grade maybe are far less. This is a little bit beyond me curriculum-wise, right? Because I'm not but they would be far less, whereas a senior, you would have more exposure to a bigger, more information, if you will, as it relates to Black Lives Matter or towards the rainbow flag, if that's part of a curriculum and it's part of a movement and it's part of history, or if I were teaching a law class in the public education system, all of that would fit in to the discussion, and it would be more than appropriate. Would it be appropriate for a first grader? Probably not, because it probably would be over that student's head, using my example. So I think that's how it would fit in my mind. It all goes back to curriculum. I hope that's all right, Superintendent.
But Neil, my thing is that what I'm hearing is that at a certain point in time, the parent is pretty much deciding for that child, I don't want you learning about Black Lives Matter, and that the child is saying, you know what, I don't know anything and I want to learn. So that is my concern. I mean, how do we address that, or it's what the parent says and that's the end of the conversation?
Misunderstood. I don't think that would be, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I misunderstood, I think, the question. I don't think that would be an opt-out scenario, but I'm not sure I'm the right guy to answer this. I know, I see Debbie or maybe the superintendent would be the better person, but I don't think it would be an opt-out scenario in that case.
So if I'm understanding correctly, Trustee Calvert, the question is around if a child in a primary classroom wants to learn about the
Any level.
The historical perspectives of Black Lives Matter, would that be allowed within the classroom?
No, what I'm asking is, say I am a student and I'm in 12th grade, and my parents have decided that, Jackie, you're not going to learn about Black Lives Matter. I don't care what they're teaching. I don't care what the curriculum is, and I'm saying, I want to know about it. How much control does that parent have over what that child learns? Can they pull them out of the class? How is that like the share where we can say, hey, I don't want my child involved in learning that?
Well, and I see Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf over there, but what we have to look at is the age of the child. And if they are 18 or over, then they are able to, be in the classroom and listen to the curriculum. If they are under, then the parent has the absolute authority to say, for example, for share, we don't want you to participate. But the issue comes in as far as curriculum, that if it's a standard, if it's a curriculum standard or a content-related standard, and they are assessed on that standard, then they have to be able to participate in that curriculum and get that information.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Beiersdorf, do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you, President Raymond. Again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. I think it's important to note, too, that all content standards, other than share, are adopted at the state level through a very rigorous process. And then as a public school district in the state of Nevada, we are required to teach those standards. Our teachers can use supplementary materials to help round out the curriculum. I think the previous conversation around the lack of a science textbook adoption in, I think I was thinking it's 22 years, but I know I said 20 earlier, is a perfect example of where supplementary materials are brought into the classroom because the curriculum is just maybe not robust or adequate to cover that particular topic. Trustee Calvert, to talk a little bit about your example about a student at the senior year, for example. I was a former social studies teacher. Those content standards talk about debate. They talk about discourse. They talk about research. They give our students the skills to be able to find the information that they're looking for. And then also, too, in recent years, we've adopted our digital citizenship curriculum as well. That teaches students from kindergarten, a very young age, how to navigate social media, how to use the internet for research, finding correct information, where to go. So those are the just brief examples, I should say, about the standards. For example, in a government class and a junior level U.S. history class is another example as well. So the idea is to teach our students how to find information, how to understand the information, how to maybe use the information. So I don't know if that maybe kind of helps answer your question a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just another question for you, General Counsel. You mentioned earlier that in some of the questions you've been answering, and thank you very much for all the clarity, because I think it's very helpful. You mentioned in terms of the policy that's written and how you and your great team of attorneys, because you guys do a great job, have interpreted some of the things in the policy. I mean, we want, I'm hearing from the conversation, at least from here, we want to be able to demonstrate that the value of the lives of the students in our district, and we understand and teachers, quite frankly, educators in our district, but we understand the important role that educators do play in reinforcing and validating those young lives, especially those that need it most. So is there a way that a policy could be written, that our policy could be written in such a way to allow that without opening up that exposure, which we know based upon legal precedent we probably wouldn't prevail. But is there a thinner line somewhere in there that allows some sort of support or validation or valuing or something that wouldn't give us that level of exposure? Because part of it is interpreting the policy that we have. Well, then could the policy be changed to allow that?
It's tough. It's tough. There's a case out of South Carolina called the Hardwood case where they talk about different levels of speech and how they defined political speech. And it's probably considered the quintessential case on school public speech that's not from the Supreme Court. And in that case, the court said that the board, and in that case, it wasn't the board, so in this case, it would be the board. In that case, the superintendent was able to clearly articulate the reasons for the policy they adopted, and then the policy was adopted. So this board would have to make findings on why it's making this carve-out under this policy, or how we would do the rewrite. In that case, going back to some of the examples I talked about earlier, that case they talked about the Confederate flag. It was in South Carolina, a student, and this was interesting because it was a student wanted to wear it on her shirt, and the school district made findings that because we're 60% African American, because we have racial tensions, and they made a series of findings, we are not going to allow the Confederate flag to fly in our school district. And the court upheld that. It's an interesting case. We would need those type of findings. I do think it's easier to prohibit something than to allow something, which is sad, but that's just the case of the state of the law. I struggle with, here's the example I can't get over and I can't figure out how to differentiate. And I know this will not be popular with folks in this room, and my job is not to be popular, it's to give you the law, and I do not see how you get over pro-life. I just don't. You can sit here and say it's a civil right issue. I think somebody who is pro-life will say it's the ultimate civil right issue. It's about being born. And I'm not saying that's my personal position. That's the position that they're going to take, and I don't see how we get around that. I just don't. And so that's what troubles me. So a teacher now wants to wear a pro-life shirt. I think that in my opinion, I don't see how I can draft a policy that would allow us to prohibit a pro-life shirt and still allow Black Lives Matter and the LGBTQ plus flag. I also think that would apply to pro-choice as well. But
Not even with that cutout you mentioned?
I don't see how I mean, we can draft the cutout if you could make the findings and I can make the arguments. I'm, as I've shared with all of you in attorney-client privilege, and since you're asking this question in public, I presume that's being waived. I'm telling you that it would be a difficult carve-out to create, and that's the one I cannot figure out. I can get around the Confederate flag, because I figured this question was coming. I can get around NRA. I can get around any of those other type of political issues, but I cannot see how I get around pro-life. And NRA is even tough because it's part of our civil rights. Whether people like that or not, it is. It's the Second Amendment, which is the Bill of Rights.
I guess when I was talking about cutout, I mean a cutout to allow for the showing the support for something like Black Lives Matter, so the others would be prohibited, but the cutout would be to allow.
Right. I don't see how I can I don't see how I can draft a policy that allows BLM and LGBTQ plus and then prohibit pro-life or pro-choice. I just don't see how I can do it. Okay. I don't. I guess the argument could be made, well, those students are already in our district, whereas the other student isn't. I don't see a court going for that, but I'm willing to.
I hear you. Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Obvious question. I know you all have done a lot of research, Neil, and I'm just wondering, because it is a federal issue, are there any districts out there that have found a way to navigate this effectively, is one question. And second question, do we have any idea about when that curriculum will be ready for implementation?
I can't answer two, but what I can say is that we did take this to the COSA, which is school attorneys. I don't know what the CO is, but school attorneys. It's a nationwide group. We had multiple meetings throughout the year based on COVID, and then the tragic death of Mr. Floyd occurred, and so obviously the Black Lives Matter issue arose. And I can say that we talked to them and we asked every one of them how to get around this, and every one of them said, do not allow it for your staff. That was their general opinion. I can say I'm aware that Berkeley does. I'm not sure Reno is akin to Berkeley. I just am not. I mean, I will, full disclosure, my daughter goes to school in Berkeley, so, you know, it doesn't, I'm fine with Berkeley, but I don't see us adopting the same standards as Berkeley, so.
Trustee Simon Holland, I can also say that the Council of Great Cities Schools, and they've offered webinars around this issue, around First Amendments because of this, and they have offered that same advice as far as that BLM and the gay pride flag would be political activity. As far as the curriculum, I think Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, but I'm looking at Chief Academic Officer Troy Parks. Obviously, we had just presented the action document at the last board meeting around the resolution, and so the curriculum is not, you know, not ready to go yet. It is being worked on.
I had a question from a teacher online, any idea, will it be during, do you think it'll be during this school year? Do you
Dr.
think,
Parks, do you want to come up
do
to
you
the
think-
microphone?
Because I think it's really, I'm so excited to hear about it, and I think it will be really helpful to people, and I know people are looking for, you know, for help, so I was just trying to answer the question for that teacher.
Dr. Parks, real quick, just before you address that, I'll let you.
I think the answer needs to be brief. I hate to do that, but this is really not the agenda item. The agenda item is Board Policy 1310, not a curriculum on, so just quick.
Thank you, President Simon Holland. Yes, we anticipate that our essential standards in social studies for our high school students will be complete sometime in January or February.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. I know we have quite a bit of public comment to get to, and I wanted to just share kind of where I'm sitting with this right now. It's, you know, I think the biggest challenge for me, and it is, you know, this whole conversation and the reason I know for the agenda item are primarily about the Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ plus the pride flag issues that we've been thinking about and discussing for many meetings now. And, you know, I think like many of us, I don't understand why we can't move forward with, you know, as a community with including those movements as part of the discourse in our classrooms. And I know that that sort of discourse around those issues is happening and a healthy debate, you know, way. I think where I've gotten a little tripped up is the specifics of policy and of this policy and the, you know, the promotion, I guess, of a political idea and how do these two issues fit into that. And, you know, I think we're all sort of sitting there that it's, you know, I personally wish that we weren't living in a place where those two issues had to be seen as political. I'm not sure that I 100%, you know, feel they are yet. I've really appreciated hearing more from the legal perspective and side of things. But I think, as with many of our issues, there's more, you know, that we have to consider. I also, sitting in this seat, have seen the emails from the community members that do see all these two issues as very political, and I know the other trustees have received those emails as well. And so, you know, I struggle a little bit with how do we, as a district, take something that that we know that there is a, segment of our community that sees them as political issues and change them in policy to be not political. And I'm not saying any of this very eloquently. And so I'm just still kind of trying to figure out how that settles with me, and knowing that as a trustee, I serve, a number of different constituencies. And my daughter is in, 6th grade. I was really interested to hear from her throughout this whole fall about how they've handled a lot of political discussion in the classroom. And she has a student that gets pulled, I don't know, every day or however many times they watch CNN Plus, because her parents will not allow her to watch CNN Plus in the classroom. And so we know that there are families and students in our schools that are coming from homes where they have differing political beliefs and views of the other members of our school community. And so I'm reconciling kind of all of those different things. I also received, some of the similar emails that our Chief General Counsel mentioned from parents that, whose students were in classrooms where there was a real push of a political idea, and how that felt for that family. And I know how it would feel to have my daughter come home and have having been in a classroom where a, strong political position was kind of pushed to the class that is something different than I believe. And I again just go back to, and I'm just really stream of consciousness here, saying that, I am struggling with how Black Lives Matter fits into that, because it is, I think in some ways, it is the least political thing, that we could look at as a community, but because of the world and the community we live in, it has become so political for the most ridiculous reason. So how do we reconcile that? And I would like to see us continue to look at that, and I'd be interested to see, I guess, if there are other districts. I don't know that I'm ready to just kind of move on today without kind of considering more information. So that's where I'm sitting right now. I'm sorry, that was very disjointed. Okay, I just need to say it is 5:36. I do know we have a lot of public comment. The governor is having an important press conference at 6 p.m., which we will have to take a recess for. And I believe we have more public comment than we will be able to get in between now and 6. So if there's no further questions or comments from the board, we'll take, is 15 minutes okay for you? Or do you need more than that? Our superintendent unfortunately has to take a call related to the press conference, so we'll hear public comment, and then we will have to stop public comment at around 5:55 so that we can take the recess for the press conference, and we will return and finish the public comment after the press conference, and we return. So
when does that press conference finish?
The press conference begins at 6 p.m. and I don't know what time it's going to finish, so.
Half hour, 15 minutes, we have an hour.
I have no idea.
Can you stream it for us?
Can we? All right, we will look into streaming it, and so I will go to our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder. I've said the spiel about public comment a few times. I'll say it one more time. You can email public comment to publiccomments@washoschools.net, and then I will now have her read off the names for those present.
Bob Fulkerson, Eric Nestingen, Gabby Garcia.
Bob Wilkerson, plan.
Turn the mic on.
Oh, it's not.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll get 2 more seconds. On September 22nd, Dr. McNeil took the liberty of replying to my statement to emphatically declare that she never supported criminalizing Black Lives Matter or LGBTQ+. If this is the case, then please rescind the policy against flying a rainbow flag at school and against discussing support of Black Lives Matter at school. This policy has set the district back to the 1960s. One of the greatest teachers who ever taught here, the late Mel Shields, told me that when he started teaching at Reno High School, that the school counselor, Joanne Bond, would send students who were struggling with their sexuality to talk to him for affirmation and support. Mel Shields and Jack Neal were among the 2 first openly gay teachers in the Washoe County School District. They both talked about it in class, and they both affirmed their students who were gay. This policy seems to make that illegal. I wonder what Mel Shields would have done in this teachable moment, because he taught Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye and Beloved in the classroom. I think he would have pointed out the dedication in Beloved that reads 60 million and more, and would have talked about that means the memory of the Africans and their descendants who died as a result of the African slave trade. He'd also asked the students to talk about what that more means today. He'd asked the class to consider the racial justice protests in the wake of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and others who have been killed by the police. And he'd apply that to what Baby Suggs, the character in Beloved, said, quote, "Those white things have taken all I had or dreamed and broke my heartstrings too. There is no bad luck in the world but white folks." Mel would have asked the class to write an essay comparing that to the George Floyd uprisings and racial justice protests of today. And he would have openly affirmed that Black Lives Matter. That might not be permissible under Dr. McNeil would have made no difference to him. And there should be no ambiguity that this should be permissible today. And I'm astonished that none of you have done your homework to even find out what other school districts have done. Let me name a few. The Buffalo Schools integrated Black Lives Matter guiding principles into its curriculum for elementary school students. The Milwaukee Public Schools held a Black Lives Matter Week of Action. Indiana's Muncie Schools stated on its website that the Black Lives Matter movement must include all of us as we support Black and brown students. Georgia's DeKalb School District proclaimed November 9th through 13th as Black Lives Matter Week. Superintendent Sanford Price IV of Scarborough Public Schools in Maine apologized recently for their policy that prohibited teachers from using so-called controversial phrases, including Black Lives Matter. You claim that this anti-racism resolution was based on the Irvine School District. That resolution affirmatively proclaims that Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Eric Nestingen, Gabby Garcia, MJ Umbando.
I think before the next comment happens, it's important for the board to know that at no time have we ever instructed anybody that they can't share their sexuality open. We've, in fact, the one teacher who came and spoke publicly at the last board meeting, we specifically said, of course you can if it's part of your discussion, just like any other person can. So it's inappropriate to indicate that that's what we're doing. This is about support of a political activity, and the courts have defined this as political activity. That's it.
So we could fly the rainbow flag down.
I know, I'm just...
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. Thank you again for your time and attention this evening. As I relayed earlier, my name is Eric Nestingen. I'm a local community activist standing before you today to express my support for Washoe County's Students of Change, for Change, and to express my own concern regarding District Policy 1310 that has the effect of banning teachers and staff from displaying support for the LGBTQ and Black Lives Matter movements. As I ask that you repeal this policy, as it represents an act of suppression against individuals that are already members of a marginalized community. I was raised in the small, quaint town of Ojai, California. During my adolescence, I attended a high school not all that different than the one we are standing in today. As a young man, there was a dearth of support for the LGBTQ community, and very few members of the African American community lived in our small town. Furthermore, at that time, leaders from the local faith community did not express support for the LGBTQ youth, and sadly, many later expressed racist views, and thus have since fallen from favor. This, paired with the dearth of representation, led to the misguided notion that these community members did not enjoy the same rights and protections as straight, white, cisgendered citizens in our community, and this dearth of support had a serious impact. Sadly, I only recall a single gay person who felt comfortable expressing his sexuality at that age. His name was Robbie. As we know, young adults can be exceedingly cruel during their adolescence, and I witnessed the expression of this cruelty at Robbie's expense. I later learned that as a result of the ostracism Robbie experienced, he suffered from major depressive disorder, engaged in self-harm behavior, and attempted suicide at least once. Banning public support of LGBTQ community and persons of color has extreme consequence, and I believe that the Washoe County School District can stand on the right side of history by allowing support for LGBTQ youth and Black Lives Matter. Furthermore, given that the education of our youth is paramount, and indeed the responsibility of those in this room, I wanted to draw your attention to the concept of psychological safety. Psychological safety is one of the most important predictors of learning for any student. District Policy 1310 represents a transgression against the psychological safety of our students of color and members of the queer community. It is my view that by repealing District Policy 1310, this board can increase the psychological safety of its students, enhancing their learning, and set them up for future success. I would like to close with a quote from Tyrone Howard, a professor of Graduate School of Education and Information at UCLA. Many school districts, like corporations across the nation, have issued statements and made declarations that they support Black Lives Matter. They will do more for the fight in racial justice. I believe that Washoe County School District has the opportunity and ability to stand on the right side of history. I ask this board how they plan to explain these actions to future generations.
Thank you, Mr. Nestington. I think we'll have time for probably one more, and then we'll take a short recess.
Gabby Garcia.
We were told we could come up as a group together. Good evening, school board. Good evening, school board trustee members. I am Vanessa Medina. I am Gabby Garcia.
And I'm Amy Nguyen.
And we are all currently juniors at Reed High School. And we are members of Diversify Our Narrative, an organization working to include inclusive and anti-racist texts in the Washoe County School District curriculum. We come here today to address district-wide anti-racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion, along with a demand for the school naming of Dolores Feimster on the repurposed Hug High School campus.
We stand in solidarity with Adrienne Feimster and her goal to rename the new CTE Academy at Old Hug High School after civil rights activist Dolores Feimster. We ask that you disqualify and recall the school naming decision from May 12, 2020, Agenda Item 5.09. As it applies to the CT Academy at Old Hug High School, we request for the Board of Trustees to allow for fair public participation as a meeting in May held on YouTube during the first phase of the county reopening from the COVID-19 pandemic, involving a decision that is directly connected to a marginalized community and was not sufficient or inclusive for the community it affects. We also recommend a YouTube board meeting for a decision involving senior and marginalized members of our community during the first phase of the pandemic reopening. We should not be acceptable to qualify for one intentioned to be fair or in good spirit for public participation, Adding on, we ask that you re-agendize the school naming for the CTE Academy planned for the repurposed Hug High School with Dolores Feemster on the same agenda for consideration of the naming. Ultimately name the repurposed school the Dolores Feemster CTE Academy.
Diversify Our Narrative also stands in solidarity with Washoe County School District Students for Change and demands a reversal of the board interpretation of District Policy 1310 prohibiting teachers' support for Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ expression in the schools. Our district is made up of 55% of students of color, yet that diversity is not reflected in our curriculum. When teachers are not allowed to support marginalized communities, including students of color and LGBTQ students, openly, we create a learning environment conducive to bullying, discrimination, and hostility. Both Diversify Our Narrative and Washoe County School District Students for Change want to work with the district on including anti-racist texts by and about people of color and LGBTQ plus people in K-12 English and history curriculum, including texts that address the history of marginalized groups and people in relation to that.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, very much. Should we do one more? Or let's do one more, and then we'll move to recess.
MJ Ubando.
For the record, I am MJ Ubando, an English teacher for the Washoe County School District for the past 9 years. I would like to thank the board and the district staff for making the commitment to support an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education at the last board meeting. But I especially want to thank and stand in support with the incredible student leaders of Washoe County Students for Change and Diversify Our Narrative for having the courage to demand an education that is truly inclusive in both its curriculum and in its hiring practices of those who will teach that content. Their vision is a kind of educational system I would have dreamed of growing up. I am a Filipina American born and raised in Reno. As I've said multiple times before, I am a product of the Washoe County school system. This summer, I noticed a tweet that went viral. It asked, "What grade were you in when you had your first Black teacher?" On your own time, I challenge you to reflect on the question yourself. How many Black teachers have you had? For me, the first Black teacher I had was in college at UNR. In the years leading up to that, I've had only a few teachers of color. Not much has changed since I was in school. I am one of a handful of teachers of color I know. As an educator, I have never been in a training, a PLC, a webinar, a professional learning cafe where a majority of my peers looked like me. It has only been in my classrooms at Worcester and now at Sparks High School where I actually see myself. It is only with my students that I am reminded that I am not alone. This lack of diversity in our profession is the symptom of many things and the reality of much of our country, not just Washoe County. I understand that change takes time, but it also takes courage. It does not matter if this policy is old, so is racism, so is discrimination. The district's stance to limit a teacher's expression and support of the communities they teach to further perpetuates the systemic racism and discrimination that makes it harder for brown people, Black people, indigenous people, gay and queer people, or any person belonging to a minority to not only be educated inclusively, but to become inclusive educators. If I hung a Filipino flag in my classroom, no one would care because my identity as a Filipina is not fodder for a political debate. It is a choice. It is who I am. To be born Black or gay is not a choice. It is not a political statement, and neither is the support of those communities. You cannot be what you cannot see. Visibility matters. To be seen as a whole person matters. To be taught what Juneteenth is in school instead of on TikTok matters. To see a school like Hug named after a woman of color like Dolores Feemster matters. For a student who might be bullied to see a symbol of community and inclusion on a flag or on a poster in their classroom matters. As leaders, if you are truly interested in an unbiased, inclusive, anti-racist society through education, then you must use your platform and to shape our current society to prove that it matters to you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ubando. All right, we will take a recess and reconvene as soon as the press conference is over. I think we've got almost everybody back. Once again, I really appreciate your patience and understanding with that recess. Just important for us as a district to be aware of what the governor said in his press conference, so we appreciate you giving us that time. So we were at public comment, and I will turn it back for agenda item 6.03. So I will turn it back over to our recording secretary so we can finish that public comment period.
Zoe Keeley Busboom, Aviza Davis, Samantha Glover.
Hi, my name is Zoe Keeley Busboom. I'm a junior at Reno High School. I'm here today in support of Washoe County Students for Change and Diversify Our Narrative. It is imperative to our students' well-being that the Washoe County School District reverse their interpretation of District Policy 1310, banning teacher support of Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ identities. I have been a part of Washoe County School District since I was in kindergarten. I have grown up with students and teachers who look like me, and I have never questioned if I belong here. Unfortunately, this isn't the case for other students in a minority or a student who belongs to the LGBTQ community. When students of color don't see other people that look like them in their classes or school, they can start to feel alone and unwelcome. But we could work to change that. Every student should feel like they belong in Washoe County School District, and without teachers being able to show their support to their students who are African American or their students who are members of the LGBTQ community, it could be extremely harmful to those students' well-being. I have friends in both communities, and they feel underrepresented in this district, but we have the ability to change this and to ensure that they're represented and feel included. I know teachers who wish that they could support their students by displaying a rainbow flag or a poster that supports Black Lives Matter, but the district has taken this opportunity away from them, which can be detrimental to the mental health of those students because they don't feel supported at school. The board recently passed the Board Resolution 20-011. This resolution will create a system-wide commitment to creating an unbiased, inclusive, and anti-racist society through education. If the board is serious about wanting to implement these changes, then teachers need to be able to show their support by showing their support for Black Lives Matter or the LGBTQ community. We have the opportunity to make a difference in our community and make sure that every student, regardless of race or sexuality, feels included and welcome when they come to school. We want to be on the right side of history, and the board can start by reversing their interpretation of Policy 1310 that bans teacher support for Black Lives Matter and the LGBTQ identities. If we want to ensure that Washoe County School District is a happy and inclusive place to be, then students and teachers need to show support for these marginalized communities, because without this, we create a learning environment conducive to bullying, discrimination, and hostility. Members of the LGBTQ community are already at high risk for suicide than the average teenager, and they often look for support in schools. But without the teacher's ability to support these students, then they are left vulnerable to social and emotional issues. We have the opportunity to make the change today and start a new and more inclusive chapter in our district. I strongly urge you to consider support for students of color and LGBTQ students as an issue of human rights, not a political debate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Keeley Busboom.
Aviza Davis, Samantha Glover, Aiden Oster.
Hello, my name is Eliza Davis, and I'm a senior at Reno High School. I'm the founder of the Black Student Union at Reno High, an organization which helps students of all backgrounds to our common discussions. We meet weekly to discuss and confront issues of identity, inclusion, culture, and the historical struggle of Blacks in America. To date, the Washoe County School District has assumed that Black Lives Matter is a political issue. In fact, it defines a critical historical moment of which we are all a part. It is essential to our students' well-being that the Washoe County School District reverse their interpretation of District Policy 1310, banning teachers' support of Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ+ identities. Students and faculty need to be free to address human rights and critical issues of our time without restriction.
My first experience of racism was in 5th grade. I was told in this exact words, "Eliza, honey, it's not your fault you're black." As if my blackness was as if some sort of disease or something to feel sorry for. That is stuck in my head for the entirety of my educational experience and needs to change. Our education matters, and a proper education begins with truth. If we fail to acknowledge the lives of racially and socially oppressed groups, we fail to tell our students the truth. Political conversations spark up and dwindle down with time, but the topic of basic human rights will forever be fought for. My life is not a political issue. I, as well as many other students in this district, deserve to be presented and represented and will no longer go unseen, unheard, and unwelcomed. Teachers as allies, minorities, and students of the LGBTQ+ community will learn to thrive in an educational atmosphere. School is where students find their voice, and it is time for teachers to be able to uplift their students, regardless of their race or identity. By reversing District Policy 1310, we can create the change both teachers and students so desperately desire. For this will remain a matter of human rights and not that of politics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Samantha Glover, Aiden Oster, Drew Tilbrook.
Hello, my name is Samantha Glover, and I'm a 15-year-old sophomore at the Davidson Academy. I'm here in strong and unwavering support of the Washoe County Students for Change and Diversify Our Narrative. I urge the board to reconsider their interpretation of District Policy 1310 that bans teacher support of Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ+ identities and take the necessary steps to diversify our curriculum and restructure hiring processes across the district. As a young activist and community member, I could tell you about a myriad of experiences and moments that taught me lifelong moments. But in the interest of time, I want to share the overwhelming pattern I witnessed time and time again. As I've phone banked and made thousands of calls for various causes and organizations, I've found myself interacting with people who for the first time felt seen and represented. Whether it was affirming of their queerness, their racial identity, their socioeconomic status, or their existential dread over the climate crisis, I could feel their gratitude resonate through the interactions. I share this with you because I can't begin to imagine the kinds of isolation and alienation students feel at the hands of discriminatory policies like 1310. In a world where chaos is the status quo and tragedy seems to persist around every corner, I hope that all my fellow students find refuge in their classrooms. But when their own teachers, figures who are meant to protect them, teach them, guide them, love them for all they are and can be, can't acknowledge their own identity as valid, then how can they feel safe and supported in the one place that is meant to be a reprieve from the throes of the world? Respectfully, your decision to not encourage support of students of color and LGBTQ+ students is profoundly antiquated and problematic. It is not a commitment to be apolitical. It is a breach of learning environments that encourage students to be themselves. It is a breach of upholding human rights. Washoe County deserves better, and I hope you do your part to empower the students and communities that you claim to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glover.
Aiden Oster, Drew Tilbrook, Ava Boehm Jackson.
Hello, I'm Aiden Oster. I'm a junior at Reno High School, and I'm here to ensure that Policy 1310 is not interpreted to include Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ+ issues. My concern comes from the fact that these movements are labeled as political, when in fact that they should be relabeled as civil rights movements. By labeling these movements as political, It will teach students that they are of partisan matter, leading to more polarization. I believe that teaching students about civil rights is our duty for us. For example, when I was in first grade, I learned about Martin Luther King Jr. and other leaders of the civil rights movement. I believe it was very valuable to me, as it made me a more empathetic person at a very young age. In addition, school serves as a safe place for students, and is considered a home away from home for some. I believe that if teachers voice their support for these movements, such as Black Lives Matter and Pride, it will lead to a more inclusive and welcoming environment for all students, regardless of their race or sexual preference. It can help students that are incredibly vulnerable right now, that need our support more than ever. To conclude, I want you to ask yourself, what would our future selves think about the decisions we made now? Will we be proud or embarrassed about the actions that we took? We have the power to make a step in the right direction, and I don't think we should let this opportunity go to waste. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Oster.
Drew Tilbrook, Ava Boehm Jackson, Hannah Branch.
Good evening. My name is Drew Tilbrook. I'm a junior at Reno High School, and I'm here with the student activist groups WCSD for Change and Diversify Our Narrative. And I cannot understate the true importance of interpreting Policy 1310 to not include teacher support for BLM and LGBT plus pride. It's nothing short of necessary that we achieve this and the broader goal of diversifying texts and topics across the curriculum, along with hiring practice across the district as a way to educate students about this country's diverse population and all of the challenges these groups have to go through today while fighting systemic oppression. None of this can happen if not even teachers themselves can advocate for these groups as if it's all some sort of political and partisan jargon. It's simply not. Advocating for people's rights and very livelihood should never be seen as a political opinion because human rights are something we should all be able to agree on. From what I've learned from friends in the LGBT plus community, I believe that a teacher's ability to celebrate their identity as LGBT plus could go a long way towards promoting student mental health and acceptance. Some people in this community don't get the love and support at home that they deserve for simply being who they are. As a straight white male, I've never had to endure worrying about people accepting me for who I am. So I can only imagine how difficult it must be to feel like you can't be yourself at home or around people in general. Not only would giving teachers the option to support the LGBT plus community help students feel more accepted in a place they spend 20 plus hours at each week, but it could very well encourage equality and equity across our community, a goal I know we share at a nation and district-wide level. Support of the Black Lives Matter movement is a similar story. It's unfortunate to see the politicization of this movement when it is also about human lives and a group of people trying to battle systemic oppression. If students of color can see their teachers supporting the movement and what it stands for, I hope we create an environment in which everyone feels more welcome and cared for at school. Every student is different, and it's important that teachers are able to recognize that as a positive thing and something they can and should support. A teacher simply telling a student their life matters could make them feel a lot less ostracized in the long term. The issue of human rights should not be considered a political debate. It's a topic that should be constantly advocated for if we seek to create more tolerant generations of students, as opposed to those that bully others in marginalized communities. By suppressing teachers' support of these movements, we exclude members of these communities from this conversation and perpetuate inequality. It's for these reasons that we implore you to join us in fighting for a safe space for students of all different backgrounds by considering everyone's value as a human instead of a political issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tilbrook.
Ava Boehm Jackson, Hannah Branch, Erica Minenberry.
Hello, I am Ava Boehm Jackson, and I'm an 11th grader at Reno High School. I want to thank you all for your time today and for hearing my peers and I speak. We are absolutely thrilled that Resolution 20-011 has been passed, and we are certainly looking forward to a new, more comprehensive curriculum and hope to see these changes reflected not only in our textbooks, but also into our classrooms and learning environments. I'm here today on behalf of WCSD Students for Change to ask for the reversal of the anti-BLM and anti-LGBTQ+ interpretation of Policy 1310. I first feel the need to emphasize Black Lives Matter and Pride are not political demonstrations, they are who people are. Policy 1310 puts a heavy emphasis on a nonpartisan learning environment, yet human rights for Black and queer students have no political affiliation. So I ask in all sincerity, how does a teacher support a Black Lives Matter and Pride in classrooms take away from a student's learning experience? Growing up, my teachers have been among those I looked up to most, and I have never doubted their support for me. However, with this interpretation of Policy 1310, I fear that some of my peers do not have this privilege. As any student knows, a teacher's support is one of the most valuable elements of education. So why can't queer students and students of color be shown the same support as their white or straight peers? Why is it that the life and education of a Black student is more political and therefore less worthy of respect than mine? I am a white woman, but that does not make these issues any less personal. I stand strongly by the fact that racism is the white person's problem, and it's up to us to fix these systemic issues so that our next generation can feel safe and learn together with equity and respect regardless of sexuality or skin color. The truth is, no one is excluded by a Black Lives Matter poster, and no one is threatened by a pride flag. These details represent acceptance, respect, and support in the classroom, and when we prevent teachers from expressing these things, we prevent them from including every student in that acceptance, respect, and support. We actively prioritize the small comforts of white or straight students over a quality education for all students. My teachers do more for me than I could ever imagine, and I believe that we owe it to them to allow them the ability to support their Black and queer students without fearing for their jobs in these trying times. I hope that we can reverse these interpretations of Policy 1310 and hope we can all embrace our queer students and students of color so that we can all learn and grow together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Hannah Branch, Erica Minenberry, Kristen DeHaan.
My name is Hannah Branch. I'm a senior in Worcester High School's International Baccalaureate program and a member of Washoe County Students for Change, here in solidarity with Diversify Our Narrative. Before I start, I do want to mention that my comment does mention suicide statistics in relation to policymaking, so a quick content warning. We advocate for diversification of curriculum and hiring practice, but today I'm here in the spirit of the last board meeting's resolution to state that 1310 should affirm student rights. I want to thank you for the value you've placed on curriculum. This is a sentiment we share, but today we need to focus on the policy, and I want to do this in two ways. Firstly, looking at teachers and the law, and second, at what we feel is a reason for a cutout in that policy. In terms of teachers and the law, Janus may allow the district to enforce these rigid regulations, but it does not require them to. And certainly, the decision to renew the enforcement in election season is one made at a more local level and not one federally mandated. This is an issue of accountability, and if we can make the decision to do this regulation, we can undo it. That's encouraging. I also want to bring to light the false double standard that the politicization of student lives promotes. While we can't and shouldn't fly a Confederate flag, the American flag is allowed, and that's because we can recognize in policy that one is hateful and the other is not. That is a precedent. I want to look next at student wellness, though. The Trevor Project writes in 2019 that LGBTQ youth who report having at least one accepting adult were 40% less likely to report a suicide attempt in the last year. That's student wellness. And while we may be inclined to believe that students can seek role models outside of a school environment, the evidence is not encouraging. A 2012 study in the Journal of Adolescent Health found that only 60% of the participants reported having an LGBT+ affirming role model, with the majority of those role models being inaccessible, for example, musicians or actors. That number can't go up if our school policy is interpreted to restrict teacher expression of pride. Talking to a friend recently who identifies as a part of the LGBT+ community, I was struck by the nonchalance with which he related stories of classmates using the F word around him. He told me that he was careful to never out himself around these classmates. But what bothered me most about my friend's story was that this type of hostility was clearly not new to him in a school environment. It's a symptom of a much broader issue, one that enables and perpetuates hostility. The fact is, my friend didn't report this issue because he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I hope I'm right in my faith that no matter what party, everyone in this room can agree that that environment is a problem. And thankfully, we have a chance to take a step in the right direction. So today, please recognize that 1310 isn't just an HR issue, it's a student issue. It's an issue of student well-being, of life and death. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Branch.
Erica Mineberry, Kristen DeHaan, Maya Bolu,
Kristen DeHaan. Hi, my name is Kristen DeHaan. It's important to me that students who identify as LGBTQIA+ and/or are part of the Black, Brown, and Indigenous community see themselves reflected in their classrooms, in books, art, flags, and curriculum from elementary school through high school. When students see themselves represented in the classroom, they perform better, they are more open and more confident. Black Lives Matter and Pride are not political. They are not partisan. They are issues of humanity. My daughter is part of the LGBTQIA+ community. She knew she could go to the teachers at her high school who she knew would support her. She knew they were safe spaces. She knew she could talk openly with them. And while at home, we are absolutely safe spaces for her too. It was her teachers with whom she spoke and talked through things before coming out to us. Over the summer, the district had teachers take a training on anti-racism and inclusion. How can we do these things if we cannot have items in our classrooms that reflect our students? Again, Black Lives Matter and Pride are not political and not partisan. In a 2018 Human Rights Campaign study, it was found that 50% of transgender male teens, 29.9% of transgender females, and 41.8% of non-binary youth attempted suicide. These statistics change drastically when these people have someone with whom they can speak and with whom they can feel safe. Teachers are often that safe space for those students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. DeHaan.
Maya Bolu, Mia Albright, Isabel de la Garcia Gibson.
Good evening. My name is Maya Bolier, and I'm a junior in Reno High School's Red House Project. I'm here in support of Washoe County Students for Change. I believe that it's essential to the well-being of our students for the Washoe County School District to reverse their interpretation of District Policy 1310, banning teacher support of the Black Lives Matter movement and LGBTQ+ identities. Washoe County School District has expressed on numerous occasions that the mental health of students is a priority. It was this belief that influenced the decision to go back to school on a hybrid model amidst a pandemic to allow all students to have school as a safe space. Building an inclusive sense of community in schools is vital to the success of all students across the nation. By hindering teachers' ability to express pride and support for their students, students are left vulnerable to social and emotional distress that has the potential to significantly impact their mental health. While Black students made up only around 15% of the total student population nationwide as of 2016, a 2016 study stated that they accounted up for 35% of all victims of bullying or harassment, making them the most at risk of all races to be bullied in the United States education system. According to the Trevor Project, when LGBT youth are not accepted by their families, teachers, and peers, they're approximately 8.4 times more likely than their heterosexual counterparts to have attempted suicide. Of the 40% of transgender adults reported having attempted suicide, 92% of these attempts were before the age of 25. As you can see, this should not be a political issue and can quite literally be a matter of life or death. Not only does the current interpretation of Policy 1310 negatively affect Washoe County students, but it inhibits teachers' ability to help many of their students when they need it most. I and many of my peers know that a teacher's job goes far beyond teaching. They have the ability to change our lives. Banning the expression of support and pride for many of their students is detrimental to these students, their families, as well as many teachers. Suppression of teacher support for these students implies that the lives of minority students are merely a political controversy. Suppression of teacher support insinuates that families with these minority groups have something to be ashamed of. Suppression of teacher support suggests to these students that it's okay that their rights are up for debate. Especially in a time when our world is filled with so much uncertainty, dissonance, and hate, it's imperative for these marginalized populations to know that they are loved and valid. Allowing teachers to express their support for these students is not forcing all teachers to show their support, nor encouraging all students to become part of these communities. It's merely showing these students that they have a safe space at school where they're allowed to be their authentic selves. Human rights and display of compassion for marginalized communities is not and should not be a political issue. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to consider support for students of color and LGBTQ+ students as an issue of human rights, not a political debate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maya. I'm sorry I didn't get your last name.
Mia Albright, Isabel de la Garcia Gibson, Phil Kaiser.
Hello, my name is Mia Albright. I'm 16, a junior at Reno High School, and a member of the entirely student-led group, Washoe County Students for Change. The first time I made a public comment at a board meeting, I was shy, nervous, and a little terrified. Today will be my third spoken public comment, and I am still terrified. I am terrified of the discriminatory interpretation of Policy 1310, which prohibits teacher speech and expression of the Black Lives Matter movement and LGBTQ+ pride symbols. It reinforces an antiquated and damaging notion that the issues, actions, and rights of marginalized groups are inherently political when they are not. I am terrified that my generation, without knowledge and understanding of monumental current events such as Black Lives Matter, will grow up ignorant of the ongoing struggle of people of color for an equitable world. In a country where the Civil Rights Act that outlawed de jure segregation was enacted only 56 years ago, a knowledge of the systemic racism that endures is imperative. And I am terrified that Washoe County students struggling with self-identity will find themselves in a silent, compliant, hostile learning environment. The need for a safe space for our queer and bi-POC students has never been greater. I do need to emphasize and recognize the continued willingness of Washoe County to hear their students and create much needed change. The passing of Resolution 20011 exactly 2 weeks ago was an incredibly important move that pushes us one step closer to creating an all-inclusive school environment. I and many others were overjoyed with the resolution and look forward to seeing the action items implemented. I was and still am proud of being a WCSD student. I cannot pretend to understand the immense pressure the Board of Trustees is under, nor the demands constantly made of them. But I implore them to reverse this damaging policy, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Albright.
Isabel de la Garza Gibson, Phil Kaiser, Lilith Barron.
Good evening, Board. My name is Isabel Della Garza Gibson. I'm a junior at North Star Online Academy for the 2020 and 21 year. I am here on the behalf of Washoe County Students for Change and diversify our narrative. The reason I'm standing here before you today is in support of the inclusive education in our schools and to allow teachers to openly support LGBTQ identity. Over the summer, the school board reinforced that BLM and LGBTQ+ was a political topic. I believe that this is a basic human right. The BLM movement rose up to confront police brutality, racial profiling, and white supremacy. LGBTQ support is when you support someone for loving another human being regardless of who they are. Love is love. We all know someone in our circle of friends, family, or even just someone we work with is part of the LGBTQ community. My 2 aunts and my 2 uncles, who I am very close to, come to mind. All 4 of them are amazing people, and they contribute to the community at large. And I can only wish for them to be happy in their own lives. They grew up in a generation where they had to not publicly express who they truly are. They are always needing to hide who they really were. As a community, we are better than that now. Our generation is demanding that we do not go back to those days of hiding who we are. Our generation learns from our teachers. Our teachers should be allowed to support students of color and LGBTQ students, helping creating a learning environment that is free of bullying, discrimination, and hostility. This helps us grow as people and as a community. I strongly urge you to consider the support of students of color and LGBTQ. Basic human rights are not a political debate. You have a chance to change this policy, so change it. Do what is right. Be on the right side of history. Thank you for listening to all of us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. De La Garza Gibson.
Phil Kaiser, Lilith Barron.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. My name is Phil Kaiser. I'm a high school teacher. I'm also the vice president of the Washoe Education Association, although I'm speaking as an individual. I appreciate the legal counsel's opinions tonight regarding the policy itself, but I think we should support staff in wearing masks or apparel or having a flag, including the rainbow flag and Black Lives Matter, because it shows support for students who are often bullied and discriminated against. It is showing students that the educator is someone that the students can trust, a safe place, a safe person. With the extensive emphasis on bullying over the last several years, we should be supportive of these students, and the symbols show it. Such expression is not about a political candidate or a political party. And I think regarding Mr. Rombardo's note that we need a finding, we need to be able to carve out an exception. So let me suggest the following. Intent is important. Symbols show the intent of inclusiveness. They show the intent for student safety, for marginalized groups, for groups that have faced discrimination, bullying, assault, and death. 400 years ago, the first slaves were sold at Jamestown. It's about time that we as teachers can show our support symbolically for discriminated and marginalized groups so that they know they can come to us, so that they know that we can help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Lilith Barron. So those were all the cards that I had. So I'll read the names of those who emailed comments.
Thank you, JJ.
Shannon Swim, Erica Minaberry, Edward Coleman, Janella Jerome Robbins, Dearia Elwell, Nikki Raphael, Stephen Weidman, Georgia Russell, Jay Colbelt Clausel, Libby Young, Jazz Tobin, Anna M., Sarah Coyle, Beatrice Uribe, Luis McGrell, Megan Miranda, Siri Rapini Hayes, Anya Teves, Georgia Maupin, Gary White, Davine Kaplan, Jenny Snaza, Abby Malbuek, Betts Lorette, Andrew Marins, Veronica Melton, Richard Haber, Julian Guy, Rasta Love, Ben Albrecht, Idbin Villa, Julian Concepcion, Celeste Wallace, Jenna O'Neill, Raina Childs, Mariah, Adrian Lowry, Tatiana Rodriguez, Michelle Dugan, Krista Wannenfried, Shantae Smith, Rachel, Michelle Baker, Olivia Holland, Shelby Koo, Amanda Ripley, Lupita Martinez, Rachel Fisher, Sean Richardson, Tanya Hayes, David Gamble, Caroline Branch, Barb Giacomini, Jessica Rose, Katie Silva, Terry Crow, Katie McPherson, Ty Polskamp, James Nakashima, Julie Fontani, Isabel Peralta, Ariel Lynn, Mario De La Rosa, Ashley Wade, Erica Reed, Haley Estepona, Patricia Green, Andy Guzman, Rabbi Benjamin Zober, Jennifer Leha, and Tyler Teresi. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, JJ. Just as a reminder to those watching or here with us, when we receive those public comments via email, they are posted on our homepage of our website. If you scroll down to the bottom, any that we received today or this afternoon probably won't be updated until tomorrow, or no, tomorrow is a holiday, so Thursday. But there are public comments available that were emailed to us prior to the meeting for viewing, and the rest will be updated on Thursday. All right, so turning back to the issue at hand and whether there would be any direction to staff at this time. I will look to my fellow trustees and see if anyone has anything in mind that they'd like to present. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And thanks to all who stayed to share your comments and to all those who emailed us. I'm particularly interested in learning more about those districts that have expressed something different than what our policy suggests. I mean, they too, it's a federal, we're talking about legal precedent in federal court cases, so it impacts all of our districts across the country. So I am particularly interested in seeing what, perhaps maybe they're saying something we aren't seeing, or maybe they've just said, hey, I don't care, whatever the case may be, but I'm particularly interested in learning a little bit more about that. I am mindful of what both staff members, superintendent as well as legal counsel, learn from your colleagues across the country. And I think that's certainly relevant because they deal with the same stuff that we do. But somewhere, somehow, some other districts have found a way to land someplace else. It's just really important to me, and again, as I'm hearing from our colleagues, from my colleagues, that if there's any possible way, we want to send a message of support for students that have been marginalized in particular, but we have to be mindful of what opens us up to litigation down the road. So I'm interested in finding out more about that before I'm comfortable saying, well, we have to leave this where it is. I'd like to learn more about that.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. I agree. I unfortunately don't know that it could happen before my time is over on the board, which is fine. I know Trustee Simon Holland and I would both like to be able to be part of this, continue with this conversation, but our terms are both up at the end of this year. And so, and I don't know that, that it's possible to fit it in before that time, but I do think I would see it being an important issue to possibly carry over. So I would support that. I think, just kind of going back to what we discussed, or I did not say very eloquently earlier, but I think I just want to actually commend Students for Change and Diversify Our Narrative, because they really have understood very clearly the issue at hand, which is about this policy and what constitutes political speech. And that is, I think the work will continue no matter what happens with this policy around curriculum changes in our school, around all of the other very important issues surrounding equity and diversity that face each and every student and classroom in our district. And I know that work will continue, and but I appreciate that you came to us today very specifically about the wording in this policy. And I think that's important for, because not all of the community has understood that there still is, maybe a difference of opinion among some of us about what is or isn't political speech, but that's the focus. It's the political speech, and what is that? And some of that has gotten lost, I think, in some of the other interpretations about this conversation today, that there is some sense that we don't support, as a district, robust political debate and discussion in classrooms. I imagine all of you as students, I know at Reno High School you're having them in your classrooms. I know those teachers. So, you clearly understand and are witness to how that can look and work in a classroom without a teacher professing a specific perspective or point of view. And it's such an important part of what we do. The policy is very different, and it's worth, I think, continuing to have conversation around. So, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to thank these students and all who have been here tonight and all who have written us. You all have been very articulate, you've been very passionate, you've been very persuasive and convincing, and I thank you and congratulate you for your dignity in your testimony. I think there are some things that we could do better in Board Policy 1310, and one is to better define political speech in the definitions, because there is not any reference in the definitions as to what political speech is, and perhaps a citation about where we're getting the basis of that definition. I think that would help clarify. I also think it might be worth revisiting the wording of the purpose of Board Policy 1310 to make it more positive rather than negative, and to specify that we are encouraging that dialogue, and we're encouraging support for students. We're encouraging support for differences and the expression of differences, while we, of course, respect what federal laws restrict us. But I think it's important for us to make the statement in this policy that nothing in the policy prevents teachers or other employees from supporting students. That's our job, is to support students and to do what's right and best for students. So I think that might also be another wording improvement in our purpose to strengthen that reference. So those would be two thoughts I have. I am not a lawyer, and I can't be helpful there. And I am sensitive to what President Raymond has said, that she and I will not be here to finish this dialogue. But I do think those are a couple of things that might help us in the wording of the policy. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that we really need to, and I know you all are working on this, but I just want to make sure it's explicitly said, we need to be very clear in our communication to staff and to students about what can and can't be done, so that people understand what they can do, what they shouldn't do, and why. And I know you do that, but we apparently need to do more of that so that it's clear to people. So those would be my comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam President. As with President Raymond and Trustee Simon Holland, I will not be here in January, but I really want to go on the record as saying I really feel that we as a district have to find a way to ensure that we see, recognize, and support the identities and lives of all of our students, including but not limited to our LGBTQ+ and Black, Brown, and Indigenous students. It's important that we support human rights and civil rights and not view them as purely political matters. I understand when a group registers as a political super PAC, we may feel we have few options, but I don't think that means we shouldn't try to find ways to be more openly inclusive and for our students to know that we stand by them. 2011 was a great start, but Board Policy 1310 has been in place for many years, and I just think it's time to revisit it so that it reflects our community, our times, and our beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. Any other questions or comments at this time?
I have just a question for our process then. Taking into consideration, the comments that we've gotten from the board discussion, the recommendations from Trustee Simon Holland, Trustee Kennedy, for all of us who have spoken, we want to be able to show some support, this being in a more positive manner and so on. Do we need the first motion to suspend it and then say we'd like to send this to policy to take these recommendations and so we can find a way, there's got to be a line in there somewhere where we can intentionally and positively provide support, make it very clear as to not just what teachers can't do, but what they can do, and some of the other things that have been discussed. So from a process standpoint, is that what needs to happen first?
I'll look to Neil. I did think no matter what, we have to waive or suspend 9070 to take action, even if all we're doing is sending it to a future policy meeting. Okay.
Yep. Because 9070 requires that you do that at a board policy committee meeting, that you instruct staff to bring something, so you're obviously not doing it at that meeting. So you have to waive, I would do a motion to waive that, and then do a subsequent motion on whatever you want.
Okay. Well, I'd like to, Madam President, if you're okay with that. Then first motion, I move that the Board of Trustees suspends Board Policy 9070, specifically that a board policy be reviewed by the Board Policy Committee prior to being heard by the Board of Trustees.
Okay, motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. Sorry, Superintendent McNeil.
So just a point of clarification. Should we have in that motion suspending 9070 relevant to Board Policy 1310, or are we doing a general suspension of Board Policy 9070? I'm just thinking we've got Board Policy meeting next week.
Yeah, I think the topic that we're discussing is 1310, but it couldn't hurt to add that on if you want.
That's a friendly. We can
Yeah.
say relative. We
Yeah.
suspend board policy 9770 as it relates to policy 1310.
And the second accepts that.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on this? All those in favor of the first motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Sorry, Sharon. So that was a unanimous decision.
Yes,
Vice
ma'am.
President Taylor.
I'd like to thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees sends Board Policy 1310 back to the Policy Committee for revision as directed in the board conversation, specifically looking at definitions, the purpose, outlining what can be done, and updating as it pertains to what may be going on legally at this time, with an examination of how other districts are showing support for marginalized students.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. I only am wondering if it needs to be more specific with an examination of how they're working with marginalized students in policies related to political speech. Should it be, or is that obvious?
I'm okay with the friendly, so that showing support for marginalized students as it relates to political activity in schools.
Yeah, is that okay?
That's just more specific, but that's what we're talking about, so you okay with that?
Second
Trustee Simon
accepts.
Holland? That's a friendly.
Any questions or discussion on this item? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Okay. Oh, yes, Superintendent McNeil, thank you.
So I just want to thank all of our students today. I'm exceptionally proud as your superintendent, and I also want to thank our Davidson Academy. I sit on the board of the Davidson Academy, and I want to thank you for coming and staying so late tonight. And I echo our trustees as far as your passion and the belief in what you're doing in the classroom. So I compliment you on your articulation and your strong feelings and desires for this. I also want to thank Phil Kaiser, who I know for a very long time, and he is a well-respected teacher at McQueen High School, and so his words resonate, and I know they resonate with our Board of Trustees. So once again, thank you for your time tonight.
And if I may, I want to encourage Diversify Our Narratives and WCSD Students for Change to make sure as this comes back up and we continue to discuss this, because your voice is needed at that level as well. So this is just, all right, let's send it back and kind of do a redo, okay, which is great, but be involved in the redo as well.
And be safe and wear your masks and wash your hands. And don't go to any parties, please, so that we can stay in school.
No parties.
All right, thank you.
No parties. Thank you.
All right. We are now moving on to agenda item 6.04, which is a review of case incidents in schools, adequacy of staffing levels, and other applicable factors, as well as data indicators used to assess COVID-19 community risk, to include but not limited to completed risk assessment forms, test positivity, community-wide case rates, and hospitalizations. And if data indicators suggest very high risk or above for up to 7 days, the Board of Trustees will consider relevant actions, which may include but are not limited to changes to learning models. This is for possible action. I know we are joined remotely by Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Strategies Officer. I believe Heather Kerwin from the Washoe County Health District is on remotely. And here with us in person today, we have Dr. Jeremy Smith and Dr. Ron Ariel. Thank you both for joining us. And I will turn it over to Dr. Lamarca, I believe, or Superintendent McNeil first.
Well, that's fine. And Paul, Dr. Lamarca is going to share his screen so we can go through the slides with that. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Lamarca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President Raymond, Dr. McNeil, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer, and yes, we are joined by some colleagues. Ms. Kerwin is on the Zoom call with me, and I believe Dr. Jeremy Smith and Dr. Ron Ariel are both with you at Galena. I'm going to turn it over right away to Dr. Smith to discuss the first couple of slides that we intend to share.
Great, thank you, Paul. Can you guys hear me?
I think.
Thanks. Okay, Thank you very much. So I'm Jeremy Smith, the Director of Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. For the record, President Raymond, Trustees, and Superintendent McNeil, thank you very much for having us here tonight to talk about the COVID risk meter. So you may have seen earlier today we did a press release via the City of Reno, a media availability, where we talked about the fact that the COVID risk meter over the past week or more has been registering in the red zone. And you'll remember, I think maybe it was around 2 months ago, we were over, I think, at Sparks High School. But we said, hey, if this has a persistent red signal for many days, that you guys would consider action related to COVID. And now we've gotten there. Today I ran the numbers, and in fact, the score was a 13, which is just 0.5 away from the purple setting on the meter, which is really where we don't want to be. Obviously, we heard the governor's press release and trying to take the next 2 weeks to stay home, socially isolate as much as possible, strict mask adherence, that sort of thing to try to curb the escalation of the virus. As you guys know, we look in the meter at 5 different indicators or sort of dimensions of data, and you can see that here. Thanks, Paul. The first one is risk assessments that are received by the Washoe County Health District. That's important because it's one of the most leading indicators that we have. And in fact, I believe the Washoe County Health District is one of the only places you can go and you can get a test for free without a doctor's prescription. And so it does register that demand pretty well. Over the course of, since April, since we've been tracking the data, a big day was in the 300-400s. In the past few days, or few weeks rather, it's been registering at 600 or more, 645. One day was like 900 risk assessments received. So the level of that indicator has really come up. And early on, we were using a slope method, kind of using a trend method, because we didn't have any data really to tell us what was normal, what was abnormal, what was extreme. And so now we have over 200 days. And so recently we changed slightly the methodology that scores the risk assessments. Now we used a look at the data and some of the statistics to create class breaks. I will say even without changing it, we're still in the red, and we would have been for many days. And so it didn't necessarily necessitate that shift to red, but it has reinforced it. Along with risk assessments today, actually I believe it was yesterday, the state reports daily now on the Nevada Health Response website at their dashboard there, the test positivity rate for Washoe County. Our model is set that if it goes above 12%, that is where we score the highest level for test positivity. So now it's at 13.3%. So that meter, or that indicator rather, is at a score of 3 as well. And in terms of cases, for a long time we were kind of at a 2 or even down between like a 1 and a 2 in the model. You have to score above 25 new cases per 100,000 people per day to register into that 3 zone. Well, that's been happening for several weeks. And my last check, I think the average over 7 days was 62 cases per 100,000. So really well above where we want to be. So those 3 indicators are maxed out right now in the model. Today, this is actually the graph from yesterday. And so if you were to go to the website today, you could click on it and you would see that it goes up to 13. And the reason for that change is indicator number 4, the medical interventions. We've seen over the past 2 weeks in the data a doubling of the number of people that are in the hospital due to COVID. So for many weeks, it was on the order of 80 people or less, maybe hitting 100, and that was alarming. Today we were in the North region, which includes Carson Tahoe, but then the hospitals here in this valley, we were at 233. So, the reaction of the hospital administrators, the fact that you saw Dr. Tony Slonim on the governor's address just underscores just how serious the hospitals are taking this. They're seeing this massive influx of people coming in that have COVID. And so at the same time, hospital capacity is, hospitals are being utilized more, so the capacity is diminishing somewhat. We've learned along the way, and I'm sure Dr. Ariel knows all about it, that there are multiple staffing models that can be implemented throughout the day to deal with a shortage of staffing and to make sure that the people that are in beds are getting care. But as the staff goes down, the ability of those providers to give good care, gets thinned out. Basically, they have to do rounds on more beds. So that's a very serious aspect of this that has been recently driving it up. And then, so finally, indicator 5, hospital capacity. We still have capacity, and as you heard, they're going to open up the parking garage. And so we are staying in close communication with the hospital administrators and how that could affect the risk meter model. If we do expand capacity, we don't necessarily want to say, oh, everything's great now with hospital capacity, because we know that it isn't. That's a last ditch effort to open those beds. And in fact, his point was that when we don't need them anymore, we'll shut that back down. And so we're just going to have to, though, keep abreast of that situation and really try to, support them in what the governor is asking, and I think what we asked for today, and that is that we all just really think about our own personal behavior and how we, this virus spreads by people, right? And so what we do matters. And so if we can think about just limiting ourselves to those very essential trips to get groceries, to go to the pharmacy, not to go to a barbecue or a party, and to just stay, in our homes as much as possible, which I said it today, I'll say it again. I'm really tired of this, like I know everyone is. And, but we have to stay the course, keep our nose to the grindstone, and just really dig in. And it's for the good of our community that we try to stop this escalation in its tracks. And I just wanted to add one thing. I do have two kids in the district at schools, and I wanted to just say, for what it's worth, from an outside observer, that I think your organization has one of the toughest, if not the toughest, sort of challenge to face with all of this COVID crisis. And I think from where I'm sitting, I feel like you're doing a very good job. So I hope that you, sometimes you get some negative feedback, but I'm here to give you some positive feedback. My kids are happy. I asked my daughter, what's the thing that bums her out the most? And after she said wearing the mask all day, because I think everyone hates wearing the mask all day, she was upset she couldn't go on the play equipment. So, that's just a typical kid thing. But I just wanted to say that, they're happy. I feel like my kids are learning. And I think everyone from the admin staff down to the teachers are doing a great job. So thank you. I think that's all I've got for those slides. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Jeremy.
much. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Sure. Appreciate those words. Sorry, Dr. LaMarca, go ahead.
So this is the dashboard that's being uploaded 3 times a week. I'm sorry, did you want me to proceed or did you have questions?
No, go ahead. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. This is the dashboard that we update 3 times a week. This was from the update on the 7th of November, and some of that data has changed, as Dr. Smith has indicated. We do in the top region represent some community-wide indicators. In the middle portion of the table, we provide information regarding school-age children. It's important to note that these are not necessarily Washoe County School District children. It's children throughout our Washoe County. All this data, by the way, comes to us through the Washoe County Health District. And then at the lower region, we see school-specific information. School-specific cases, as reported here, are when an individual, whether that be a student or a staff member, are out of school while infectious. and so they pose a spread threat because of that. We have seen an increase in our schools and among the school age community, which is consistent with the community as a whole. There are a couple recent questions in board meetings from trustees, and we tried to provide some additional information. I think it was Trustee Kennedy asked on a couple of occasions, how many actual days of exclusion have kids experienced? This is information, this is the one data element that there are 1,267 students who have had attendance codes that indicate exclusion, and they have been out for a total of 7,600 days. That's an average of 6 days per student of those students, and the range was from 1 day to 22 days. As you know, we've had several schools recently that we've shifted temporarily to distance learning. And I haven't seen the report to trustees today, but that may include a couple additional schools at this point. But at the time that this slide was put together, we had 3 schools that had returned from distance learning and 3 that remained out on distance learning. Hospitalizations at the last board meeting, Trustee Simon Holland asked about hospitalizations. We are beginning to receive that information on a daily basis from the Washoe County Health District. Since the onset of COVID, or going back to April, 40 kids aged 0 to 18 have been hospitalized within Washoe County. Only 2 are actually still in the hospital today. It says 3, but one apparently was released yesterday. Of the 40, 21 of those children have been hospitalized since August 1st. And then you see a breakdown by age level. So for example, with children 0 to 4, there's 17 children that have been hospitalized, and 11 of those have been hospitalized since August 1st. 12 of that group are newborns, and I think that may explain some of the reason why they're being hospitalized. And again, as I stated, 2 students are currently hospitalized at this time.
Dr. Lamarca?
Yes.
I just want to clarify, when you say since August 1st, you're meaning that their hospitalization took place sometime between August 1st and when you created this slide, not that they have been in the hospitals that entire time?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. We used August 1st as a split just because I know there's been some concern about the extent to which our schools may be propelling some of this. So that probably, we should have probably went from August 17th, but we just did it from August 1st.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. We brought this slide back. I believe this was requested at the last board meeting, and I want to make a caveat that this should be seen as estimated information. It's not exact. What we tried to do is provide a comparison of our school-specific cases, again, cases in which people were on campus and infectious, as compared to similar age groupings community-wide. So starting from left to right, with our 5 to 10-year-old age group, countywide the population is about 34,000. In the 7 days, November 1st through November 7th, there were 37 new cases. And when we convert that to 100 number of cases per 100,000, if we use the full week, it's at a 108.4. And if we look at it on an average daily basis, it's at 15.5 cases per 100,000. If we take the same age group, site-specific cases, we have about almost 19,000 kids enrolled at the elementary level in the in-person model. we had 5 new cases, and that converts to 26.4 per 100,000 if you look at a 7-day range, and 3.8 if you look at it on an average daily basis. So things are increasing, and uncomfortably so. They are not increasing at the same rate within buildings as they are within the community as a whole. But again, they are still increasing at an alarming rate. These are just a couple of additional slides. These are trends. This is converted. This is average daily cases, new cases per day, converted to cases per 100,000. The blue line represents our adult population. The orange line represents our 11 to 18-year-olds. And then I believe it's the green line is for our elementary age population. And then the yellow line is our youngest population. So again, you see that we've been creeping upward. And this is just a different way to display that on a weekly basis, as opposed to daily new cases. It's weekly new cases per 100,000. So those are all the data slides. I know that Ms. Kerwin is here and Dr. Ariel are here, as well as Dr. Smith and myself, to answer any questions that you may have or attempt to.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. I will start with just one quick question. If we could go back to slide 6 with the comparison, yeah. I'm just wondering, and you might not have this information, I don't know if Ms. Kerwin would be able to help explain. So that 11 to 18 age group, for instance, that number of 145, what we're saying is of that 145, 14 were in-person learning students or hybrid model learning students?
Yes, well, yes, that's right. I mean, we didn't say that explicitly, but that is the case. Of the 145, that would include the 14 that you see on the right, and that means that those 14 students were infectious with the virus while on campus.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that the rest of that group, the remaining 131, were not students in the Washoe County School District. They just weren't infectious while on campus.
Right, some of them might be distance learners, or yes, some of them may have contracted the virus and never went back to school prior to being excluded. So yes, that's possible.
Okay.
And this is, Heather, just to add to that, we currently have 227 pediatric cases between the ages of 5 and 18 that we have not yet investigated to know whether or not they have attended while infectious or enrolled in school currently or distance learning. So there's a large gap in those numbers at this point in time.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Kerwin. I appreciate that additional information.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Lamarca, and all of you who've come to help answer some questions as we navigate this. I'm not sure who this should be directed to, but I certainly welcome the feedback from any of our experts who are here, and that includes you, Dr. Lamarca. What can you tell us about school spread? I mean, we know certainly that there are students, clearly by this, that have been on school while infectious. I mean, while what am I trying to say? Yeah, while infectious. Okay, good. Contagious. That's what I mean. Yeah, I guess they're infectious too, but contagious. See, that's why I'm going to miss you, Trustees Simon Holland, who are contagious. But what can you tell us, if anything at all? Can you tell us about school spread? And I'd love to hear from any of you that have some insight that you can add to that. Dr. Smith, you want to? No?
So This is Heather again. I can speak to that. We have had cases linked to children or staff who have attended school while infectious. I can't put a number around it at this point because we're still investigating some of those. Unfortunately, with the widespread community transmission that's occurring right now, we're actually finding that many cases have come into contact with more than one positive. And so it's becoming increasingly difficult for us to actually nail down the exact source of infection when people are engaging in social gatherings and other types of contact with persons who may have been infectious. And so we do have a couple of instances, though, where children who were excluded from the classroom then became symptomatic and later tested positive. One of our major challenges right now is that many people are not getting tested when their child is becoming symptomatic, or just anybody is becoming symptomatic. And so it's really difficult for us to tell because we don't really have a 100% of the picture to inform us how much of the spread may be occurring within a classroom setting. We know that masks are absolutely protective, but they're not 100% effective. And we see this occurring in workplaces as well, where people are wearing masks. And I know the school district has done a tremendous amount of work, and energy and time has been spent in doing all that can be done to help prevent transmission. But it is inevitable that it does occur. I just can't put a number around it at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kerwin. Anyone else have anything to share on that might be helpful?
Well, yeah, I'm a pediatrician, and so we deal with some science here, and that viruses can be transmitted as droplets. We know now that COVID-19 can be persistent somewhat in the atmosphere in the form of an aerosol. And so if there's a COVID positive patient in a classroom or in a building, there is a lower risk, but there is some risk of infecting somebody else through a persistent aerosol. And so even with appropriate social distancing, masks, you can't always prevent someone from picking up a COVID infection in school, no matter how hard you try. So your proper precautions will reduce the risk, but they won't bring it down to zero. My concern is not just, it is that kids are getting sick, that some of them are going to the hospital, that they're bringing the infection home to older people and people who are at risk. But my concern is also for the kids themselves in the long haul. We know that COVID infections can result in long-term consequences. Kids and adolescents who get the infection and then seemingly get better can get worse a few weeks later and be rehospitalized, or they can have long-term consequences. The virus attacks the heart, it attacks the lungs, it attacks the brain, and it attacks the gastrointestinal tract, because some of the receptor that the virus uses for infecting cells are present in many of these systems. And so when you have long-term consequences, now we're seeing young athletes with permanent heart and lung damage from inflammation. And the damage doesn't come from the virus itself, it comes from the antibody response from the body's immune system that produces a lot of antibodies that then cause inflammation and then causes this damage. We're seeing the damage from autoimmune antibodies that are created along with the antibodies that attack the virus. We're seeing long-term damage in the form of heart damage, permanent or persistent lung damage, and in the form of confusion, memory loss because of inflammation in the brain. These are things that can affect the kids long-term. So a child who could, before COVID, could learn effectively, concentrate in class, get homework done, participate in athletics. Now all of a sudden you've got the possibility that the kid is going to be permanently disabled in the way of, say, having, in a sense, having a permanent, like COPD in adults, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is essentially asthma that can't be reversed. You're looking at kids who may have persistently high heart rates and may be disabled from the point of view of not being able to do their sports. Kids who can't concentrate as well and get lower grades in class and have stunted careers. Not all kids are going to go through that, but it's clear that at least 10% of patients have these long-term sequelae. And I'm concerned about that because that's going to affect the kids long after they graduate from high school. Or maybe a few of them won't graduate from high school because they'll have cognitive difficulties. And so well, my message here is that I want the board to pay close attention to this and consider taking more conservative steps to protect the children. If necessary, selective shutdowns of schools, if necessary. I know you don't want to close down the whole school system, I understand that, but I would urge you to be more aggressive about selective shutdowns of schools that have outbreaks or where you're concerned that the transmission of the disease is higher than in other schools, and be more aggressive than you would have been, say, 2 weeks ago.
Thank you. Dr. Smith?
Well, mostly I've been dealing with the community-wide impacts and the data, and I would be out of school speaking about, I think, the transmission in schools. So
Okay.
I'll defer. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Our student representative, Victoria Gomez, has a comment, and then I'll go to Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, President Raymond. A question I had was, what are schools doing different for those that have already closed down and opened back up? What's being different since we see that there's a widespread in those schools? What are we doing different now for those schools?
Well, I think the protocols that you all have put in place would apply there. So if there was an outbreak and you guys have closed down a school, and then it seems to have ameliorated and you've opened it back up, I imagine that you have. I don't know exactly what your protocols are, but I imagine that you do address that, and probably, you guys could speak to what those steps would be in that reopening.
Dr. McNeil.
So, thank you. So I'll go ahead and start, and then Dr. LaMarca, if you want to take it from here. But the mitigation strategies, obviously, would be the continued work with the health district. And, I have a couple questions for Ms. Kerwin as far as disease transmission, because I think there's a concern with the lag of timing as far as reporting back to the health district. So I think that's one of our concerns as a school district. But the mitigation strategies, as far as the social distancing, the sanitizing, the additional cleaning, all of the HVAC systems, all of those mitigation strategies stay in place.
Thank you.
Dr. LaMarca, did you have something to add to that?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I was going to ask Ms. Gomez to just clarify her question. I wasn't sure if she was referring to the mitigation strategies. It sounds like maybe she was, or if she was talking about the learning model.
Yeah, mostly just the mitigation
so if her
and how.
question was answered. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add.
Thanks. I didn't
Trustee Kennedy, and then Trustee Simon Holland.
speak this off.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the doctors for that information about potential damage to children and harm of short-term and long-term. I think it speaks to sometimes some of the rumors that we hear that nothing happens to children if they get it. So, doctors, thank you. My question is actually about our dashboard, our district dashboard. I've received some questions from schools who believe that the numbers on the dashboard don't affect what they see going on at their school. I understand the time there has been a delay in getting concrete information, but I'm wondering if someone can speak to that so that we can clarify that for anyone who is watching or listening. Thank you.
This is Paul. I'll start, then perhaps Heather might want to share some information as well. So there is a lag in time between we receive the information that you eventually see with one of these dashboards and when the incident occurred or when it was first reported. So it can take a couple of days for an investigation team to be assigned. And quite frankly, I think that has become more difficult in the last couple of weeks with the large increase community-wide in terms of cases. So there is a lag, and so that can at times account for some of that difference. Some of the difference that we may be referring to as well is not on this particular page, but at the website, this page links to a second page which has like a line-by-line detail for each school. We've also had, and we talked about this at the last meeting, there's also been a couple of incidents in which, for example, a staff member became ill, and the child of the staff member also became ill, and there were questions about why that was not reflected in this particular data. Neither of those individuals were actually ever at school while infectious, so they wouldn't show up in the school-specific information. They would have shown up in the other aspects of the table, but those are some of the reasons for the discrepancies.
And this is Heather. To add on to that, I did run some numbers today. So we have been prioritizing our pediatric cases age 0 to 18 to be able to catch those who are in a pre-K through high school setting. And we have found from October 1st through November to date that we have had 161 pediatric cases that did not attend school while infectious. They are hybrid learners or in-person learners, but they, when we determined their onset dates and the dates they were last at school, they were determined to not be at school while infectious. And so we don't report those numbers 3 times a week like we do the ones that do attend while infectious. Over the same course of time, we've had 90, and this is district-wide, so these numbers are not just for our public school students. We've had 90 students that are distance learning only that have tested positive and for COVID-19. And over the same period of time, we've had 154 students, again, district-wide, that have attended while infectious. So the number of cases that are positive across our district and our K through 12 is almost equal in terms of those who have attended while infectious compared to those who have attended while or not attended while infectious. So those numbers and the number of students that have attended while infectious has been increasing. Most notably, I think, because we're not having any distance learning days due to smoke, and just as a general result of our total community cases increasing. So I hope that helps. We also know that there's a lot of students that are excluded from classrooms because they're contacts, but their contact may have happened off of campus grounds. And I think that their presence missing in class is also probably where those numbers don't align for those who have that visualization of how many gaps there are in their classrooms.
Thank you. The reason that I asked it is because I think that a lot of schools, there's been a lot of activity, particularly with administrators who are trying to trace and account for students and numbers, and they feel that it doesn't always reflect on that dashboard. So thank you for the explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Carvin, if I could just clarify too, the numbers you just gave, you said were district-wide, but did you mean county-wide, not just Washoe County School District?
Yes.
Okay.
Countywide.
Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up,
Yes,
if I may?
if trustee Simon Holland
Trustee
doesn't
Simon
mind.
Holland, thank you very much. Ms. Karen, hi. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. So if a student, because I've gotten several questions, excuse me, from educators that there was a student, say, excluded in their classroom, perhaps they tested positive, or a person, quite frankly, in the school, and they were in close contact, but they weren't excluded. And the reason for that could really be because when the person was at school, they were not contagious or infectious.
Correct. That infectious period begins 2 days prior to the onset of symptoms, and when we call up every single one of these cases, that's one of the key components of our discussion with them, is really nailing down when that onset date starts. Unfortunately, we've had more and more cases where by the time we get to it, the contacts may already be outside their incubation period or their quarantine period as well, so that they may have been contacts over 2 weeks ago to a case, but at that point, there's no need for exclusions because they're beyond the quarantine period.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. That does help explain why in some cases someone tests positive and another person isn't excluded, where in a school across town, somebody tests positive and the whole classroom's excluded or whatever. That helps to explain that. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Of course, I was one that didn't want to open the secondary schools at the outset, and I just want to say how impressed I've been with all the work that has been done by the district, by the staff, and the folks at schools to make this work. And I think I appreciate all that Dr. Ariel said earlier about how serious this is, and we've had a very difficult time, all of us as a nation, really, getting our arms around causing people to change their behavior to the extent that we need them to. So I appreciate those ongoing efforts, and I welcome ideas for how we can change the messaging so people are hearing it more. I know we can't reduce the risk to nothing. We can't reduce the risk to zero in the schools, even with distance learning, because people are out in the community. We don't have control over that. But as trustees and as the superintendent and the team here, our job is to reduce the risk as much as we can for as many as we can. I think that's the best that we can do. And when I look at the data, and I really appreciate that this board has made the commitment that we would have our decisions be guided by data and science. And so we're all learning more about what the data means. Even you, Dr. Smith, who are dealing with this every single day, people have written us and said, well, you said way back in July that you would do this if it hit this. We're all learning. We're learning more, and certainly the medical community is learning more about treatment, but we're learning more as well. And it appears from the data that kids out of school appear, again, from the data, to be at greater risk than kids in school. That's one of the things I'm seeing when I'm looking at that data, because those kids who are not in school are somewhere. They're either home, or they're at daycare, or they're hanging out with their friends because they want to see their friends and they're not at school, whatever. But I'd like to have a comment from whoever about that. And then additionally, I'd love to hear comments about, we've reviewed national and global studies that reported that closing K-12 schools has not appeared to significantly reduce community transmissions, and opening K-12 schools has not appeared to significantly increase community transmissions, that the transmissions appear to be outside the school environment and then they're brought into school. And yes, transmissions do occur at school. As we know, Ms. Kerwin has reiterated that people are coming to school infectious, so we're never going to get it to zero, but I'd love to hear any comments you all have about those studies. And then I'll ask, if I might, questions after that, just give folks a chance to react to those things.
Well, I told, we had a press conference this morning, and a newspaper reporter, I think it was Siobhan McAndrew, asked me about the risks in terms of going to school, going to the grocery store. And my advice was you rank your risks. You take risk number one and you get rid of that or reduce that as much as possible, go to risk, the second highest risk, third highest risk, and so on. Staying at home within your most immediate family and not leaving the house or not leaving your property to see anybody else except for your most immediate family is the safest place to be. But if you're not going to do that, and you're going to put yourself at risk with outside gatherings, and obviously a regimented environment such as a school where social distancing occurs strictly, mask wearing is enforced by the teachers and the school nurse, and the maintenance department has worked overtime to improve filtering and airflow and so on. That will reduce, certainly is a lower risk environment than going to uncontrolled gatherings where the masks come off. So we got to rank the risks. I've told them that taking things that you are personally in charge of, for example, going to the grocery store. You can choose to go into the grocery store or to get the groceries delivered curbside, and getting groceries delivered curbside is safer than walking into the grocery store, although walking into the grocery store also is not the highest risk you could have. So, and I realize that the schools provide an essential service. You do provide meals for kids who don't have any meals, don't have anything to eat at home, and you do provide essential instruction to children who don't have good access to the internet, who don't have laptops at home, and are not able to fully utilize distance learning. Not everybody, goes to the Davidson Academy. Not everybody can be conversant in electronic technology and learn from whatever setting they have. So sometimes kids learn more effectively when they're in a classroom with an in-person teacher taking effective control of them. I take the approach that you rank the risks, and if the school is providing an essential service to kids who are not going to get an education outside of school and can't really take advantage of distance learning, then so be it. Then the school is where that child should be. But then I also say that the parents should pay close attention to the risks at home and risks in the other places that they go. And if they pay attention to that, then that and working with the schools will reduce the risk. The other thing I asked the parents to do is through this press conference is if a parent has a concern about a particular school, if they have a worry, if they have a concern, then they should talk to the principal, talk to the teachers, talk to the school nurse, talk to the school board, have a dialogue with you, with your staff, express the concern, and then you and your executive authority can do something about it. You can go into a school, and if there's something wrong, you can fix it. And so I think dialogue between parents and the school district is extremely important in terms of reducing that risk.
Hi, this is Paul. I'd like to add a couple comments. I think another essential service that's being provided by the schools, in addition to academics, is social emotional health. I mean, in the governor's address, we heard about another tragedy down south. And I do believe there are significant risks associated with isolation that at times are really hard to quantify. I do think that there is a dependency between our schools and our system, clearly our economy, but our business sector. And so if if all students were to be home, that could in fact be the safest place, as Dr. Ariel indicates, but that requires for there to be supervision within each of those homes as well. So certainly with certain age groups, I'm particularly worried about that. I will say that we have very strict rules, expectations within our buildings at this point around social distancing, around mask wearing, around hygiene and cleanliness that I do believe contribute to some of the numbers that we see. You know, it is that we can't eliminate all risk, as Trustee Simon Holland mentioned, but we do have these things that are being done within our buildings that we have some control over. And so I feel good about that. I can't see the audience at Galena, but if Megan Downs is there or Irene Payne, they might be able to comment briefly on some of the communication strategies. That was one of the action steps the board asked of us a couple meetings back. I do believe PSAs have been developed. There have been a variety of messages that Dr. McNeil has provided. We have continued to work with students to spread the word about the need for safe practices and the consequences of the spread of the virus. We continually reinforce vigilance among our administrators and our teachers. As was stated again at the press conference, everyone's very fatigued at this point in time, but we don't have that as an option right now. We have to stay alert and safe. So I just wanted to add those comments.
I guess I would just add, if I may, that I've had some discussions with folks about this topic of social and emotional health and the role that schools play in that. And it's interesting because our approach to the risk meter, certainly, and just my approach in general, is to use data and to go find that quantitative measure. And so it was very kind of obvious, I think, okay, how many cases are we having? What is the hospitalization about? Really attacking it from the COVID data side. But I've been having a few conversations, as I mentioned, about trying to track metrics also on the other side and looking at maybe some comparative measures of this kind of social and emotional health, if we can get to that as a companion piece, right, to the actual COVID data. So, I mean, that's the direction we'd like to go a little bit.
If I might, Madam President, and I don't know, Ms. Kerwin, if you had anything you wanted to add. I just have another little thing, if you don't.
No, nothing further to add. That's go ahead.
So from my perspective, and I really appreciate everybody's intention, and certainly, as you've said, Dr. Ariel, we do need to do more as a community, because obviously these numbers are serious and alarming and dramatic, and we are really at a crisis point. And I'm struggling with what more can we do? What more can we be doing? I think our school safety protocols are excellent, and I know that all the schools and certainly our communication team and everybody, facilities, educators, everyone is working on strengthening and reminding folks about those school safety protocols. I think we're doing the right thing with regard to site-specific closures based on case incidents and staffing concerns. I think as a region, I would love to be part of having the opportunity for asymptomatic testing to be more widespread now, and even random testing, so we can find out where it is before people are symptomatic and they may be transmitting the virus. I know we have limitations at the laboratory capacity. We have limitations in terms of just the test taking, but I think the asymptomatic testing and faster results are an important part of our regional strategy. And I know that contact tracing is wearing you all out, Ms. Kerwin, and I know it's wearing out our health nurses. I feel like we can do our part at the schools to make sure that we're enforcing those safety protocols, that we're addressing the site-specific closures. We can't do the part alone about asymptomatic testing, faster results, and expanding the regional capacity to do contact tracing and isolation, which we know are really important parts of this. So I just wanted to add those things because I do think there's more we can do, but some of it is really going to be beyond what the district can do safely as we balance those and rank those risks, as you said, Dr. Ariel.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the issues that I'm still seeing is the confusion around the exclusions. And one of the topics that is something that I'm hearing about quite often is the full distance learning for Spanish Springs High School versus Reed High School. And what was the difference between the two, because we're seeing some more exclusion of Spanish Springs High School. They run full distance for one day, then back to school on Monday, and Reed is out for a period of time. I think it's something that we need to think about, maybe putting on our website, defining what constitutes an exclusion, maybe an explanation on why a certain school is on full distance learning on our website. I was just seeing if you could, for those listening, concisely go over what is the difference between Reed and Spanish Springs High School and define how somebody is excluded, either a student, a classroom, a grade, a whole grade at Sky Ranch Middle School got excluded, or an entire school. Because I think there's a ton of confusion around that right now still. I appreciate that.
Is that
I'll go.
Dr. McNeil can start. I'm not sure if it's
Yeah, I
Dr.
wasn't quite sure
LaMarca or.
if Dr. LaMarca, and then I know that Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, I'm not sure if she's still here, but I think she's around.
Hi, this is Paul. Heather was about to try to respond to Trustee Caudle's questions. I think we started to lose the tail end of his question, but I think she got the gist of it.
Okay, it was really the difference between the exclusions.
Cut out, so the two schools were reported to us on the same day with a pretty equivalent number of students having been reported while infectious. The Spanish Springs High School, we were provided, it was on a Friday, both. Spanish Springs High School opted to have us go ahead and conduct the investigations and make our decision and determination by that Sunday afternoon, which I had pulled 15 disease investigators off to investigate 15 different cases that had been reported to us for that high school, and it was determined that I believe only 3, 1 pending, had actually attended while infectious. The Reed High School cases, the decision they wanted a decision made by that afternoon. And I did not have staff capacity to make a decision and do the investigations by that afternoon. It was about 2 o'clock on that afternoon. And so we said, we could finish this investigation through that Sunday, same as we're doing for Spanish Springs. And we had already actually had additional cases reported to us through other means that were not yet known to the school at that time. And it was found that all 3 of the students that we had investigated so far had attended while infectious, and 2 of the students were part of a household where all had tested positive, and this particular household had co-hosted a party or hosted a party with over what was reported between 150 and 200 attendees for the holiday, that Halloween weekend. And a party of that magnitude, while it wasn't a party for the high school students, there were several high school students reported to have been at that party. And through the investigation, no one could recall who from Reed High School, how many students may have attended. And that helped, with the pressure of the timeline, make the decision to go through the distance learning process. The reason why the exclusion did not limit to just a 14-day exclusion, which would allow for that quarantine period, which is traditional, is because often after an event, a holiday, a party, a gathering, a significant shutdown, it takes between 2.5 to 3 weeks to actually see an impact, positive or negative, in the numbers as a result of that. So that allowed for 10 days for anyone who was infectious or was positive to no longer be considered infectious or positive, and an additional 14 days that would allow for their contacts to be outside their incubation period. It also was not as clean as it could have been, because the return date, had we have stuck to the traditional 14 days for the Reed High School, would have put them back in school for, I believe, 3.5 days prior to the Thanksgiving break, the fall break. And so similar to other schools that have gone to full distance learning, the Monday, November 11th date, that day following the Thanksgiving holiday, was agreed upon to go extend that distance learning. A party is obviously not the time to hold such a thing, so it's a little bit of a mix of, we're not able to contact trace for something like that. We know there will be cases resulting from a gathering of that magnitude, and the timing of the fall break. So all of those considerations were taken in when the decision was made.
Okay.
And we've since received additional positives from Reed High School as of this day.
Okay, that's helpful. I know that some of the concerns stemmed around, there were some Spanish Springs students that have since been excluded this week. And so I guess their question is really around, Spanish Springs is on full distance learning Friday, returned Monday, students returned, and now they're being contacted again saying you're excluded. And so the question is, why didn't we just stay on full distance and read? I think this really stems back to, it is confusing on this process. And I think just for me, locking into that explanation was you trying to do the math and how many days. I mean, is it possible as a district for us to provide a brief explanation on our website when a school is put on full distance to explain why? Because we have media outlets who are saying schools are on full distance learning because of COVID outbreaks, when it sounds like they're on full distance learning because we're still gathering information and we don't know. So the safest thing to do is go on full distance for a period of time. There's a lot of confusion, and that creates misinformation. So I'm hoping that we can try to get this settled, because that's causing a lot of angst in the system right now.
Hi, this is Paul. I think you're raising a very important point. As Ms. Kerwin had indicated earlier, there's such a backlog of cases, and there's still attempts to contact trace occurring. We are working with the health district to sort of look at our processes around contact tracing. We probably will need to update our outbreak response plan. That plan does allow, especially for secondary schools, kind of like an immediate fuller scale exclusion pending the outcome of contact tracing. So we may see more of that. With Dr. McNeil's direction, we can certainly work on providing additional information at the website that might be beneficial to our community so they better understand what we're doing. The bottom line is this is not that different from the earlier discussions you all were having around metrics and measuring COVID. I mean, we were all hoping for some metric that would, very declaratively tell you now's the time to close. Those just don't exist, and it's the same with these kinds of decisions. So it's case by case, it's school by school, it's very nuanced, but we probably can do a better job communicating this to our public.
I appreciate that, Paul. I just want to make sure my point is clear. I'm not saying that every single exclusion there needs to be an explanation on the website. I think school-based decisions that are closing an entire school need to be explained, because I think everyone knows where I'm going. It looks like it's potentially a huge outbreak when a very large high schools are being closed, when in reality it seems we just don't know. And there's a difference between not knowing and gathering more information versus there's an outbreak, but it's not being communicated that way through the media, and then that causes, it's like the merry-go-round, and we're currently on it. So
right.
I'll let you
Point
step
well
in.
taken.
No, I appreciate that, Trustee Cottle, and the point is well taken. And I think that, over the last couple of weeks, we've had schools for a couple of reasons. And so one of those reasons that we've talked about in a board meeting is the staffing. And so if we feel that a school is not going to be able to be staffed safely, so for example, Piccolo. Piccolo has some of our most fragile students at Piccolo. And when we have the 4 or the 5 staff exclusions there, we don't have the sub potential to fill that. And so they move to distance learning. In the case of Spanish Springs, and I appreciate Ms. Kerwin's clarification around that, because when we met on Friday afternoon with the health district, there were reports from parents, and so part of the issue is parents will be calling in. So we had 1 positive and then 7 parents calling in and say, my child is positive, but yet student health services, our student health services, does not have any report as far as that student was positive. And so when you track those students down and the classes that they're in, the potential is 400 students and 29 staff members being excluded. Well, we can't open up a school safely on that. And I think also to your point as far as the media, we're really pushing to get the word out that we do not use the word close, that our schools are on distance learning. So we have not closed any of our schools. We have moved schools individually to the distance learning. So for example, at Reed High School, they're on distance learning until the 30th. And to Heather's point, we had the possibility of having 200 students. Well, we can't be able to do that and run a school safely when you get to that point where you are now excluding several staff members. So it's more of the clarification as far as, is this relegated to the Washoe County Health District finishing up their contact tracing efforts? And is it also in addition to the number of students that we're potentially and staff that we're going to have to exclude in order to keep the school in person or on hybrid?
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Sorry.
If I may just follow up with Dr. McNeil, I think that was really good, and thank you, Trustee Cottle, for that. So if I put those 2 together, is there an opportunity then? Because I remember a couple of schools having to go to distance learning because of staffing issues. So is that a statement that could be on a website then? Right, either because of for time for contact tracing, or because of concern for staffing and safety, or something like that. So then there's a statement when a whole school is moved, because you're right, they're very different reasons, and they send very different messages. And all you really get from the media oftentimes is this school is closed, and this school is closed, and then people make the assumption, oh man, there's a huge outbreak over here, then there's an outbreak over here, and then there's an outbreak. So maybe a statement like that, that they've gone to distance learning for contact tracing, and then if it gets changed, such as with Spanish Springs, and then they're open again on Monday, okay, then obviously the contact tracing was completed, and then that in and of itself says there's a difference between Reed and Spanish Springs, so that might be a way to handle that.
And I know I met with Megan, I can't remember, it was early this morning when we were taking a look at the chart, and ways that we would be able to better communicate, this school is on distance learning, but then, it's on distance learning because of this particular issue. So I know communications was already working on that. And I also want to thank Megan for doing a couple very quick fixes with our media as far as getting the accurate information out over the last 24 hours.
Thank you. Well, I just want to kind of move forward saying I think it has been a good opportunity to get a little more clarification around this data. I think I still believe strongly that, in my risk assessments, which we talked about back in July, I see a lot of risk to having all of our students at home for a period of time doing distance learning. And I think I was at 4 different schools last week and a few the week before, and I've just been so impressed with the mitigation efforts and seeing them in place in classrooms. I know it's not zero risk, but I think there is more information coming out about some of the detriments of distance learning and being in that isolation at home for our students. I've also, kind of followed the decisions being made in Europe with the spike in cases there, that they are choosing to close businesses. Is my mask upside down? It won't stay. Okay. Sorry. That they are choosing to close businesses and making tough decisions there that they know have impacts on the economy and things, but they are leaving their schools open. And I know in England, Germany, France, Spain, I think I read about, and I think as a community, we have learned that our kids can follow the instructions that we're giving them in our schools and be safe. And it's, to me, just critically important to continue to follow these mitigation efforts. But I really am struck by, kind of a few things. Dr. Ariel, your comment about, maybe looking at this time, especially when we have a shortage of testing and contact tracing, of being a little more aggressive with exclusions of full classes and, if necessary, full schools, and just that extra step for precaution. I don't want to see that happen, but I don't know, that I feel comfortable moving forward without, taking that step. And it's happening. We're seeing it. And it's messy. And, this is not an easy decision, I know, for our, area superintendents and the principals to have to make. But it's the position we're in. And we kind of thought that we might see this when we were back and discussing this in July. So, I think I want to continue with our process of exclusions being site-based, whether it be a classroom or a school. But we also know that, we have some schools that have had very few cases, and I think still a few that have had 0 cases. And to those communities, those families and students, I would just say, you still have to be just as vigilant. This is not something that we're going to avoid seeing impact potentially all of our schools. And, I think I've said this at a few meetings about my personal, our family's risk assessments. And I really hope that with the messaging tonight from the governor and the press conference this morning from the mayor's task force, that this message is getting out about taking things more seriously, and the especially the risk assessment and staying home. My last thing that I'll say is, I think I can, and not in a bad way, but I can hear the frustration in Ms. Kerwin's voice. And I know how overwhelmed the health district is with contact tracing and trying to keep up with the testing. And, if this district had CARES Act funding to give to the health district to put towards that, I know I would do it in a minute, but we have expended, I think, almost all of our CARES Act funding and just trying to have teachers, but to other jurisdictions, to just, anyone in the community that can, see the need right now to put the emphasis around enhanced testing, like Trustee Simon Holland said, and whatever. I know that we kind of get to a point where there's too many cases to keep up with for contact tracing, but just the ability to trace at least those larger pockets and be able to identify those, which I know you all are working tirelessly on, Heather, but I wish that I could do more for you, as I wish we as a district could do more to support those efforts for you. So that's the end. Sorry.
We appreciate that, and my team and I feel like we're failing our community, but we just can't keep up.
Well, I know how hard you're all working, and you're not failing the community. And I wish, like I said, that we could do more. I think, if there was evidence that moving to full distance would make a significant impact and change the trajectory of these numbers, it would be an easy decision for us. I know it wouldn't be something that we would do without pause, but I just don't think the data is there, and we know that there are other risks, at least I do. So, but I wish that I could do more to support you and your team. And please send my thanks to everyone that you work with, and letting them know how much I appreciate the work that they're doing.
Will do. Thank you.
Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, President Raymond. I just want to say, for the record, I know that there's privacy, so it probably wasn't said earlier, but I'm not there tonight because I'm excluded right now. So I'm excluded and home until, I think, like November 20th. What I'm concerned about right now are the teachers and the school personnel who are very stressed, and principals who feel incredible responsibility for the lives of everyone in their buildings. So I've been in 18 schools in a little over a month, and I cannot say enough about how hard everyone's working. They're maintaining the protocols, all the mitigation techniques that everyone's asked of them. It's incredible to see. But I'm worried about the stress level for our employees. Staffing has become such a huge issue, and I'm hearing that repeatedly from schools and staff. Teachers losing their prep. Support staff are doing as much as they can, working everywhere. I mean, principals making lunch, and they're teaching classes. I know central office staff is going in and subbing and helping as much as they can, but we definitely don't have enough substitutes. As President Raymond said, I know we have some schools that have very few, if any, COVID cases, but I think that we really do need to err on the side of safety and close schools and classes sooner rather than later. Arise to really protect everyone and take care of both the mental and physical health of everyone in our buildings.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy.
So Trustee Kennedy, I appreciate that, and you and I have had the discussions, and I've had individual one-to-one discussions with the other trustees as far as the efforts that our HR department, we're working very closely with the Nevada Department of Education. We've put in a request to see if we would be able to, as the Washoe County School District, get the same type of allowability for an emergency substitute, such as our rural school districts. And I know that this is near and dear to State Superintendent Ebert and her staff, and they are working on that. So I feel very supported by the Nevada Department of Education around our needs for substitutes. They know that. As well as working with a local foundation. We found out just yesterday that our proposal was accepted, and I want to thank Ms. Emily Ellison for writing the proposal. But our proposal for providing funding for interns at UNR to pay for their substitute license, because it's not something that's cheap, as well as their fingerprinting. So that proposal came through, and it is funded, and we will be receiving the check by the end of this week. And then just quickly to Heather and her team, I know, Heather, that you all, I mean, you're working in our student health services. I mean, they're working on the weekends, they're working late at night, and my hope would be that the LEAP panel hears your concern. I know that Commissioner Lucy, I've had several conversations with him, as well as your supervisor, Kevin Dick, and so I would hope that the county and the two cities are able to use their CARES funding. You know, the Washoe County School District received about $9.3 million, and we know that the counties and the cities received around $90 million of CARES funding. So I know that they hear your pleas for additional contact tracers and then testing, and just thank you for everything that you're doing, Heather, to keep our students and our staff safe in your efforts.
Thank you, Kristen.
Any other questions or comments? This is a standing agenda item, which we, have gone through before. I don't know if there's any specific direction that we want to give. I know we did talk about some different ideas, ways to better communicate and maybe enhance some of the mitigation efforts. So I don't know if someone wants to make a motion just to formalize that. Or just to formalize that we discussed the mitigation. Oh, I'm sorry, we do have public comment, I apologize.
Jana Rager.
Good evening, board members. Jana Rager, parent of a freshman here at Galena High School and a 7th grader at Marcy Hers. My husband and I have communicated with many of you, as well as the governor and others. First of all, I want to say that the teachers are working, and admin are working their tuchuses off, and us parents see you. You guys need to know that. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. I just feel that the schools were not prepared for hybrid and distance learning from the beginning. The school classrooms, most of them don't have the technology capabilities at a vast majority. The teachers did not receive enough training prior to school opening to basically revamp an entire education system in less than 2 weeks. The schools that do have the technology don't know how to use it. And lastly, the complete lack of general guidelines for basic tasks such as attendance from school to school. I feel that some of the district administrations spent too much time during the summer making COVID graphs and trying to outthink the virus instead of preparing our teachers and students for the school year. I also want to know why synchronized teaching still at week 12 isn't being done, especially in schools with the technology. Now you've got school administrators and teachers stuck trying to juggle hundreds of balls at the same time. They're teaching class in person while at the same time teaching a group at home, then trying to make technology work for their subject, helping kids after school because lots of the kids are honestly failing because this does not work. Our teachers and administrators have better things to do. They need to teach. The short and long-term effects on our children is immense. I've seen in both my kids The same emotional and social demise Ms. Abowd referenced in her letters to the Board of Trustees last month. I think you guys need to know exactly what happens at home on hybrid days, how different it is, and how dysfunctional it is. My 9th grader here is a straight A student, but right now she has a D in geometry. It's not the teacher. It's because at home, she can't ask the teacher a question because the teacher's not there. And do you guys remember learning proofs? You can't do that by yourself. And since the high school here is on block schedule, she only sees her math teacher every 4 days in person versus every other day if it was in full time. Oh shoot, I didn't get through a lot.
I'm
I
sorry,
do believe schools are doing it right. And my
Ms.
son at
Rager,
Marcy
I'm
Hurst,
sorry, that's the
they're
end
not
of your
using the
time.
technology.
Ms. Rager, I'm sorry, we have to adhere to the time
All right,
limits.
I'll email you then.
Yes.
Lori O'Leary.
Hello, my name is Lori O'Leary. I have a freshman at Galena High School. I want you to imagine for a minute being home right now for this meeting with no streaming of video, no audio to hear. Instead, you're given only a printed agenda and told to participate fully in the meeting and complete a report after the meeting about what you decided. And then the next day, you have to come back to another meeting on a whole other topic and keep moving forward. The stress on distance learning days is exactly that. These students are at home, they sign onto their computer to get their daily assignment, maybe have a recorded lesson, but they're provided no way to ask questions like the other cohort who is currently at school can. The distance part of distance learning to the district means in-school learning continues at home, with only the location of the curriculum changing. In reality, for most schools and most students, distance means distance from their from their friends, distance from their school, distance from their teachers, distance from learning, and a growing distance in interest in school altogether. I want to make it very clear that my issues aren't the fault of the schools, especially Galena, or the staff, or the teachers. The district failed to give them the basic equipment to succeed at distance learning. They're making lemonade when you did not even give them lemons. When the board made a decision to have distance learning, there was little planning or preparation to make it happen, let alone be successful. How could we possibly at this point go full distance learning if needed when Galena High School doesn't have the materials, let alone a Title I school? I can't imagine. I've met with Assistant Principal Culpepper here at Galena several times, and he is truly amazing and doing everything he can for his students, as are all the staff here. My all-honors STEM program freshman daughter, who is taking 2 honors math classes, has had a total of 6 hours streamed this whole year. 6 hours. When DeMonte Ranch streamed all classes from day one. Mr. Culpepper said the issue is a lack of technology here. After our meetings and from my frustrations, he did get a headset for one teacher, the geometry teacher, last week, which is probably one of the hardest classes to learn by a textbook alone, which is what they've been left to do for the past 13 weeks. I am so thankful for him for getting that headset. However, that is just one teacher. The district needs to provide basic headsets so all teachers could do what they do best and what they want to do, which is teach. In this district, if the district couldn't pay for the few $1,000s to each school to get these materials and equipment, they should have brought it to the parents and local businesses for donations. It is a couple $1,000s that makes the difference between success and failure for distance learning. With one geometry class streamed, one session so far, a big weight has been lifted off my daughter's shoulders.
I'm sorry, that's the end of the time limit.
Thank you.
You can also email us if you'd like. And Dr. McNeil, if you'd like to add anything.
So Ms. O'Leary and Ms. Rager, Yes, I'll have the deputy superintendent follow up with you both. And just for information, as far as technology for Galena High School, we are working on strategies and funding in order to get technology. And so we do have laptops. I'm not quite sure of the number that Galena is going to be receiving, but we are working on that.
Right, but what about the schools that have the technology like hers who aren't using it? And I didn't get to that point. But they've been one of the ones since before COVID.
The deputy superintendent will follow up with you so you can add those points.
Sorry, we can't get in a back and forth on public comment items, so thank you.
Those are all the cards I have received. The board also received emails from Brian Bass, Jennifer Kirkorian, Amanda Walker, Alina Davalos, Laura Vargo, Jasmine Acosta, Jason Shear, Sujin Bower, Jody Coover, Jeff Lawrence, Marnie Bodenschott, Andrew Hansen, Katiana Taylor, Kristen Milneck, Huntsberger PTO, Carrie Mason, Zach Woodhead, Carrie Lewis, Kimmy, Colette McKenzie, Hugh Shapiro, Terry Crow, Shiloh Howell, Therese Shanks, Limnin Liu, Tony Gable, Summer Elston, Erica Jackson, Janine Pales, Pat Newman, Lorna Leedy, Raquel Abode, Jean Gian, Mike and Julie Deanda, Lauren Flishsinger, Sandra Herman, Michael Graves, Morgan Dusk, Jen Morris, Denise Callan, Nicole Lee, Heather Farnham, Andrea McVanney, Kimberly Nischik, Will and Kelsey Bowman, Kate Carter, Christina Hilfer, Peter Maggio, Michael Jones, Rich Scurry, Alice Miller, Rosa Catu, Serena Hurup, Ashley Pearman, Jim Hawthorne, Christina Rossi, Lori Dotterweich, and Ted Branson.
Thank you, JJ. All right, so is there interest in making a motion to give some direction to staff at this time, or are we okay with the conversation we had, leaving it where it is? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it is important for the board to affirm the information that we have heard and to rededicate ourselves and our district to doing the very best that we can to reduce risk in the region while balancing that with the educational and social and emotional needs of our students and our staff, and to support the efforts of the governor and the State Department of Education and others throughout the district, support our healthcare providers in doing all that is within our power to help reduce risk and reduce community transmission. I guess that's all I can think of.
Second. I'll take that as a motion. Okay. Motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Trustee Minetto. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much to our guests for making time to be with us here, both in person and virtually. I know how busy all of you are, and really appreciate you taking the time to help inform our decisions. It's been, very important for us throughout this to have those outside perspectives. And while we may not always align exactly on where these decisions lie, I think it's clear that we all are trying to make the best decisions for our community as possible, and I really appreciate that, you being here making that time. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to echo your comments that I think all of us on the board are sending our support and encouragement and gratitude, Heather, to your team and to you personally. We know that it's been a tremendous load that you are carrying, and if there's anything we can do to help you, I know we want to. And I also know that goes for our contact tracing folks in our student health service, as well as our educators and principals and all the staff that are working on this. But a special thanks to you, Heather, and your team.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all. And we're going to keep moving. I know we've been sitting here for a little while, so I'll just suggest that if individuals need to take a short break, to go ahead and do so. Vice President Taylor, did you have a comment?
No, I was just saying thank you to Heather as she logged off. That's all.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are moving on to agenda item 6.05, which is presentation and discussion regarding an update on the status of the Nutrition Services Fund, including recent meal trends, updated fiscal and staffing implications based on the recent meal trends, status of negotiations with the applicable employee associations, and potential federal, state, and local assistance for the Nutrition Services Fund. This is for presentation, discussion, and possible action. We have a few different presenters joining us on this item. I see our Chief Operating Officer, Pete Etchard, has taken a seat. I know that I saw, there she is, our Director of Nutrition Services, Leonka Solis. And I don't know if Mark Mathers is still here. I can't see over there, everybody. Oh, and we have Mark Mathers and Emily Ellison both with us in case we need their assistance on this item. So I will turn it over to Mr. Etchard.
Thank you. Good evening, President Raymond, trustees, and Superintendent McNeil, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So we're pleased to be here this evening to provide an update regards to our Nutrition Services Fund. I am joined by Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, Emily Ellison, our Chief Human Resources Officer, and of course, Leonka Solis, our Director of Nutrition Services. Next slide, please. So we originally came to you on October 13th to discuss the situation we were facing in nutrition services. The bottom line is that due to the pandemic and the changes in educational delivery, our meal counts to begin the year were down approximately 58% as compared to last February. Next slide, please. Therefore, staff developed 4 labor and service options for our schools and central kitchen for your consideration. Based on the provided information and a lot of, frankly, heart-wrenching discussion, the board voted to coordinate and negotiate with the employee associations toward implementation of labor and service option 1 that would include the district making every reasonable effort to reassign impacted employees to other district positions. For those employees not reassigned to other district positions, the district would utilize an employee furlough that included a subsidy for COBRA health benefits for current benefit employees for 90 days after the initiation of the furlough, and staff was directed to provide updated information at tonight's Board of Trustees meeting regarding current meal trends, financial and staffing implications of the meal trends, status negotiations with the employee associations, and finally, potential federal, state, and local assistance to the Nutrition Services Fund. So to begin that update, I will turn this over to our Nutrition Services Director, Leonka Solis.
Thank you, Pete. Good evening, members of the board. So I just wanted to start quickly by giving a recap of the previous decision that was made. So this was that option one that you all took action on. It was to decrease, it was a reduction of approximately 44% of admin and support staff, as well as 23% reduction of school site staff. This equated to 98 staff members and was a bottom line fiscal impact of approximately $2.5 million from December through the end of the fiscal year, so June 2021. Next slide, please. So as a part of that action on October 13th, we also continued to monitor meal trends. So in September, again, we presented the meal trends that you see there of 18,787 was our average daily meal count. Through October, we really saw those meal counts start to trend up. So that was, a combination of the universal free and just a lot of engagement from our community and our school administrators really to really help push the program forward. And obviously our cafeteria staff, nutrition services staff that really was pushing meals. In the 3 weeks following fall break, you can see what the averages jumped up to. So they went up to over 31,000 meals a day, most days actually hitting between 32 to 34,000. So just to give you an idea, our low in that time frame was the Monday following fall break, which we served about 26,000 meals. And our high in October was the last day of October, in which we served 35,500 meals. So that's kind of how we got to those averages. And it's not on this slide, but we've trended in that same on that same path through November as well, right? So monitoring, we've had 6 service days in November, and in those 6 service days, we're averaging 34,500 meals a day in November. Next slide, please. Okay. So with the meal counts trending as they were or have been, we did, talk a lot about where we should run the analysis for the new the new staffing model, and we landed on 32,500 for a variety of reasons, but mostly, it's. Again, I know at the last board meeting I said I'd like to see about a month of meals to really get a trend, but we're not in a normal year. So there's a lot of fluidity still going on. And so we wanted to take that into consideration. So pre-COVID, right, we would be looking at meals at this time of the year as kind of fluctuating just because of the holidays, breaks, common colds, absences, things like that. Now in post, in the post-COVID world that we're in, we also have to take into consideration, any potential exclusions that might be going on, or even schools that might move into full distance learning. So rather than build a staffing model around 35,000 meals, we felt more comfortable to keep it at that 32,500. And so with that, actually before we get too far into this, I did just want to mention that the attachment A in your packet has changed slightly. You'll notice that here on this new graph, we wanted to add a column that would show, a scenario in which potentially 10 elementary schools would move to distance learning. And we'll talk more about that, but we just felt that that was important, again, to show all the different scenarios that could come up. So the goal of the updated labor model was really to get as close as possible to break even while still being able to provide services at that 32,500 meals a day. And in this updated scenario, we got very, very close to that. I will say that, as meals continue to grow, they do, especially with distance learning, we'll certainly need to add labor to support that. There'll be certain thresholds where we'll bring, we will need to add labor or potentially bring team members back from furlough. But just as meals can go up, we also know that they can go down again, especially if schools move to full distance, as we just talked about. And we'll talk about that impact here on the next couple of slides. So looking a little deeper into this graph table, it's really just showing our previous board-approved decision, which was again at 18,000 meals, that was impacting 98 staff members, of which 63 would be school site staff members and 35 would be central kitchen staff members. In this scenario or option, we were looking at a projected annual loss of 5.5 million, and from December through June, that loss again was 2.5 million. In our proposed updated model, serving 32,500 meals, obviously that's going to net significantly more revenue for us, but it is going to take labor to support. So the new proposed cuts are going to be 70, of which 55 would be school site staff and 15 would be central kitchen staff. And again, this was really based on where the growth in meals has been seen, right? So we still went through the exercise of going site by site and then looking at the central kitchen support that's needed to not only pack the meals for the elementary schools and prepare and receive food inventory for secondary sites and distribute it out, but also to pack for the significant growth in distance meals. And I think that's an important point because, you know, it is certainly, we brought back a lot of central kitchen staff in this new model, and that's why, right? Because now we're needing to pack more of those meals and pack the distance meals and pack for the elementaries as well on our production lines. So in the proposed model, we are now looking at a projected annual loss of 2.1 million. So you can see that that's pretty much just the loss that we would incur through December, because then from December through June, we pretty much break even. We're showing a profit of 41,000. You know, in my mind, that's pretty break even on with the numbers that we look at. We also have the 3 additional columns. Again, these are wait and see, and what we mean by that is, you know, if we chose to not move forward with any furloughs or reductions at this point and just wait and see kind of what happens, we wanted to be able to provide you some insight on what that may look like. If we moved into, you know, opted for a wait and see and continued to hold 32,500 meals per day with the current staffing levels that we have, we would be looking at an approximate annual loss of 3 million, and the projected loss from December through June would be right under $1 million at 868,000. If, again, and this is the newly added column, that wait and see at 32,000 is a optimistic scenario, right? For all intents and purposes, we're not taking into consideration snow days or any you know, a large amount of schools moving to full distance learning. And that's why we added the next column, which is a wait and see, in which 10 elementary schools are on distance learning. And we did pick, you know, a mixture at random of 5 traditionally very high participation elementary schools, and then kind of on the lower end to get a good mix there. And elementary schools is really where we serve the bulk of our meals, so we really wanted to, you know, that would have the most impact on us. And so in that scenario, you see that we end up actually for the year losing approximately 4.1 million, and the loss from December to June is 1.8. And then the last column is, you know, kind of a worst case scenario, if you will. We wait and see what happens, and what happens is we drop back to September numbers. right? And if that were to happen, then we'd be kind of right back to what we discussed on October 13th, looking at an annual loss around 7 million, of which 4 million of that would come just in the second half of the year. So again, just wanted to paint, a roadmap of the different wait and sees if we chose to go in that direction. Next slide, please. So based on the higher meal counts of, or 32.5 where we're at now, I would say the main pro in this is, the reduced staffed impact from 98 staff being impacted to 70. And I would say it's even less than 70 because we have had quite a few resignations and staff have already found other jobs. So true, 70 positions, but the number would be less than that, and that's certainly a pro. And the minimizing of the fiscal impact is also a pro. The cons, I think, rest in that although our situations, are fluid, we don't really know what's going to happen, from now through the end of June. What we do know is that November close, we are projecting to only have $1 million left in the Nutrition Services Fund balance. So that we do know. And given the uncertainty around COVID and the potential impacts of the wait and see scenarios, we could set ourselves up in, an unfavorable position to end the fiscal year. So, and our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, is going to talk a little bit more about, dive a little deeper into those pros and cons.
Okay, Mark Mathers for the record. So let me pause right there a little bit. I don't know if there's any questions the board would have on that table 2 slides before. There are a lot of numbers on there, but again, the purpose of that really was, again, to update you on the growth in meals from the 18,800 meals per day to the 32,500 meals per day we projected, and it is a world of difference. It dramatically changes that kind of scenario. But again, on this chart, we kind of hearing the board and at least some desire to kind of assess where we're at. We wanted to model for you, again, these wait and see scenarios. So now if we can jump forward to 2 slides. Thank you, JJ. This tries to graphically show you. So if we were to take a wait and see attitude and wait for instance, a federal stimulus bill that might be of help, and we'll talk about that in just a second. If you consider that we're basically at close to our high water mark, at least that's the way I look at it, 32,500 meals per day. We kind of seem to be plateauing a little, around there, a little bit higher, but around there. But before schools are starting to go to distance learning, we would pretty much use all of the funds cash for the entire fiscal year. We started with $3.5 million in cash. We'd have losses of $3 million, so we'd end up with $500,000 in cash, roughly. That's far better than what we looked at last month. On the other hand, again, we modeled if just a random 10 elementary schools, 5 on CEP, 5 not on CEP, Community Eligibility Provision Program, went on distance learning due to exclusions, outbreaks, what have you, then we would incur a loss for the fiscal year of a little bit more than $4 million. So the fund would end up with about minus $500,000 in cash that then would require support from the general fund. Obviously, there's an infinite number of scenarios here that could happen. We could see less than 10 elementary schools that go to distance learning at any one time. Certainly, we're not there yet. We could see more than 10 elementary schools conceivably going distance learning at any one time. But it tries to give you a data point to kind of consider, again, Perhaps we're at a high water mark in terms of average meals per day in fiscal year '21. So if it drops, it tries to give you kind of a sensitivity to what life might look like. And then as Leonka said, if we drop down to the previous low of a little less than 19,000 meals per day, we're back to that $7 million loss. So I just, the purpose of this is just, again, go through the numbers, make sure everyone kind of understands these different scenarios. And so it sounds like you do. So we'll talk about the issue of perhaps federal, state, or local assistance. And I think that the notion of scheduling it today was to kind of reassess the possibility of that assistance. So let's talk about local assistance. We have talked to several other local governments. We're cautiously hopeful, but there's nothing definite on the, that has been either guaranteed to us or promised to us. So we continue to have those conversations, but right now there's no indication we'll get any assistance. And then in terms of federal assistance, I won't try to prognosticate the chances of another stimulus act, but again, there's lots of variables that go into that. So with the $2 trillion CARES Act, there was relatively little money allocated towards children food services. And so we have to hope for, with any second round of a CARES Act, would be a greater portion for food services. So that's one big if that we start off with. A second big if is that that bill would have to provide retroactive relief. So it couldn't be just prospective relief to us. It would have to allow us to go back in time to recover the losses we've had. And then thirdly, it would have to provide for kind of backfill of reduced revenues. So we have that with our CARES Act ESSER monies. We can use that program to basically cover any reduction in revenues we've had. However, state and local governments' CARES Act money did not allow for that. So we need all three things to basically happen with the next round of stimulus act. It would have to fund a higher amount of support for food services than what we saw with the $2 trillion CARES Act. That's the first big if we'd have to see. Secondly, we'd have to see that retroactivity clause to allow us to go back and receive funding for our losses to date, or whenever that bill is passed and becomes effective. And then thirdly, we would need to be allowed to backfill those lost revenues. So again, just to explain a little bit more, with cities and with the city and county, they cannot use their CARES Act money to backfill reduced revenues. They have to show new unbudgeted costs to receive those monies. So again, all three things would have to occur in the next round of stimulus act to provide relief to our nutrition services fund. So even though I think, again, I wouldn't want to prognosticate too much, but I think everyone's expectation is this economy will need another stimulus act. But again, all those things have to happen to really provide material help to our nutrition services fund. So I'll stop there, I think. And if you have any questions about that, certainly we could try to answer them beyond what I've described right now. Okay?
I have one question, I guess. I think at the last meeting, you did report that there had been communication with our federal delegates, and I just wondered if that was ongoing around nutrition services still, or whether, there were any continued. I know that things have sort of been on pause in DC, but, I think although that doesn't sound like that's a lot of ifs, and, we would need to see a lot of things come together. I guess would not so much a question, but encourage that we continue, and I know you all will, to work with our representatives in Washington to help them to understand how critical, that source of funding is for our students, for our kids.
Good evening, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. JJ, if you wouldn't mind advancing, please. This slide was included in the information that we shared previously, and we decided to include it again this evening, just because it provides a good snapshot of the overall staffing in nutrition services, gives you a little bit of an idea of the landscape. And as you can see, most of our staff are assigned to work at our school sites, about 78%, with the remainder being assigned to the central kitchen. And it's also worth noting that this information doesn't include roughly 50 vacant positions that are not being backfilled as a part of these reductions. So the total staffing in nutrition services during non-COVID times is approximately 400 people. JJ, if you wouldn't mind. So the previous slides that were reviewed outlined the options for personnel reductions within nutrition services, but it is important to note and to be aware of the fact that the impacts of these personnel changes will be felt outside of nutrition services as well. This slide depicts the total impact to personnel throughout the organization based on the requirements of each collective bargaining agreement and what is commonly referred to as bumping, based on seniority and prior experience with the district. So while the reductions in nutrition services in the previously reviewed options are 98 and 70 respectively, you can see that the total impact, particularly in the original option 1, which was reviewed at the last board meeting, is higher. Again, because of the positions identified for reduction and then the personnel identified to be impacted, then that starts a series of dominoes, if you will, that result in a broader impact than just those reductions in nutrition services. The reason the numbers vary between the two options is because it's a different combination of reductions and people and dominoes. And so you can see in the updated option 1 that the scope of impact outside of nutrition services is substantially reduced. The next 3 lines provide a subset of that data, breaking out the number of employees by hours. And so the distinctions there are at 27.5 hours or more, the employee is covered by the collective bargaining agreement, so they have contractual rights, and they're also benefits eligible. Between 25 and 27.49 hours, excuse me, employees are covered by the collective bargaining agreement, so they have those bumping rights that we talked about, but they're not benefits eligible. And employees who are less than 25 hours are not covered by the contract. So as we move through the rest of the information, the last 2 lines help to provide a summary of what the potential furlough impact would be, breaking out benefited and non-benefited employees. So in the original option 1, you can see that a potential of 76 employees would be furloughed. The vast majority of those are employees who work in less than 25-hour positions, and it doesn't take into consideration any employees that we would be able to find new placements for through the transfer process. Also in that original option 1, you can see that there are potentially 18 benefited employees who would be furloughed. Again, based on the seniority and contractual requirements, there are 15 employees who may decide to opt into furlough versus accepting the placement available to them, because it would mean a reduction in hours and a loss of benefits. They may prefer furlough because although they wouldn't be working, they would retain their benefits in the option that we talked about before. In the updated option 1, you can see that the number of non-benefited employees potentially furloughed is limited to those less than 25 hours. And again, we would work with those employees as much as possible to identify different positions for them. And then the 2 benefited employees that would potentially be furloughed, they come from that 14 number up there in the 27 and a half hours and above. And the reason that they would be furloughed is because they are benefits eligible employees, but they were hired very recently, and so they have very low seniority compared to the other staff. All right. So the top half of the timeline that's in the lighter color depicts those activities that have already happened. And you can see that we're at the board meeting today. And so based on the decisions made tonight, we will be meeting with our employee associations again on Thursday to confirm the list of employees that would be impacted in each option. We go person by person and we map out kind of what those dominoes look like to make sure that they see the same seniority dates and information that we're seeing, and that everyone is in agreement about who would be impacted according to the contract. And then on Friday, we would begin the process of distributing notifications to employees for their individual meeting time, which would occur during the first 3 days of next week. So we have a team of about 10 individuals who will be going through some training and preparation with me on Friday to have some of those meetings. And then again, we would meet individually with every impacted employee Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week to help walk them through their options and help answer any questions that they may have and begin to explore other opportunities. Then per the last action that you all took, November 30th would be the last day in their current assignment, and employees would transition into their new assignments or transition to furlough on December 1st. Next slide, please, JJ. So finally, you all took action at the last meeting to direct staff to work with our employee associations in order to negotiate furlough terms, because that's not something that's currently provided for in any of our contracts. And I'd like to give a huge thank you to Lana Ball and Tony Moresto from the Washoe Education Support Professionals, and Tony McMillan, Coraline Dubois, and Andy Haycock from the Association for Professional and Technical Administrators. Their advocacy and collaboration are always appreciated, and as you can see, we were able to reach agreement for the terms of furlough. This slide provides an overview of those terms, and so I'll just review those in a little more detail. So per the decision or per the action taken at the last meeting, the furlough period would be 90 days, which would be December 1st through February 21st. And instead of crafting new language in terms of how employees would be identified and bumping rights and all of that, we're largely relying on the current reduction in force procedure language in order to mirror that process. And if you just kind of think about it as swapping out reduction in force for furlough, we're following many of the same structures that are in place in the contract now. The 2 associations were also able to work together, and I think this was a huge win for employees because we had 2 employees who have been with the district a relatively extended period. Of course, they were strong performers, and they had transitioned out of positions in the WESP bargaining unit and into positions in the ProTech bargaining unit. And so there was the potential for them to have been displaced and not have bumping rights back into another association's ranks. So the 2 associations were able to collaborate, and we do have outlined in that memorandum of agreement that those employees will be treated as WESP employees for all intents and purposes when it comes to bumping and placement. And that's, I think, a huge win and definitely the right thing to do. So again, thank you to both associations and their leadership for their collaboration on that work. As discussed previously, the district will pay employee-only premiums for benefits coverage during the furlough period for employees who were benefits eligible at the time of furlough. So we'll process all of that through our risk management department. And then in the WESP agreement, the current RIF language talks about recalling employees, but it doesn't take into consideration employees on furlough, obviously. And what WESP wanted to do that's a little bit of a departure from current language is on the recall list, instead of just calling in order of seniority, and that may mean that, Mark gets called first, even though he was placed into another position, and I've been furloughed, but I'm less senior. In this arrangement, during this furlough period, employees will still be called back in order of seniority, but there will really be two lists that we work through. And so the furlough list in order of seniority would be exhausted so that we can try and get people back to work before we would transition to recalling folks from the list of individuals who were placed into another position, just not in nutrition services. So I thought that was, again, a great suggestion and great employee advocacy from our associations. Let's see here. Oh, I think the second to last bullet is a great example of why we needed to negotiate furlough language. So we might not think about something like this, but this furlough is happening during the time when sick bank deductions would normally happen. And so both associations have agreed that the employees can remain a part of the sick bank, but no deduction will occur from their accruals during the furlough period. And then we talked a little bit about bridging of service last time, and so we did work in some bridging of service language there too, so that if you are impacted by these changes and you do have this gap in service, when you're recalled, then we would bridge that time and you wouldn't lose any seniority for the purposes of longevity or any other contract conditions that depend on seniority as a part of that benefit. So, and I will open it for questions before I turn it over to Kristen.
Any questions for Emily? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think I'll turn it over to Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellison. So I won't go through the recommendation. It's on the screen, and you all have been able to review it. I want to state that this has been an enormous team effort from the Office of Human Resources and Business and Finance, and most certainly from Nutrition Services. And I want to compliment the team for really digging down into the details, trying to turn over every single rock that we possibly could to come up with some viable options. But a huge lift for Nutrition Services and the Nutrition Services team for getting the meals up to where they are now. Without that, we wouldn't be here today giving you this option. And so just a huge round of applause for what Leonka and all of our Nutrition Services employees have been able to do with that. So this is our recommendation to the board.
Well, thank you all very much. That was a really thorough update. I think really helpful for me to kind of see where the numbers are trending, to see really kind of the impacts and how they're going to, which employee groups they're really going to be most impactful for. And so I just appreciate all the time and effort that went into the presentation. I don't know if there's any immediate questions. I can say that, just based on kind of what we've seen this week and know kind of to probably be on the horizon for us in the coming weeks, I don't see a scenario where we don't have more schools potentially going on some form of distance learning for, a period of time or even parts of schools. So, I'm not sure I'm really comfortable with that wait and see option, knowing that there probably will be more distance days. I appreciate you considering that and putting it on here, because I think that was really helpful for me to think about. When it stops at just wait and see, it looks a little different than when you expand it out and see how it plays out with the distance learning. So, while I'm never comfortable with having to make this type of a decision that impacts our employees the way that this does, I'm pleased to see the growth in meal numbers, but I think that I haven't changed my mind, and I think option one is the right way to move forward. I like the updated numbers, and I was also pleased to hear from, Leonka, that if we continue to see those increases, we'll need to bring employees back to keep up with the demand. And so I'm hopeful for that, and I'm hopeful that, we might see some sort of additional funding from the federal government, probably not maybe before the end of this year, but maybe next year. So I'll keep my fingers crossed on those things, but I know in the meantime, we can't continue to wait and see. And so I do think we need to move forward with the original option one is updated now with the numbers. So. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? I know we do have public comment. All right, I will turn it over to JJ.
The board received emails from Veronica Koppel and Bernadette Goodnight.
Thank you, JJ. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just kudos to everybody, as has already been said by Superintendent McNeil and others. I know you all have a lot on your plates right now and a lot on your minds. We know that, as President Raymond said, anytime we have to face a reduction in force or a furlough, it's very painful for everybody. So I appreciate the work that's been done to make the least possible pain and to be realistic, because we are heading into some rocky times right now. We're facing kids being out of school, and we're facing diversions to distance learning. So I really appreciate what you've done, and if there aren't any other questions, again, just huge thanks to everybody, and a huge sorry that we're in this situation to everybody who will be negatively impacted. But I think I'm hopeful that, with these numbers, we'll be able to find spots for folks. And as you said, there may be folks who choose not to go to those jobs, but they'll still retain their benefits. So I'm proud of the district for how we're trying to show up for those people that are negatively impacted by the current conditions. So if there aren't any questions, I'll make a motion that we support service option one, the updated nutrition services labor and service option one, as presented by staff, with the district continuing to make every reasonable effort to reassign impacted employees to other open district positions, and for those employees not reassigned to another district position, the district will utilize an employee furlough. That includes a subsidy for COBRA health benefits for current benefited employees for 90 days beginning on December 1st, 2020. And again, our huge thanks to everyone and to the associations as well for their diligent efforts to support their members and to come up with creative solutions to help us.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Simon Holland. Okay, second by Trustee Cottle. Any further questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for the great work and time spent on this very difficult decision today. Yeah. All right, 6.06, discussion and possible action to approve the recommendation of Zoning Advisory Committee stemming from construction of Michael Inskeep Elementary School in the Cold Springs area of Reno to modify the attendance zone boundaries for Desert Heights Elementary School, Lemon Valley Elementary School, Silver Lake Elementary School, Stead Elementary School, Cold Springs Middle School, and William O'Brien Middle School, effective for the 2021-2022 school year. This is for possible action. We have joining us this evening or tonight our Zoning Advisory Committee Chair, Beth Smith, our Area Superintendent, Lauren Ford, And I know he was here somewhere, or, oh, there he is, our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Adam Searcy. Thank you all for being here, and I will pass it over to you, Ms. Ford. Mhm.
How about now? Okay. Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. For the record, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent and Staff Liaison for the Zoning Advisory Committee. I would like to first thank the Zoning Advisory Committee for all of their hard work, and I'd like to introduce Beth Smith, Chair of the Zoning Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Board of Trustees, for having us tonight. It's an honor and a pleasure to represent our committee today, and also my new vice chair, who I know is also watching, Kaylin Campbell, in addition to other members who are watching the live stream right now, so they are with us virtually. So you're very familiar with our committee. We are a 13-member committee, and though we do have 6 additional members that joined us this year, and we have been meeting regularly since 2017, so the committee is in its 4th year.
The work of the Zoning Advisory Committee falls under Board Policy 7105, Administrative Regulation 7107, and the Zoning Advisory Committee bylaws.
In these bylaws and administrative policies we've discussed in previous meetings, we focus on the proximity of schools, transportation, safety, and equity, among others. So now we're going to talk about community outreach. This is a topic tonight that we'll be discussing that has been covered through 2 committee years, and we have had a full communications plan for both of those committee years. We rely on the area superintendents, the principals, and the school communities and families. The principals do decide on a communication mix that is connected phone calls, flyers, web notices, individual conversations with families. And so this topic that we're discussing tonight, again, has had a full communications plan over the course of 2 committee years. This has been discussed exhaustively. So last committee year, our committee reviewed 10 different options that affected all the various schools that you see here. And then also 2 additional options were considered by the Board of Trustees that the public had not seen. And those came to the Board of Trustee meetings that happened in our last committee year earlier in 2020. I do want to point out, because the community outreach and the feedback is so important, many of our new members did actually listen to the recordings of the Board of Trustees meetings and also the previous Zoning Advisory Committee meetings, and also read through all of the previous public comment. That way, since this was a continuing topic, all of that community input was carried forward and was represented in the current committee year's recommendation you'll see later, and in the discussion related to it. So in June 2020, as you'll remember, the board did refer back the matter to the Zoning Advisory Committee, and we brought it up for what is ultimately the 5th meeting on October 15th of this year. We did discuss 5 options, which I'll be recapping for you in just a moment, and we ultimately chose a hybrid. And again, in this next section, we'll be walking you through that. So when we met in October 2020, we gave this a fresh perspective, but every single option was very, very carefully reviewed. This year's committee is made up of a fantastic balance of administrators, parents, and educators. However, we did consider all of the options that you see here. A was the original option, which was recommended and originally came to the board. B was one of the variations that you saw, and then the rest represent new options that the district discovered through additional guidance from the board, and also internal guidance on utilization for space and educational environments.
Okay, good evening. My name is Adam Searcy. I'm the Chief Facilities Management Officer, for the record. This is a pretty information-dense slide, but this is basically representing the existing and projected conditions at the impacted schools. So I do want to just take a moment to address, obviously projecting the future is very challenging in the best of times, and right now it's we really needed to reset the baseline. So for the purposes of this decision, it was fair to put into context that population growth and likely post-COVID enrollment at these schools will likely follow a similar trajectory. So let's try to, just assume that. Let's not get caught up in the precision of all of these numbers, recognizing that now these on the upper table columns, the first and second columns are current 2019 enrollments and then projected 2020, 2021 enrollments. We'll get to the lower table where we actually show the actual enrollments at these schools. But just note that these are pre-COVID numbers and basically projecting in a pre-COVID environment, assuming that the trajectory of those numbers will ultimately, resume on kind of those same paths. These tables we put together frequently. You can see the impacts, the vertical lines at the start of the 21-22 school year. You see that one is associated with the impacts that are being proposed as a result of the opening of Michael Inskeep Elementary School, the 21-22 school year here coming up. This is largely motivated by the fact that Silver Lake Elementary School is in a K through 4 scenario, and that Cold Springs Middle School has those 5th graders. So they're a 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade middle school. You can see that number at Silver Lake and resulting number at Cold Springs Middle School largely is a reflection of us bringing those 5th graders back down into elementary school, thus causing the need to relieve overcrowding at Silver Lake. Really briefly, we look at the 22-23 school year and also seeing some impacts. Those are associated with the projected reopening of the rebuilt O'Brien Middle School and some 6th grade movement up into the middle school. So that's just really quickly kind of orienting the baseline of where we're at. The numbers down on the bottom do try to speak to the reality of the circumstances that we're seeing here today. We've talked multiple times separate to this board about the enrollment fluctuations that we're seeing this school year, but you can see the variations between projected and actual enrollments this year at each of those schools. So really this was just for context to the zoning committee, because we often dive deeply into the details of these numbers, just recognizing that things are a little bit unsettled right now, but we can still make decisions based on what we do know. Next slide, please. So again, baseline existing conditions, these are the zoning boundaries up in this vicinity. You can see for starters, the colors are the middle school boundaries and the blue lines are the elementary school boundaries. Up in the upper left-hand corner of this slide, you'll see the new star representing the upcoming Michael Inskeep Elementary, as well as the proposed elementary school zoning boundary between Gomes and Inskeep. That is an action that's been taken by the board, and now really we've focused our attention on the Silver Lake and associated other elementary school boundaries really over into Stead. I also wanted to note the future elementary school site just to the east basically of Stead Elementary School. We refer to that from time to time. It's growth dependent, but that is a future elementary school site that the school district owns and factors into our long-term planning. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just an aerial view of the vicinity, but showing the same basic elementary school boundaries. And for those of you who are deeply familiar with kind of the geography and the road networks up there, there are really some challenges as far as the connectivity and the ability to redraw and redraw a wide variation of boundary options. We're really kind of boiling these enrollment zones down into some small population, but large in square mile areas, right? We got the Rancho Haven area, far north end of Red Rock Road, the Silver Knolls area, when we put the number of students that are enrolled who live in those areas, and the Antelope Valley area, all geographically very dispersed, all currently zoned for Silver Lake Elementary School. And then, so those were areas that we looked at across the 12 or so different combinations of rezoning to analyze if we try this, try that, or try some other combination, how could we find kind of the optimum solution? So this is really just kind of to illustrate the constraints geographically that we're up against in this area. And then if you flip to the next slide, there kind of a third area that we looked at closely, the area basically south of Silver Lake Boulevard here. So this is just zooming in on the neighborhood immediately surrounding Silver Lake Elementary School, recognizing kind of how densely populated with students and residences that area is, and just trying our hardest to tease out a variety of options to work with here. We zoomed in on this area south of Silver Lake Boulevard, relatively near to Silver Lake Elementary School, currently zoned for Silver Lake Elementary School, but also notably across the street from Silver Lake Boulevard, and actually relatively close to Stead Elementary School as well. So really, that was the context that we've been working from this entire time, developing double-digit number of individual combinations, and really just working hard with the community, with staff, and with the zoning committee to try to come up with the best possible combination for all involved. Next slide, please.
And so that brings us to the committee's recommendation, which you'll see on the next slide. So ultimately, upon reviewing these 5 choices that we had, we ended up settling on a hybrid version of one, and that is really important to point out. Although the district gives the committees many recommendations and we talk through those, ultimately the committee is fully able to take variations of those options and to do what they feel is the right choice. So the overall theme of this recommendation is alleviating overcrowding. That's truly our mission in the simplest of terms, making sure that we are paying attention to equity, utilization across different schools in an area, and creating the most positive educational experiences that we can based on the structures that the children are in the schools. And that ultimately led us to this recommendation, which brings the 3 rural neighborhoods into Desert Heights Elementary School, and also takes all the families south of Silver Lake Boulevard over to Stead Elementary School. We did look at other variations that just moved the rural children from the 3 main areas, or also just the areas south of Silver Lake Boulevard, and in variations of those, but that didn't quite bring us to a number that we felt created the ideal educational environment for students at Silver Lake Elementary School, while also recognizing the capacity and the ability to provide a fantastic educational experience at Desert Heights, since they did have some room to offer. And so that is ultimately the driver to the recommendation that you see here. There are a few things to point out because these were brought up by the community and we did take them very seriously. And that is the slightly longer drive that families do have if they are utilizing before and after school care. You may remember from the spring that drive time for working families was a very sensitive topic. Our committee absolutely understands that. Although those options in the spring mostly routed those families back over to Gomes and up. The additional couple miles to Desert Heights is certainly not as direct as Silver Lake, but ultimately only adds a few minutes to a commute. So again, that's not to suggest that that's not very important, but it's in a very different capacity than going up to Gomes, for example. We also looked at all of the homes south of Silver Lake Boulevard, and we ultimately did not feel comfortable with just moving the families that live in homes that are apartments. And we felt that to create the best number of percentages for Silver Lake Elementary School, we felt that the whole neighborhood south of Silver Lake Boulevard was suitable to move over to Stead. And it also creates an educational opportunity for them at O'Brien STEM Academy as well, which is a closer middle school. But again, we were balancing the school capacity in the area, and we felt very confident that this was a good mix for that, and then also created the ideal environments for the Silver Lake Elementary School community, while also representing the needs of the rural communities and also those south of Silver Lake Boulevard. So next slide. And so that brings us to what this option looks like in terms of actual numbers. As you can see here, we definitely bring Silver Lake into a more reasonable utilization. And I say reasonable because we heard quite a bit from administrators and also committee members on our own board, administrators, teachers, that spoke to the heart of what it is to have an elementary school so overcrowded, and the ways that, again, those educational experiences can be benefited from. And then also the ways that Desert Heights will also benefit as well, too, from better utilization. And then you also see the students coming over from STED. There is a 1-year scenario because at that elementary school, that is still K through 6 at the moment. The 107 does reflect the 6th graders at the school, although I am aware that that is a conversation that is ongoing and that various options are being considered. Although, of course, nothing is set. The district is, of course, looking at the impact of that and options related to it. And then you have the related impacts to Cold Springs Middle School and also O'Brien. And so ultimately, that is the recommendation of our new Zoning Advisory Committee after re-reviewing the area, the utilization, transportation, and equity. And that brings us to the recommendation that we bring to the Board of Trustees tonight.
Well, thank you very much for the great information. And as always, thank you to you and the committee for the work on these very challenging situations and for making it work on Zoom and for all that you do. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. JJ, could you go to slide 14? Beth, thank you very much for your work, and thank you for being such a trooper tonight. You told me you arrived at about 3 o'clock. That was a long time ago. So really appreciate the work that you've done, the work the committee has done. I don't know where this decision ranks and all the decisions you've made, but this was a tough one. With all of the other issues from roads, and that picture looks like it's all flat. When you go out there, there's a lot of mountains out there, and it's just a tough situation. So I appreciate the work the committee did to address Silver Lake. And when we look at the elementary schools out there, they're all pretty even. So the district will get a really good understanding of when it's time to build that elementary school out there. So I believe the committee did everything that they, thought was best and asked to do to find some relief. The one thing that I would like the board to consider, I would strongly recommend it and urge the board to consider, is I know, speaking with Adam about this, there was really no way to relieve Silver Lake and not create a middle school issue out there the way the feeders are set up. And I don't know if could you go to the slide that has the numbers? Yeah. And so with this recommendation, Cold Springs would fall to under 50% utilization, with O'Brien around 90. And I know at least I've heard from the rural communities, I'm sure the zoning committee did as well, that their desire was also to stay at Cold Springs Middle School. And so what I would like the board to consider is having Desert Heights Elementary be a split feeder to where the current middle school zones of today would remain the same. So the rurals would continue to go to Cold Springs, and northern STED would continue to go to O'Brien, to even out Cold Springs and O'Brien a little bit more, so we don't have a situation where they're that far apart. That would be something that I would recommend that we add to the recommendation from the Zoning Advisory Committee. But I really appreciate all the work on this. This was many months and many meetings and a lot of consideration. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to echo my colleagues' comments. You all are amazing, and the work that you have done for the district is amazing. I'm wondering, in terms of process, we gave you, the Zoning Advisory Committee, certain principles, and one of those principles was not to split feed schools. And I know that is, that's a tough question. I just wonder, in terms of process, if the board were to support Trustee Cottle's request and suggestion, has that option been talked about at a public meeting, and how would that work?
The split feeder option that Trustee Cottle mentioned has not been brought up, at least not related to this recommendation. However, I can tell you that all of the decisions we've made going into year 4 of the committee have been to eliminate split feeders, as opposed to create pockets where decisions are made differently. No, that's not to say that there's not logic, and we always want to make the best decision rather than follow a mold. And it's more important to make the right decision or the best decision. So I would say it would be up to the Board of Trustees to decide if a variation met the standard and benefit of impact to qualify for that. But overall, it would be my personal recommendation that the Zoning Advisory Committee continue to remove split feeders wherever possible and keep those school communities by and large.
Sorry, if I could just add again, Adam Searcy for the record, the split feeder scenario at the middle school level that Trustee Cottle's suggesting was actually presented at only the board meeting. It wasn't presented to the zoning committee. We did present a similar scenario in June 2020. So if 3 o'clock today feels like a long time ago, June 2020 is like a couple of lifetimes ago. But in one of those marathon meetings, we did actually throw out that scenario. And this is in, like I said, the dozen or so different variations. It's, I don't want to say unprecedented, but it is very unique scenario. But to your point of the imbalance at the middle school level and the geographic challenges that really kind of box us into that reality, a scenario where those rural areas only are going to Cold Springs Middle versus matriculating with the rest of their elementary school classmates to O'Brien. We're talking about between 35 and 50 middle school students moving from O'Brien to Cold Springs as the years, as the total population grows, as the years go out. We're looking at between 35 and 50 total students. That's about 5%. So we can kind of look at the numbers on that slide and see, there's tremendous planned growth in the Cold Springs Middle School enrollment zone. That is not going to have a meaningful impact on the enrollment numbers for the near term. So certainly there's space there. We did consult with the transportation department on that option as well. And while all of the recommendations really here, again, with the geography up there, it's challenging from a transportation standpoint as well. This one was essentially equivalent, these kids are already being transported anyway. So from the transportation standpoint, it was basically neutral. Certainly the purview of the trustees to make these types of decisions. It's not typical, but there's a lot of challenging variables up there to consider, and certainly balancing facility utilization is one of the priorities of the committee as well.
It is a unique area, and part of the reason why we don't want to do split feeders is we don't like to break up neighborhoods. And certainly the intent of this would not be breaking up neighborhoods, because you're talking about the kids that are in the same area. They're not down the street from each other necessarily, but they are, the families are affiliated and know each other, et cetera. I do want to support my colleague who represents that district and knows the folks there and talks to them. I'm also anxious to make sure that people have an opportunity to comment on this option. And I'm wondering if there's a way, I'm just thinking out loud, if there's a way to make a preliminary approval and take it out for comment for some period of time.
If I could just add an important fact, this recommendation is intended to go into effect August 2021. So just want to make sure we're on the same time scale, and then acknowledge that there is a scheduled but not yet agendized zoning advisory committee meeting for November. So we could add something to that agenda and actually have it for discussion in 2 weeks.
Next week, right?
No, November 19th, so we've still got time to add it to the agenda if that's the direction.
Trustee Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. Let me get my thought. There was three things floating around my head about this recommendation. The first, the obvious one, the numbers. Number two, my original thought was maybe we look at moving Desert Heights to be a Cold Springs feeder. Then that would be tough. Northern instead, they would drive right past O'Brien, wave at it, and then hop on 395 and go north. And with the split feeder, I agree, it's not something we want to do a lot. We have a couple, Sky Ranch is currently a split feeder, so we have them when we need them. It wouldn't split communities, and frankly, it wouldn't change anything. The middle schools of today, middle school zones of today would remain the same, nothing would change. The rurals have been vocal. They don't want to change from Silver Lake or Cold Springs. And the Silver Lake is a tough one because it's overcrowded and, we'll not rehash the last 6 months. But I do see Cold Springs as an option because of the numbers. And, when Cold Springs has a lot of growth in 10 years, there'll be new board members and they can figure out what they want to do up there with building of new schools. So I don't know if we necessarily have to do public comment again. Because nothing's changing. I don't hear anything from the rural saying, I want to go to O'Brien. It's, I want to stay at Cold Springs. And so they're not changing. I think it's really good to do public comment if there's a new recommendation to change somebody. But at the end of the day, if it's like nothing ever happened. It's only going to impact the elementary school level, the middle school levels, nothing. And so that's really where I'm coming from on this. And I know it doesn't change a ton of numbers, but if you're out there, you really want to stay at Cold Springs, you're bummed that you aren't staying at Silver Lake, and you look at these numbers, the question I'm going to get is why? Like, why not? Why can't we have this one? Cold Springs is at 45% capacity. When you add them into there, it might bring it to 50%. So it's still pretty underutilized, but at least they're able to stay in their middle school. And Principal Zimmerman is going to get a lot of variance requests, and he'll be able to accept them all, except now there's no transportation for them to get to Cold Springs. So that's really the reason, just kind of problem solving in my head to see if we can compromise with them, because it's such a hard thing. I know Beth knows all about it, all the public comment. But Silver Lake couldn't stay at 105%. That was really the crux of the issue, and Silver Lake feeds the Cold Springs. And so and the way the geography, all these schools are in the same area, but Silver Lake's the only one that sends their kids out to Cold Springs. Everybody else goes to O'Brien. So that's really where it all kind of came from in my head to today.
That is a perfect recap. That's exactly what we've been talking about for 6 months.
Yeah, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Cottle, so what your recommendation then is to split Desert Heights. And so half of them, I don't know where the line will be drawn. Half would go to O'Brien. Is it like the more southern sort of half?
Just the rurals.
Southwest?
Silver Knolls, Rancho Haven, and Antelope Valley. They all go to Silver Lake and Cold Springs right now.
Right, right.
They would then next year go to Desert Heights and Cold Springs.
Okay.
And I believe Adam said about 50 students.
Yeah, he
35.
said a small number.
Yeah, it's not necessarily half enrollment-wise, but
So the rules then they would still go to Desert Heights, but then they just go over to Cold Springs instead of.
Are you good?
Oh, no, that was my.
Okay.
Let me make it official. Thank you, Madam President.
I think one of the things I like most about the zoning committee is the guiding principles, because that just helps to frame all those decisions. And I think it really, puts, kind of that consistency and equity in the decision-making up front. But I think, there's no way to not see this as a unique situation, and as particularly the middle school, Cold Springs being just really like on the edge of everything. It's not a central hub where, you have this movement kind of that you could see going in different directions. It is such a unique situation out there. But I also don't necessarily love the idea of making exceptions. I think I see kind of both sides of it, that it is addressing the low capacity at Cold Springs, but it's not necessarily like taking it, it's not changing it dramatically. It's a small change, which is, fine. But, and I don't want to say this the wrong way, but I think, we've made important strides in not making this kind of about where people want to go. It's been about why this is the right decision. And I can see that enrollment, and I guess for me, it's not so much about helping Cold Springs get a higher number as much as it is helping to keep O'Brien from feeling overcrowded sooner, I guess, and I think it looks like O'Brien will be okay for a little while, but I think I'm okay with, and I absolutely recognize that Trustee Cottle knows the community and the people better than certainly I do, and I think probably any of us. But I think, that I do see this as a very unique situation, a very special exception, and I just want to reinforce how important I think those guiding principles are in all of the decisions that we make around zoning, because of, that consistency, I guess, more than anything else. And this has been a challenge, I know, for everyone involved from the beginning. I think I want to be careful that we don't get too behind on the schedule, but I think if there is a way to allow for, we haven't had this situation where we changed we've not always, gone with the recommendation of the committee, but I don't know that we've had a situation where we changed the recommendation without allowing for there to be some time for people to be aware of the potential change. And I understand that that they're already going to Cold Springs, and we'd be changing it to O'Brien, and what we're doing is keeping them at Cold Springs, but I'm just sort of feeling like it might not be a bad idea if we have the time to just put it out there, make sure everybody's good, and then make the final decision. But as it is not my area, and, you know, I think I don't know it as well, I would look to my fellow trustees that represent those schools and families for their opinions. Trustee Simon Holland?
I think, Trustee Cottle, if it's all right with you, we do have time before this is going to be implemented. And I also am sensitive to what President Raymond has said, that we haven't in the past, at least as long as I've been on the board, overruled the committee and not sent it back to the committee for your discussion. And we have time to do that. So I'd be more comfortable if we did that, Trustee Cottle, with the summary of this discussion, that this is a unique situation, that we do respect those principles, that we do want to have, we do want to eliminate split feeders where we can. This is a special situation, not only because of the geography, but also in particular because of the balancing of the enrollments that it would create at the middle school level. So that's kind of where I'm feeling, Trustee Cottle.
Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Kennedy.
Yeah, I don't have anything wrong with that. I just, you know, we've been around the merry-go-round on this one, and I can tell you the feedback, at least out there, is going to be, we don't want to leave Silver Lake, we don't want to leave Cold Springs, and then it's going to start the elementary conversation all over again. And that's their desire out there. The Desert Heights community, I mean, I don't know how much they're really aware of all this because they haven't really been, we don't want to take people out of Desert Heights. I don't think there's going to be a lot of praise to send them to Cold Springs. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to them. It just, in their eyes, this is going to be easy for them to say, we've told you this on what we want, at least the rurals. And that's what makes this hard, because ultimately it's hard to make everyone happy on this one because their desire is to have no change. So I don't have anything wrong with it. It is a very unique situation. Usually when, Adam, when you brought us slides that we saw 45%, there was usually another action that would just fill more kids in like we did down south. This one would leave it. So I'm good with that. I just don't know what we learn from doing that. That's, I guess, my thing. I mean, I'm good with doing it. I just don't know if we're going to learn anything new than what we already know.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. I think it's possible, you know, there isn't a lot of feedback. I would say that my feeling would be that we're very clear in saying that we're not, you know, and in fact, maybe there's part of the motion that we, you know, affirm that Desert Heights part of this and just sort of send back that middle school part for, or as Trustee Simon Holland stated, that it's a preliminary approval, you know, just to make it clear that we're not looking for you all to look at any other options. It's really just giving that opportunity. That would be my feeling about it. I don't want to put that community through a whole nother cycle of feeling like there is, you know, room for adjustment there. I think it's important to be clear what our intentions are in sending it back to the committee. So. Trustee Kennedy, and then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. As someone who lives in a outlying rural area who always believes that there should be exceptions, I want to defer to Trustee Cottle on this. I understand and believe in the guiding principles, but I think there should always be an opportunity for exceptions when you do have unique circumstances. So I would hope that we would pursue this in some way to at least get comment if that's what we need, or at least pursue the possibility of what Trustee Cottle is suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. My recommendation would be, I think it's important that we give opportunity for what the trustee that represents that area more specifically advises. We've not asked them this question through the zoning committee. We've not asked them this question directly because the zoning committee has had the part of the guiding principle and sort of the directive to to eliminate split feeders. And so this is a little different in terms of what's coming from the board, but it certainly doesn't close that door. I think it honors what your recommendation is, you know what? You're recommending something that we don't typically do, but let's leave that open because it is such a unique area. And my other recommendation was going to be to approve the elementary school changes, and then to send back the middle school changes just for feedback on that piece of it. And that way the elementary school piece, which is not in question, can already be solidified. And so it isn't like just running them through this never-ending wheel, but it's giving them the opportunity to formally weigh in on this piece. And to the best of my knowledge, we have not given them that opportunity, and I think that honors them, especially because they've had to move once. It honors them and gives them a chance to, hey, this is what we're hearing. Let's get formal feedback, and we're willing to make an adjustment if it's consistent with that feedback that they have. So those are my thoughts, my recommendations, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Vice President Taylor. Superintendent McNeil.
So Adam, just a point of clarification, and I apologize because you most likely told me this, it's just I've had a couple things in my head. The STED fifth graders, who we are administratively going to move to O'Brien, as far as for six, are those numbers baked into this or no?
The numbers in this chart are considering in the 21-22 school year that STED has their sixth graders, and then in 22-23 and beyond, those sixth graders are up in middle school, is what these numbers reflect. Okay. So the currently under consideration probability or possibility of sixth graders moving up in 21-22 would result in that orange cell for STED dropping down below 100%.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. And then for the zoning committee meeting on the 17th, would we be able then to bring the recommendation then to it would have to come to the November, because my concern is the timing as far as notifying families of what these recommendations are. We typically like to do that at least a half a year in advance. So would we be able to bring that then to the November 24th board meeting?
I think it'd probably need to make the December 8th meeting, technically, if we could squeeze it in there. I mean, is it the 17th of November is next Thursday? Mm-hmm. So
Tuesday.
So
the
it's
19th
November
is Thursday.
19th
Or
is
19th
the
is-
zoning meeting. So we're probably
But we could put
we could put something on the agenda proactively for the 24th. Yeah, we could pull that off.
is that, I mean, I'm sort of asking, I think we could put the agenda item on the
Yep.
agenda, post it on the 17th, 18th, and then you would just provide the report after the zoning committee
My
meeting.
recommendation would be the 24th versus.
Yeah, I think if we could get it on the 24th and just keep, things moving. And it doesn't impact a huge number of students like we've talked about, so it would be relatively easy to make sure they all were aware. Yes.
Thank
Beth.
you. Beth Smith for the record. I just wanted to expand on what Vice President Taylor touched on because you actually addressed what was one of my key questions, and we'll work with Area Superintendent Ford on that. Depending on what motions are adopted by the board tonight, I would want to be very clear about what it was because the committee traditionally either affirms or possibly changes a recommendation. And so for the purposes of possible action, we would just want to be very, very clear about what it was that we were bringing back to the community and then ultimately bringing back to you, which could either be a reaffirmation or, of course, a change. So just to be really clear, if we could understand that based on tonight's proceedings.
Thank you. We can, I think, do that. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I would feel better about a preliminary approval because for me, these issues are all tied together so tight because
of the way the schools feed into each other out there. I think preliminary approval gives us some flexibility, because the only way to put kids into Cold Springs from O'Brien without changing a feeder is to change the elementary zones. And so to me, in my head, the way that it ties together, and so I would feel better about preliminary approval if we're going to send it back, because then the zoning committee knows that's what our wish would be, but it leaves some wiggle room just because there really isn't. It's just really hard for me to give a thumbs up to 45%. I mean, if you've ever been to Stead Elementary, it's one of those schools that has the multiple buildings. You got to go outside to go from building to building, and that school have more kids than Cold Springs Middle School. And Cold Springs Middle School capacity is 1,400 instead of 738. That's a really hard thing for me to sign off on and explain it to constituents. So preliminary approval would give flexibility, and then we can go back and then kind of see where everything lands. I would be okay with that. Thank you.
Vice President Taylor?
Thank you, Madam President. So you think, I responded in that manner because you indicated that you thought going back to them would bring up the whole middle school conversation again, which is something that we didn't want to do. Yes, that we bring up the whole elementary school conversation again, which is something that we didn't want to do. I think as a board, we feel pretty comfortable about the elementary conversation. I guess now I'm a little confused on what do we, because that's like sending the whole thing back.
Yeah, so that's why I think preliminary approval is kind of in the middle, where we're signaling that we don't want the whole thing sent back, but it's all tied together so closely that if the zoning wants to even out O'Brien and Cold Springs more, but we've approved the elementary zones, there really is not a lot of options. Really, there's only one option. So that's kind of where I am. It's a hard one because you can't fix one problem without creating another out here. The way it's set up, you just can't. It's impossible. Keeping Cold Springs full would have meant instead Silver Lake had to stay full. So I know it's tough, but
I just had a thought for the good of the discussion. The zoning advisory committees are currently only being conducted virtually, so the richness and the volume of participation on the public comment side is challenged significantly. And to Trustee Cottle's earlier point, this conversation has been held robustly with this community. Perhaps we could put it on the November 24th Board of Trustees agenda and narrow this down a little bit. It would offer a similar opportunity for the community to participate in comment and discussion. But basically, because I think what I'm hearing is we bring something back to the zoning committee that's either reaffirm your original decision or consider this alternative decision that the board is actually preliminarily recommending, or however it ends up coming about. They either choose one or the other. It comes back and we do the same thing at the board meeting on November 24th. So I just wanted to at least highlight that we're only getting emails at the zoning committee, and we got a bunch of them last month when we made this decision. And to Trustee Cottle's point, they were pretty much unanimously in the category of please don't rezone me at all, which is typical, but in this very unique situation, there are maybe are atypical solutions. I don't know if that helps with this situation other than skipping the committee step a little bit. Like what does that serve necessarily? It's not a bad idea, but I don't know that we get that much out of it either.
Thank you, Adam. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. So perhaps then what we're looking at is preliminary approval at this meeting and then final approval at the meeting on the 24th? And then we don't go back down the same road with the committee, but we still give preliminary approval, which is Trustee Caudill's desire. And then it gives an opportunity for feedback at that point. Is that what you're recommending, Mr. Searcy?
I'm entirely comfortable with that approach. We've discussed this issue in some form or fashion at, I want to say, at least 4 separate zoning advisory committees. So, we're just kind of whittling this decision down. We've acted on the Cold Springs piece of it. Maybe we can act on the elementary school piece of it relative to STED. We can notify these affected communities yet again and offer them an opportunity to participate in the conversation November 24th. The committee's already made their recommendation. The board can modify, reaffirm, or other at your discretion. And so I think it's culminating properly and everybody's had a chance to participate. And the committee is, going to be taking on some other intense discussions next week, and this one will maybe get drowned out a little bit.
Thank you for the suggestion. I don't have a problem with that. I do think, it just is important to me to reaffirm to the committee, I think, those guiding principles and the reasoning behind them, they are important to me. I think they are to the board, and this is a unique situation. I think by just having that opportunity, I recognize that this is very unlikely, but if you had just this overwhelming response that people did feel, because we've talked a lot about it in these meetings, that keeping that elementary cohort together as they move to middle school, we've had conversations about that being a higher priority than taking a middle school cohort and keeping it together. And if we had some, which I doubt we would, but some overwhelming response that was outweighed their desire to stay at Cold Springs, then we at least have given them the opportunity to voice that opinion when we haven't thus far really they haven't heard that as a possible scenario. So, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Then I'll make that motion. I move that the Board of Trustees gives preliminary approval to establishing new attendance zone boundaries for 3 elementary schools and 2 middle schools, moving a portion of students from Silver Lake Elementary School to Stead Elementary School, a portion of students from Silver Lake Elementary School to Desert Heights Elementary School, and similarly moving a portion of students from Cold Springs Middle School to William O'Brien Middle School, effective for the 2021-22 school year, and that a final decision will be made at the board meeting on November 24th.
I don't know if we need a second before I can make a comment on that. Okay, so motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Calvert. I just didn't know if we need to specifically call out that a portion of the students from Desert Heights would go to Cold Springs Elementary
I thought
School.
that the whole idea was to give preliminary approval to this. Oh, but wasn't it? Okay, then I withdraw my motion. Then somebody who knows what they're doing, make a motion.
I can do it.
Trustee.
I think the way I understood it is we give preliminary approval to a changed version of what was recommended, and then see what kind of comes out the other end in 2 weeks. And then if it's all good and well, then we just put a final stamp of approval on it. So I guess I'll take a crack at it. I move that the Board of Trustees establishes new attendance zone boundaries for 3 elementary schools and just 3 elementary schools, moving a portion of students from Silver Lake Elementary School to Stead Elementary School, a portion of students from Silver Lake Elementary School to Desert Heights Elementary School, and reaffirm the current middle school boundaries
for Cold Springs Middle School and William O'Brien Middle School, effective for the 2021-2022 school year.
Friendly amendment that we would give preliminary approval to establishing those attendance zones.
Preliminary approval. I accept that. Was that your second?
Okay.
Perhaps another friendly, that we make the final decision and
And that the final decision would come back to the Board of Trustees on Tuesday, November 24th at our regular board meeting.
And the second concurs.
Okay. Motion by trustee Cottle, second by trustee Simon Holland. Any further discussion?
Can I just get clarification? So the motion is preliminary approval of the elementary school recommendations and reaffirming current middle school attendance zone boundaries with final approval on November 24th. Thank you.
And I forgot to see if we had any public comment before I...
We do not.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Sorry, Sharon. Thank you. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying late, both of you, and for being here all day. And please extend our thanks to the entire committee, as always, and keep up the good work.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, 7.01, board reports. Is anyone interested in making a board report tonight? Okay. I'm okay with that. Yes, I would like to ask our student representative, Ms. Gomez, to make a board report.
This upcoming week, we'll be having our first town hall in the district. Student Voices, the one planning it, we already have 100 students signed up to join the Zoom call, so we're really excited about it. There's going to be a staff session, a student session, and a parent section. So they're going to learn, each one is going to be based on different things, learning about distance learning. There's going to be one every month starting this month, and the next one is going to be about a different topic. So every time we're going to be talking about a different topic, and then students are going to get to voice about distance learning for this month. It's on November 17th from 4 to 6, and if you sign up on the Student Voice website, on the Washoe County School District website, you can get the Zoom link and go from there. Yes.
Great, I noticed we got an invitation to that sent to us this afternoon, all of the trustees, so.
Thank you.
I just said yes. Okay. No other board reports, then I will move on to 7.02, our superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. I just want to thank State Superintendent Ebert for joining me and our Area Superintendent Gina Curtis for visiting Trainer, Hug, and Swope. We had a great visit last week. And then just a recognition of the fact that tomorrow is Veterans Day, and to thank all of our vets for the service to our country and for serving the ultimate sacrifice, and for all of our families with service members. So thank you.
Yeah, so sad, no parade. No, there is a virtual parade, or virtual celebration. And the city of Reno is doing something virtually. 8.01, any future agenda item requests? Okay, and I was slow in seeing Trustee Kennedy did want to have a board report, so I will have her go during our public comment. JJ, if you don't mind, I'll just have her go first. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Kennedy.
Thank you, President Raymond. I just want to report, I did go to 5 schools since we last met, elementary, middle, and high schools. It was really impressive seeing how creative and innovative so many of the schools and staff are. And I really want to call out Anne-Marie Dixon, our area superintendent. It's her first year, and it was so impressive seeing how well she knows her principals, how well she's getting to know her schools, and I really appreciated the time that she took with me. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee Kennedy, and I apologize for missing your message. JJ, do we have any other public comment?
The board received emails from Melissa Greenfield, Lane Magny, Brianna Hernandez, Angela Sandell, Adriano Cabral, Gina Martini Gonzalez, Darby Beckwith, Aaron Keith, Corey Raymond, Catherine Parker, Amanda Mulholland, April Sutton, Margarita Senra, Jenna Larkin, Sandra Herman, and Raquel Aboud.
Thank you, JJ. All right, if there is nothing, no further public comment, then I will announce our next meeting on November 24th. That meeting is scheduled for 4 p.m. and I will adjourn this meeting.